Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of Remnant's Maelstrom Shinobi. Summary: a school that teaches kids how to fight and kill monsters? Check. People walking around with crazy, gravity-defying powers and customized weapons? Check. A shady group of villains operating in the shadows with an unknown, sinister goal? That's a check. As Naruto Uzumaki looks around this strange new world, he realizes one simple truth. Maybe this place isn't so different after all, Ichiraku? Mysteriously transported to the world of Remnant, the blonde shinobi finds himself surrounded by huntsmen, huntresses, and soulless creatures known as the Grim. But as a storm brews just beyond the horizon, the world of Remnant is about to learn that fighting Grim is child's play compared to the tactical, lethal skills of a true shinobi. Watch as the Ninetales Jinchuriki crashes into Beacon Academy and changes the fate of Team RWBY forever. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and RWBY. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by MothBallz, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 22. Raisin Gan! A cry of agony echoed through the forest as a Grim fell victim to the drilling nature of the Namake's signature jutsu. Nearby Pira cleanly cut through the jugular of another Grim. Likewise, Rin used the bladed portions of storm flower to dispatch of one of the creatures. Nora was just as easily able to use Manghao to crush the skull of a hapless two-legged Grim. Neo, revealing the blade she kept hidden in her parasol, pierced through the skull of her opponent with a bland, bored look on her face. John showed his own battle prowess, using his sword to lop off the head of a Grim. Observing the teens, Gray nodded his head in approval. They work quickly and efficiently. Good to see that Beacon is still turning out exceptional fighters and defenders. Panathenia shook her head. While that is true, this group is far above the average cut. Yes. The feats they are capable of individually are only eclipsed by what they can do as a team. Ashbin exclaimed. Olive continued. Neopolition came as a late entry to our school alongside her teammates of Team Siameni. However, she and Uzumaki get along rather well, which is possibly why she was added to our mission. Ark is a student of Atlas. Frowning, Gray asked. Atlas? I know the Vital Festival is coming. But for them to be here this early? And for one of them to be put on a mission with one of ours? Doesn't sit right with me. Olive could only offer a shrug. Mistral and Vacuo have already sent some of their students as well, however, I agree. Ashbin trusts Ironwood far too much. Raising a brow, the older huntsman asked. Wait, Ironwood? That's even more worrisome. Unfortunately, we could not oppose the order, and I have a feeling Ironwood is simply trying to figure out something the rest of us have been. Professor Panathenia replied. And what exactly has the prestigious professors of Beacon so stumped? Gray asked, crossing his arms. Ignoring the sarcastic tone, the bespectacled professor answered. Uzumaki. None of us know where he is from, where he was trained, or what his semblance is. He is powerful. Far too much for someone so young. He fluently speaks a dead language from the time before recorded history. He is an unknown, and we all want answers so that we may know where his loyalties lie. Shaking his head, Gray let out a chuckle. You haven't changed a bit, Olive. Eyebrow twitching in irritation, the brunette huntress asked. And what's that supposed to mean, Gray? Turning his gaze back to the group of teens as they cleaned up the remaining few Grim with casual ease, the veteran huntsman replied. You were always overanalyzing everything, overlooking the most obvious things that a blind man could see. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if Ashbin hasn't already noticed and is simply letting this all play out. Out of the corner of his eyes, Gray grinned as he caught the normally composed professor slowly growing more and more irritated. It's plain as day where the kid's loyalty lies. Look at him, and I mean really look at him. Huffing, Olive complied. Looking at the whiskered teen as he interacted with the others, the brunette let out a sigh of aggravation after a few short minutes. What in the world are you getting at, you old fool? Brushing off the insult, Gray stated simply. The way he smiles and laughs, it's genuine. Look at his eyes and the way they shine. It's as clear as day that the kid truly cares for his teammates. You want to know where his loyalties lie? They lie with those 3 kids right there. It's beyond obvious that he will go above and beyond for them. It's something I saw within minutes of meeting him. It's no doubt something Ashbin sees as well. Recalling what she had seen back during their expedition to Yuzushio, Olive was hard-pressed to argue. The teen had thrown himself headfirst into danger and risked bodily harm in an effort to protect them. What's more, Pira, Nora, and Ren had done the same for him. Even after being heavily wounded by the monstrous Nevermore, the 3 had still pushed themselves to save their friend and captain from what could have been a perilous fall. Then there was Team RWBY. It was clear as day to anyone who spent any sort of time with the teens that Naruto cared for them in the same way he cared for his own team, and it was reciprocated. The girls of Team RWBY cared for the whiskered blonde in just the same way. If rumor was to be believed, the blue-eyed teen was also friends with the members of Team CFVY as well. How had she so blindly ignored all of that? How had any of them? Well, that was pretty easy, Nora complained. Pira replied. Well, it does seem like the people of the village tend to keep to themselves and don't go out of their way to provoke the Grimm, so it'd make sense that the Grimm return the favor possibly. Naruto hummed in thought. Pira-chan is right. The Grimm really don't seem as violent towards the village. Seeing as how Grimm are constructs of nature, it only makes sense, Kurama intoned. The village and its residents don't take from nature what they don't need and seem to have reached a level of coexistence that affords them a sort of free pass towards the Grimm. Nodding his head, Naruto could see what his Biju was saying. If they were correct in believing that the Grimm had been created with the intention to purify the earth of evil, that being the humans and their destructive ways, then it only made sense that villages such as this that had reached a sort of harmony with nature would not register as a threat to most Grimm. Why Iskus Kiers? Captain Whiskers! Shaking himself from his reverie, Naruto was only slightly surprised to find Nora waving a hand in front of his face. Knowing that he tended to block out the outside world when he was conversing with Kurama, the blonde chuckled. Oops. Guess I kinda got lost in thought for a bit, sorry. Knowing the clear signs of when her friend was having a chat with his chakra beast partner, Pira became curious and waited for the others to begin walking away, settling herself into a casual stride beside the whiskered captain. What were you and Kurama talking about? Seeing as how it wasn't anything that needed to be hush-hush, Naruto flung his arms behind his head and shrugged. Just talking about how you're probably right about why the Grimm aren't as violent around here. Somewhat surprised, Pira asked. I was honestly just throwing it out there as a possibility. Well, it actually makes sense if what me and Kurama know about Grimm is true, Naruto casually answered. While the topic of Grimm wasn't exactly her favorite subject, it'd be a bit of an understatement if she said that she, like many others, wasn't curious to know what made the ferocious creatures tick. After all, humans and Grimm had pretty much been at war for an innumerable amount of years. Thinking about it, that brought up a good question. You never had Grimm during your time, did you? Shaking his head, Naruto frowned. No. They were, I guess, born sometime after I was sent here. Do you know what created them? Sighing, Naruto admitted. Nope. The only thing we managed to figure out is that they're actually made up of pure nature chakra. You mean the energy you use to go into your sage mode? How is that possible? Pira questioned, now highly interested in the mystery of Grimm. Naruto shrugged. Not a clue. Pira smiled and laughed. Leave it to her captain to somehow answer one of Remnant's greatest mysteries, but have no way to back it up. Though that wasn't very true either. Naruto could very well back it up by explaining how his own skill of using the energy of nature itself gifted him with the ability to sense it out wherever it may be. Of course, that meant coming clean about what he was, something she knew he wasn't too keen on. Oh well. Pira was more than content with how things were now. The people who knew were those who could be trusted with such knowledge, small as that circle may be. It was still a group of people Pira was happy to say genuinely cared for the whiskered teen. To most that may seem as nothing of note, but she knew that to Naruto, it meant the world. Shaking off those more serious thoughts, the redhead turned and smiled at the curious gaze of said blonde, shaking her head to answer the unasked question. It's nothing. Grinning in return, Naruto lowered his voice so that only she could hear him. Well, we should hurry up and get back to the village. I got something to tell you guys. Now that piqued Pira's curiosity. They had spent the last 4 days aimlessly wandering the forests around the village and had as of yet to discover anything of interest outside of a few wandering Grimm. If Naruto had found something, this could be the turning point in actually getting them somewhere. But the question remained, why did he want to wait to tell them? So what's up, Captain Whiskers, and how come it's just us? Nora asked curiously. And rightly so. Naruto had made it a point to get the members of Team NNPR alone, leaving the others of the mission group to their own devices. It was something the other 3 members of the team were curious to know. Kurama was the one to answer, speaking aloud since he didn't need to pretend to be a simple fox around them. A few nights ago, myself and the Gaki here discovered something. We had felt it almost since arriving here, but it was hard to figure out what it was without getting closer. After venturing out into the forests, we were able to get a better idea and now know for sure that what we were sensing was a large concentration of chakra. Ren, being the astute one he was, asked. But there's something different about it, isn't there? Naruto nodded. Yeah. See, when I perform any elemental jutsu, I have to go through 2 steps to get the proper effect. The first step is nature transformation, where I actually mold my chakra and change it into the element I want. After that is shape transformation, where I actually change that chakra's form and movement. Pira's analytical mind was quick to put the pieces together. So when you perform your fire dragon jutsu, nature transformation turns your chakra into fire, while shape transformation actually turns it into a dragon and makes it move. Kurama smirked at seeing the intelligence of the teen. That's it exactly. Far better explained than what the baka could say. Ignoring her pouting captain, Nora surprised the others by asking a rare poignant question. Wait, so can you use all the elements? Naruto smiled at the normally hyperactive hammer wielder. Kind of. From how it was explained to me, any shinobi could learn a jutsu from any of the elements with enough time and practice, but each person is aligned with a certain element, or elements. Because of that affinity, it's easier to learn jutsu from that element, but harder to learn jutsu from an opposing element. You're aligned with fire, water, and wind, Ren deduced quickly. You are both right and wrong. Kurama answered for his Jinchuriki. Seeing the raised eyebrows, one coming from his own container, the Biju sighed before explaining. The Gaki is naturally aligned with both water and wind, traits passed to him from his mother and father respectively. Despite Kushina's lack of skill in ninjutsu, she was still aligned with the element of the Uzumaki. The fire element is something he gained from being my Jinchuriki and my inclination to the element. However, as an Uzumaki and sage, he has another affinity, one a little more obscure. Gaki, what do you remember about yin and yang? Scratching his head and recalling the brief lesson he had with Yamato-sensei, Naruto answered. They're the 2 aspects of chakra, right? Yin has to do with spirit while yang is the body, I think. Kurama rolled his eyes at the overly simplistic answer, but continued. Sort of. Yin is the aspect of spirit and governs over imagination, while yang is the aspect of matter, governing over vitality and physical energy. Now think, as a half-blood Uzumaki, what traits do you have that not even other shinobi had? Assuming his thinking pose, Naruto counted off. I heal faster, have more stamina, and I'm pretty good with seals. Ren and Pira were quick to see what the Kyuubi was pointing out, the latter blurting out. Naruto has an affinity for yang. Of course, this caused Nora to begin giggling for seemingly no reason. Noticing that the others were looking at her questioningly, the orange-haired teen explained. Naruto has an affinity for yang? You know, blonde hair, big boobs? Yang and yang? Naruto's sweat dropped, Ren sighed, and Pirai gave a light chuckle. Ignoring the girl, Kurama continued. Yes. Well, we've gotten rather sidetracked. Naruto's affinities aside, what we found odd about the gathering of chakra was that it wasn't pure. Through some set of circumstances it's been changed into the first step of becoming an elemental jutsu. So there's pretty much a gathering of raw elemental energy somewhere nearby that we have to investigate, without the others of our group finding out. Ren filled in. Nodding along, Pira added. The professors will be easy. They trust us and will leave us alone like they have the last few times we went and explored. It's John who will give us trouble. Any time we split up to explore, he was always near myself and Naruto. Nora wiggled her brows suggestively. Maybe he has a crush on our resident redhead, eh? Sweat dropping, Pira shook her head. As much as that is flattering, I'm not interested. Right, after all, you already have a hunky blonde someone. The hammer wielder giggled. Coughing in an attempt to hide her blush, Pira suddenly found looking at Naruto to be a little harder. Said Jinchuriki scratched his head in confusion. Eh? Sighing at his captain's obliviousness, Ren clamped a hand over Nora's mouth. Don't say it. He'll figure it out himself, one day. Sometimes I doubt that. Nora pouted. Really, it was becoming increasingly frustrating to watch the two do their little dance, Pira being too shy to broach the topic while Naruto was simply too dense to take notice of how obvious it was that the invincible girl liked him. That wasn't even taking into account the fact that Team RWBY's Faunus harbored romantic feelings of her own for the blonde Jinchuriki, and was similarly afraid to outright say it. And call her crazy, but lately it seemed to Nora that Yang was becoming more and more touchy-feely, in a much more intimate way than was her usual. Something needed to be done. So Neo will keep John off my back long enough for us to regroup and investigate whatever that chakra source is, got it? Naruto finished. Blinking, Nora realized too late she had blanked out and become too engrossed in her thoughts, missing whatever it was her teammates had been discussing. Sheepishly chuckling, she asked, one more time please? Shaking his head, Ren sighed. Just follow my lead tomorrow, okay? Giving an enthusiastic salute, the orange-haired teen exclaimed. You got it, Ren! Team and NPR rose that morning with a plan in mind, and curiosity nagging at them. After informing Neo of what her part would be, as well as a promise of cake when they got back to Beacon, the group set out into the forests once more. Following the same plan they had before, the professors allowed the group to splinter, wanting to cover as much ground as possible, oblivious to the machinations of the teens. A quick thumbs up to his diminutive accomplice, and Naruto was wandering off with Pira. Ren and Nora headed off in another direction, confusing the latter as she had assumed they were supposed to be investigating the chakra mass together. However, after a quick gesture from her longtime friend, the hammer wielder followed. Neo smirked as she glanced at an unsuspecting John from her peripheral vision, her eyes changing into a vivid emerald green. She was going to have fun with this one. Run! What's going on? I thought we were supposed to be looking into that chakra thingy? Nora questioned. We are, but we had to make the professors and John think we were just wandering off aimlessly. By now, Neo should have had enough time to distract John and lead him away from Naruto and Pira, so we're going to backtrack and meet up with them now, Ren explained. Before the orange-haired teen could say much more, the two were caught off guard when their captain suddenly appeared in a poof of smoke. Boss had me transform into a bird and trail you guys. There's also another clone with Neo in case something happens and John figures it out. I'll be helping you guys meet up with Boss, the clone elaborated. Nodding his head, Ren followed the doppelganger, though a question began to form in his mind as he went over what the shadow clone had said. You clones can change shape? Yup. It's one of the jutsu the boss has perfected, like Kawarimi and Kagebunshin. It was actually one of the basic 3 jutsu that were taught at the academy. The clone Naruto answered. Elsewhere, The real Naruto was having a very similar conversation with Pira. Well, the actual jutsu itself is really just a low-level illusion. Only thing is, because none of the academy's teachers were willing to help me, I botched it up when I was learning it, and somehow ended up making it an actual transformation. So you can actually transform yourself into other people and things? Pira asked, stunned. Really, one couldn't blame the redhead. The ability to change your form at will had to defy several laws of nature and physics, right? Then again, she could control the polarity of objects, so maybe she wasn't one to talk. To further make his point, Naruto made a single hand seal before he was obscured by a cloud of white smoke. When the cloud cleared, Pira was wide-eyed as she laid eyes on an exact clone of Professor Ojban, cane and all. When the Ojban spoke, the redhead was even more shocked to hear the same slightly raspy voice of the headmaster come out. Yep. As long as I have a good enough vision of who I want to be, I can copy pretty much everything about them. Another poof of smoke, and instead of the silver-haired headmaster, there was now a perfect copy of Weiss. Unable to resist herself, Pira poked the impostor in the rib, eliciting a high-pitched cry of surprise. That's amazing! Drawing out the signature rapier of the Shin'i heiress, Pira watched in awe as Naruto/Weiss went through the motions of using the weapon, the barrel where dust was stored spinning, but not lighting up due to the lack of actual dust. But since I can't copy Princess' semblance or her style of fighting, I can't really use her weapon right. The jutsu is really meant more for espionage and stuff, the Weiss copy stated. In a third cloud of smoke, the whiskered blonde captain of Team NNPR was back. Pira shook her head. I'm glad for that, otherwise it'd be incredibly unfair if you could copy all of our techniques and fighting styles. Continuing their walk, Naruto scoffed. TCH, tell that to Sasuke and his family of copycats. Raising a brow, Pira had to ask. What do you mean? Naruto had of course mentioned the name of his former teammates, and even told her a little about all of them so she knew the name. He often spoke with a fondness when he mentioned the only female of the team, Sakura. He had even admitted that once upon a time, he had chased her because he thought he was in love with her. Thankfully, he told her that he later realized that although he did love the pink-haired girl, it was more in the manner that a brother loves a sister. Then there was Kakashi, or Kaka-sensei as Naruto called him, whom she found out was the one to have sent the Jinchuriki hurtling through time as their home village was beset. Again, it was with a tone of love that the blonde often spoke of the silver-haired teacher. From what she could piece together, as much as the man had been his sensei, the two had also had a sort of familial bond. Lastly was Sasuke. The apparently broody Uchiha of Team 7 was something of a sore subject for Naruto. He had told her that once upon a time, they had insulted and fought each other in a way that almost made it seem like they were the worst of enemies. As they were forced to spend more time together as a team, they grew a sort of respect and camaraderie for the other. Eventually, they were close enough to be considered brothers, having shared similar backgrounds and aspirations. That changed horribly and violently when Sasuke left Konoha in order to get training from another of Konoha's rogue nin. Pira had seen the scar, and even to this day, it was as clear as day that Sasuke had been aiming to kill Naruto. Even after witnessing the power of his regenerative abilities firsthand, the redhead had no idea how a younger Naruto had survived being run through by a fist covered in lightning, not once, but twice. In Pira's mind, Sasuke was the scum of the earth. Betraying your home village for greedy ambitions was one thing, but to also attempt to murder someone you considered a brother for those same reasons was vile and sickening. However, it seemed that in the time that Naruto had been in Remnant, he had begun to come to terms with a lot of things, Sasuke's defection being among them. It was still far from being the Whisker Teen's favorite subject, but seeing as there had been no closure or any sort of redemption, no one could blame him. Well, remember I told you he came from this super prestigious clan? Well, the big reason his clan was a big deal was because they had this Kekkei Genkai, or bloodline limit called the Sharingan. It was this thing that let them copy any nin, gen, or taijutsu style they saw. They could then turn around and use whatever they copied as their own. It also let them cast illusions on you if you looked them in the eye. Stupid thing, even let them see chakra and predict what you were going to do next. While Pyrrha was amused by the childish anger her partner had in regards to his teammate's ability, it was more concerning that this Sharingan pretty much allowed the Uchiha to steal the hard work of others with no drawback. As if that wasn't enough, it also gave them a plethora of other abilities? That was almost as unfair as Naruto's own abilities. I see what you mean. For someone to essentially steal another's hard work like that isn't right and sounds wrong, though I don't think you're one to talk about unfair abilities. Pyrrha teased. Naruto scratched his head. Whatcha mean? You have near unlimited stamina, a variety of large-scale and destructive elemental techniques, an almost literal force of nature partnered with you, can add to your own powers by taking in the power of nature, and can heal from even cellular damage. You have a rather unfair advantage over most any huntsman. Ren answered, he and Nora having finally caught up to their teammates. Well, when you put it like that, Naruto sheepishly replied. So, how far are we from that chakra mass? Ren inquired, changing the subject. Getting serious, Naruto frowned thoughtfully. Not too far off now. At this rate, we should get there in another couple minutes. Do you know where it is exactly? Pyrrha asked. Cracking open his eyes, Kurama answered. Underground. We're not sure if there is a nearby cave of some sort, but it's a possibility that we'll need to do some digging to get to it. Oh. Can we build some dirt castles while we're at it? Nora asked, speaking up for the first time. I don't think we'll need to, Ren answered simply. The group of 4 teens gazed at the mouth of a gaping cave opening, hewn straight into the ground at a harsh slant. The entrance was surrounded by an overgrowth of hanging vines and fallen tree stumps, a deep inky blackness keeping them from being able to see what exactly lay inside. Really, it was less of a cave opening and more of a chasm given that it leads straight underground. Hey, Pyrrha, remind you of anything? Naruto joked. Recalling their encounter with a certain Deathstalker Grim several months ago, Pyrrha sighed. Hopefully this doesn't end up like that. Examining the area, Ren interjected. We may have some trouble actually getting in. It's too dark to even guess how far down this leads, and none of these plants are anywhere near strong enough to hold our weight. Raising a brow, Naruto simply began to walk forward. Reaching the chasm entrance, he continued forward, heedless of the no doubt hundreds of feet drop. Seeing their captain casually walk off the ledge, the others raced to the chasm's edge. Peering over the gaping hole, Ren sighed. Right, you can walk on walls. Grinning cheekily from his position on the side of the sheer rock face, Naruto said nothing. A few minutes later, the members of Team NPR were slowly making their way down through the dank chasm, Nora and Rin carried by a Kage Bunshin, while Pyrrha was left in the care of the original blonde. While the other 3 could barely see their own hands in front of their faces, Naruto and Kurama could see quite easily, the former thanks to liberal use of chakra being sent into his eyes, and the latter using his fox-like form to his advantage. We're about to level out, but it looks like this place is gonna be a little troublesome to get around in, Naruto announced. Shaking his head, Ren sighed. It's a maze down here, isn't it? Come on, run! You should know that nothing is ever easy with Captain Whiskers. Nora chuckled. Finally reaching a point where they could stand on their own, Team NPR gazed out at the numerous paths before them, helpfully illuminated thanks to Kurama igniting his tail with a small fire. Going with the obvious, Naruto summoned up a clone for each of the routes available to them and sent them onward. However, minutes after, Naruto winced as he received an influx of memories from said clones being forcibly dispelled. Concerned, Pyrrha asked, What happened? What's wrong? Shaking his head, the blonde teen answered, I'm fine, but we have a bit of a problem. The whole place is rigged with traps. Like with giant boulders? Nora asked, half joking and half serious. Choosing to not acknowledge the random comment, Ren frowned thoughtfully. Traps? That must mean that someone else was here and doesn't want whatever is here to be found. Kurama finished gravely, staring at where he could sense the chakra mass. For a moment, the group of teens mulled the thought over, going over the ramifications of what the BGS statement meant. Could this be linked to them finding Konoha? Could the location or a hint of the village be hidden here? Or was it something else entirely? Why would someone go through the trouble of doing all of this? What could possibly lay so deep underground, guarded by lethal traps? Or was this simply all done to guard a mass of energy? Panting and dripping with sweat, John strafed to the right, dodging a strike from the clawed paws of a Beowulf. Bringing up his sword, the Atlesian easily cut a bloody path through the beast's jugular. Standing up straight and wiping the sweat from his brow, the blonde teen observed his handiwork, a handful of Beowulf and creep grim corpses littering the small clearing. Turning to his temporary partner, John was glad to see the diminutive teen was equally capable of handling her own enemies. I wonder why there seems to be so many Grimm today. This is more than we've seen the whole time we've been here, John stated. Neo in return shrugged. Sighing, John mentally lamented his misfortune of being paired with the nonverbal parasol wielder. Well, guess we should keep moving, right? Neo simply nodded. Scratching his head, the blonde attempted to reorient himself and figure out which way Naruto and Pyrrha had headed, wanting to follow Ironwood's direction and keep an eye on his fellow blonde. He was relieved when he briefly caught sight of a familiar shade of red peeking through the foliage. Moving to follow the lead, John remained completely ignorant to the malicious smile on the face of his ice cream-themed partner. With the teen far enough out of earshot, the grim corpses, shattered like a pane of glass breaking into thousands of shards, falling away to reveal a pristine clearing, free of any grim or signs that a skirmish had even taken place. Keeping that same smirk, Neo followed the Atlesian, her eyes flashing briefly to a familiar shade of green before returning to a combination of pale pink and light brown. Oh yes, she was more than happy to have been sent on this mission, the promise of cake from a certain whiskered teen making it all the more worthwhile. Then again, getting to mess with this buffoon was reward enough. You know, I still feel like it's pretty irresponsible of you to just let your students wander uncharted forests while you sit back and relax here with us, Gray stated with a raised brow. Sitting across from him, one leg crossed over the other and a book in hand, Professor Panathenia allowed her gaze to flicker towards the older huntsman before returning to her book. And like I've said before, they're fine. If anything, not having us around will do them more good than if we were with them. Maybe I was wrong, maybe you have changed after all. The veteran huntsman shook his head. The bespectacled professor ignored the backhanded comment, flipping another page in her book. After all, he hadn't seen the power wielded by the whiskered leader of Team NPR. Not only that, but the blonde seemed to have the devil's luck when it came to situations like this. Better to let it play out as it would instead of foolishly trying to get in the way. Now I'm starting to see how Ashbin sees things. That's probably not a good thing actually. Chapter 23. Why don't you just keeping spamming clones, Captain Whiskers? They'll find the right path eventually, right? Nora asked, attempting to be helpful. Rin was the one to answer. With as many options as there are, it would take far too long to figure out which is the right way to go, and we have no idea how much longer Neo will be able to fool John. As if on cue, Naruto winced, receiving the memories of a clone. Not much longer. He's already extremely suspicious and definitely knows something's going on. Pyrrha stepped forward. Then we'll just have to pick a path, follow it, and hope for the best. At that, everyone turned their attention to Naruto. When he realized that all eyes were on him, Naruto chuckled unsurely. Yeah? You are our captain. There's no one better suited to choose which tunnel we follow, Pyrrha urged, an encouraging smile on her face. That and you also have the most luck out of us, Ren added. Taking a moment, Naruto attempted to gather his thoughts. There had to be some way to narrow down the choices without wasting a huge amount of time. While he was pretty good at sensing his surroundings, he was nowhere close to as good as an actual sensor type. But I can get pretty darn close, the blonde thought with a grin. Inhaling, the whiskered teen closed his eyes and gathered himself, finding that inner peace many spent years searching for. Reaching out the proverbial hand, the former shinobi turned huntsman in training beckoned for nature, asking for its help. Nature answered the call, filling its avatar with its strength and wisdom. Opening his eyes, The curious gazes of his teammates met the blonde's now honey-brown eyes. The three teens were of course curious to know why their captain had taken on his sage mode, something they thought was better suited for the battlefield after having seen how immensely powerful he was when aided by nature itself. For now, though, Naruto put his heightened senses to use, spreading out his awareness in an encompassing blanket. He could feel the movements of the small critters that dwelled in the caves as they scurried about, becoming even more aware of the large gathering of elemental chakra that lay further in the cavern. Focusing on that, the blonde sage attempted to glean any clues he could from it and its surroundings, hoping it would reveal some clue to figuring out how to get to it. Snapping open his eyes, Naruto grinned. "This way!" Without another word, the four teens and Biju were off in a dead sprint, their feet pounding against the stone floor as they made their way through a near pitch black and winding tunnel. While Naruto was now even more capable of getting around in the darkness, Kurama sat on his container's shoulder, acted as a guiding light for the other three members of Team NPR as they followed their captain's lead. Much to everyone's relief, whatever their captain had done apparently helped him choose the right path as, a few minutes into their sprint, they had yet to bump into any traps. Keeping a near breakneck pace, Naruto was really pushing the limits of his team's stamina and speed. They all knew he was a stamina beast and could definitely outspeed any one of them, but the pace he had set and was continuing to go at was grueling. Even Pira, who trained with the former Shinobi on a somewhat regular basis, was starting to feel the burn in her legs and lungs. Really, it was only thanks to liberal use of their aura that Pira, Nora, and Rin were able to trail behind Naruto. Thankfully for them, the light of Kurama's fire was quickly becoming outshone by a much brighter source ahead, signaling the end of the tunnel. With anticipation and excitement rushing through them, Team NPR burst into the light, eager to see the reason for someone going through all of the trouble to this all up. "I wonder how Naruto and his team are doing," RWBY pondered to herself aloud as she meticulously went through the process of cleaning and caring for Crescent Rose. With a weapon as massive and intricate as the high-caliber sniper scythe, regular maintenance was a must. By now that idiot's probably managed to get him and his teammates wrapped up in some convoluted situation or something, Weiss replied flippantly, more occupied by cataloging her dust so that it was all organized alphabetically. Shaking her head, Blake simply continued to sharpen the many blades of Gamble's shroud with a whetstone. Considering that every mission they've gone on has ended up in some larger and much more dangerous mishap, Weiss is probably right. Grinning, Yang added, "Man, you guys make it sound like a bad thing. I can't wait till we get to start doing our own missions. Imagine all the adventures we'll have and the places we'll see. It'll be great." Rolling her eyes, Blake replied, "Says the girl whose idea of fun is ending up in a massive brawl in an underground club." Ignoring the attempted insult, the busted blonde nodded her head. "Yeah, fun. Sometimes I wonder how you two are even related," Weiss remarked, bringing up the more noticeable differences between Yang and RWBY. "Well, that's easy. I'm the awesome and hot older sister, and RWBY is the cute and adorable younger sister." "Duh," Yang answered as if it was most obvious thing in the world. "Hey! I'm awesome too. Don't forget who's team captain, right, Weiss?" RWBY indignantly cried. The Schnee heiress looked over her shoulder with a cold look. "No. Ah man," the younger teen sulked. Deciding to change the subject, Yang suddenly said, "So, anyone want to take bets on how banged up Foxy is when he gets back?" "Yang! How appalling that you would suggest such a thing. We're talking about the well-being of a fellow student of Beacon here, no matter how strong he may be," Weiss spoke up. Noticing that her teammates were all giving her strange looks, the white-haired teen sighed before pulling out her wallet. "Give me 10 lean on a broken limb." The raven-haired fauness of the team shook her head. "Naruto heals extremely fast. 10 lean on near-death situation but totally fine. No fair. That's like a guarantee with Naruto." The bond between the members of Team RWBY and NNPR was one to truly be admired. What is going on here? I feel like I've been running in endless circles. And what's with all these Grim? There is no way this many of these monsters have been around these forests without us already bumping into them, an extremely frustrated John mentally complained. Eyes flickering to and fro, the blonde attempted to spot even the smallest of hints that could possibly lead him to figuring out what was going on. However, some small part of him kept telling him to keep his eyes on his temporary mission partner. For some reason, his gut was telling him that the diminutive girl had something to do with what was going on. Neo, while aware of the Elysian's growing suspicion, was still having a grand old time, happily pushing her semblance to higher and higher levels in a bid to keep John ensnared in her web of illusions. She would have to thank Naruto for giving her the opportunity to have this much fun when she got the chance. Whoa! Nora breathed out, stunned beyond measure. Her teammates were just as awed by the sight before them, even Naruto finding himself at a loss for words. Illuminating the underground cavern and covering everything from the floor to the ceiling were pulsing crystals of varying sizes, each burning with a different color of the rainbow and a variety of different hues. Filled with the energy of the elements, the crystalline formations seemed to hum and vibrate, filling the enclosed space with a sense of warmth and life that Naruto could only liken to how it felt to use Sage Mode. In fact, still being in his Sennin Modo, the spiky-haired blonde was made even more aware of just how alive the stone room felt. And there was really no other way he could describe the sensation of being there, the cavern feeling well and truly alive with the energy of nature in all its various elemental forms being present. "This is amazing," a breathless Pyrrha finally whispered, somehow afraid that by speaking, her words would in some way damage the tranquility and awe-inspiring beauty of the place. Still speechless, a stunned Naruto took a step forward, and what happened next surprised even Kurama. As the blonde moved to step further into the cavern, the crystals seemed to pulse erratically, almost as if they were waking up from their slumber. While he was just as struck by the sheer beauty of what lay before them, Kurama couldn't help but to feel as if there was something else here, something more to this cave than just crystallized chakra, something familiar. As he racked his brain for what could possibly be bugging his instincts, the Biju too late realized that in their stupor, Naruto had stepped onto what looked like a sealing matrix of some sort, inadvertently activating it. "You moron! What did you do?" the QB barked. Cursing, Naruto attempted to jump away, only to realize that part of the seal's duty was to apparently keep whoever activated it pinned to the spot. The two were even more surprised to find that, although Kurama wasn't physically connected to the seal himself, he was just as unable to move from his spot around his container's neck. "Naruto!" Pyrrha cried out, rushing out to her friend. However, a second mechanism of the seal came to life, forming a luminescent yet faint yellow barrier, barring the rest of Team NPR from entering the cavern. Beginning to panic, the redhead pulled out her shield and attempted to ram her way through the barrier. As she clashed with the glowing wall, the seal lashed out, sending her tumbling backwards with a cry of shock. Stepping up to the plate, Nora took on an unusually serious face as she held up Magnhild. Glowing a light pink, the orange-haired teen poured as much strength as she could into her strike. An explosion of pink and yellow blinded an onlooking Rin and Pyrrha, the barrier taking the full might of the teen's hit. As the sudden flash cleared away, it seemed as if Nora would push through and break the barrier through her sheer strength alone, the yellow wall of energy bending and giving way under the force being exerted. In a surprise turn of events, the barrier seemed to gain even more strength, suddenly pushing back against Nora with even more force. Unprepared for the sudden retaliation, Nora was sent slamming into a nearby stone wall with an audible crack. Seeing this, Rin knew his own chances of success were non-existent. Nora was far stronger than he would ever be, and if she couldn't even so much as scratch the barrier, then it was pointless for him to try. Clenching his fists, the long-haired male frowned as he could do nothing but hope his captain was doing what he could to get out of there. While his teammates struggled with the barrier, Naruto was trying to figure out just what the seal was meant to do. Aside from pinning him to the ground and blocking the entrances to the cavern, the seal wasn't doing much else, it seemed. What then was the point? Why would someone take the time to set this all up? Moreover, who could have possibly made a seal this intricate and well-crafted? While the use of Fuinjutsu was hardly rare, the amount of people who could claim to be well-versed practitioners during his time was all but a small handful, himself included, and this was clearly made after he had been thrown into the future. "So you've finally made your way here, child of Azura." At hearing the voice, one he hadn't heard since he had been born, Kurama's head snapped up, crimson eyes wide in astonishment. "How, Tu-sama?" Staring into a familiar yet entirely different set of the legendary Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, the half-blood Uzumaki felt himself suddenly overcome with a sense of awe and reverence. This was the man who had literally begun the age of Shinobi, the man who had gifted others with the teachings of Ninshu, the precursor to ninjutsu. Standing before him was the man responsible for stopping the RWBY, a beast so powerful it may well have been a primordial god, a man who had then gone on to seal that same monster into himself, becoming the first Jinchuriki. But his feats didn't stop there. No, there was a very good reason this man had all but ascended into godhood, becoming a legend thought to be nothing but a myth. Standing before Naruto, casually floating above the ground in a lotus position, was the legendary Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Rikudo Sennin, sage of six paths, the original Kami no Shinobi, and father to the fearsome nine-tailed beasts. Garbed in a pristine all-white kimono with a high collar, the signature Magatama arranged around said collar, a pair of horns emerging from the start of his hairline, keeping the shaggy mess of pale red hair out of his Rinnegan, and a long goatee of the same hair color trailing down, stopping at his waist, the sage cut an imposing yet regal figure. Despite his being slightly shorter than Naruto's impressive 6 feet, the progenitor of the shinobi sect seemed far more impressive than the blonde, his presence alone feeling like a physical weight. The gaze of the light purple and concentric ringed eyes of the Rinnegan did nothing to calm Naruto's nerves either. Having faced down a countless number of frighteningly powerful beings before, Naruto had thought himself capable of standing tall before anything and anyone he crossed paths with. How wrong he was. But why had the sage called him a child of Azura? Child of Azura? What are you talking about? Simple. You, Naruto Uzumaki, are a descendant of my youngest son, Azura, just as all Senju and Uzumaki are, Hagoromo explained calmly. Having been told he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage, a hero of his home village, Naruto had thought he'd never be surprised about his heritage. He was apparently dead wrong. What? Not at all perturbed by the teen's outburst, the sage answered. It is true. What's more, like some of your ancestors before you, you have become host to my son's chakra and will, his latest transmigrant. Had it not been for the seal keeping him glued to the floor, Naruto would have fallen on his ass in surprise. Son to a Kage and Jinchuriki to the strongest of the Biju? Sure, fine, he could deal with it. But host to the chakra and descendant of one of the Rikudo Sennin's sons? That was a whole hell of a lot to take in. So that's why the Gaki reminded me so much of that one. Kurama mused aloud, taking the news a lot better than his container. Nodding, Hagoromo continued. Indeed. However, there are more pressing things that need to be discussed. Gathering himself, or attempting to at least, Naruto asked. Like what? Turning his full gaze to his descendant, the sage began. While I, like you, loathe the idea of destiny, certain events should have transpired during your time. How they would have ended depended entirely on you and your actions in response to those events. However, something disturbed the cycle. Obito Uchiha should have never led a full assault on Konoha like he did. The ensuing turn of events leading to you being thrust this far into the future began a cascading series of events that drastically changed everything. In all of the possible outcomes, none of them lead to you being here. None of them lead to the monstrosities known as the creatures of Grimm. None of them had you here, in this world now known as Remnant. Scoffing, Kurama groused. There's a very good reason why the Gaki earned the title of most surprising ninja. A faint grin crossed the wrinkled and aged visage of the first Jinchuriki. Yes, that has been proven time and again. Although you remind me very much of my youngest, you are indeed a unique existence, Uzumaki Naruto. Allowing the grin to fade, becoming serious once more, the Rinnegan user continued. As I was saying, you should have never ended up here. But that is not the case. You are here, and already you have greatly changed this time just as you had your own. While Naruto had done a lot of maturing this past year, he was still rather impatient. While I get what you're saying, what does it matter? You even said so yourself, it shouldn't have happened, but it did. What's the point of this? Why call me down here? When you were expelled from your time, everything fell apart. You were meant to be a hugely important player, the child of prophecy. You were to either lead the world to a time of great peace, something even I had failed at, or lead it to its ultimate ruin. Without you there, the world collapsed, the sage gravely explained. Seeing the horrified look on his descendant's face, Hagoromo continued. As you have no doubt already discovered, the Shinobi era is now but a forgotten time, an age whispered to have been the worst and bloodiest time of mankind. Clenching his fists, Naruto questioned his ancestor. But why? What happened after I left? What happened that led to all of this? Why can people no longer use chakra? Why do the Grimm exist? With you gone, taking the last and most important piece of his plan, Obito flew into a rage. He foolishly revived Madara Uchiha, the instigator and cause for much grief and death that stretched to even your generation. Just as angry that his life plan had failed due to your disappearance, Madara attempted to recreate the RWBY without Kurama. That plan failed, horrendously. Without the largest piece of it, the RWBY was nothing but a mindless beast of destruction, wielding the power of 8 of the Biju. In its blind rage, it killed Madara, Obito, and brought death to almost the entirety of the Shinobi world. In a last-ditch effort to stop it, I tried to help the descendant of my eldest son, Indra, your friend Sasuke. But even that failed, the worst of my fears coming to realization. The Rikudo sighed. Holding in the storm of questions that whirled around inside his head, Naruto listened attentively. What else could he do? What he was being told had already happened, there was nothing he could do to change that. But still, as much as it pained him, he needed to know. What do you know of the RWBY? The sage suddenly asked. Scratching his head, Naruto shrugged. Just what Kurama's told me, that it was a product of the Shinju coming to take back its chakra. You and your brother fought it, defeated it, and sealed its body into a rock prison, throwing it into space, creating the moon. Then you sealed its soul and chakra in you, making you the first Jinchuriki. Knowing that when you died it'd be released, you split it into 9 different beings you created, turning them into the Biju. That is, mostly correct. Seeing the questioning gaze of the blonde, the sage explained. The RWBY was not the Shinju, at least not entirely. The RWBY was the byproduct of the Shinju merging with my mother, Kagaya, the original wielder of chakra. Listening, wide-eyed and beyond astounded, Naruto could not believe the true story behind the birth of chakra. How the sage's mother, Kagaya, had been a princess who ate a fruit from the god tree, using the powers it gifted her with to stop the endless wars that engulfed mankind at the time. Then came his and his brother, Hamura's, birth, the birth of the first natural-born chakra users. However, arguments about the path to true peace began to tear the Otsutsuki family apart. Kagaya, who had used an iron fist to quell the wars of that time, believed that force and power was the true path to eternal peace. Hamura and Hagoromo argued that love and understanding would lead to a true sense of peace. Angry that her sons went against her wishes and began to give out the power of chakra with the intent to prove their point, the mother of chakra merged with the Shinju and became the RWBY, hell-bent on reclaiming the chakra from her sons as well as the people they had given it to. Thus began the battle between mother and children. Okay, so your mom was actually the RWBY and crazy powerful. What's that have to do with anything? You and your brother defeated her? Naruto asked, becoming impatient once more. Hagoromo was still not at all bothered by the whiskered teen's impatience. Without our knowing, my mother created a being known as Zetsu before she was sealed, a creature whose sole purpose was to revive her through any means. Zetsu, without anyone knowing, began to pull the strings. He was the one who instigated the fighting between my sons, leading to decades of needless death, hate, and wars. He fooled Madara into believing the Eye of the Moon plan would lead to peace. He started each of the great Shinobi wars. He fooled everyone and was the one ultimately responsible for the fall of your time. Despite my best efforts, he succeeded and my mother was revived, at least partially. Understanding now where it was going, Naruto spoke up. Without Kurama, someone who held a huge portion of her power, she wasn't at complete strength, was she? The sage nodded. Yes. However, she was still plenty powerful, more than strong enough to begin taking back the chakra I had given out. It was at this point that Naruto found himself confused. Then what happened? If your mother was so powerful and managed to go through with her plan, why are we here? Shouldn't the world still be ruled by her or something? Like I said, in a last-ditch effort, I attempted to help Sasuke in defeating her. While he managed to do some damage, alone, he was no match for my mother, despite my gifts to him. However, he did manage to fracture her and, with my help, seal her away. But their battle took its toll and he passed. His last act was creating this seal, both of us knowing that, somehow, you would manage to find your way here. Even I should have passed on, but thanks to the seal, I've kept this fragment around so that I could warn you. Hagoromo intoned. Warn me? Warn me about what? Naruto urged, now worried. My mother was sealed once before, split in two. Thanks to that monstrosity that is her physical will, she managed to bring herself back. I have no doubt that she is capable of doing it again. I also do not doubt that the current state of the world is in no small part due to her machinations. Being tied to this seal, I have been unable to see what is truly going on, using small bursts of my chakra and powers to glean what information I could. I do not know the exact cause for the creation of these creatures of Grimm, nor do I know the exact reason for the birth of this aura, or such, but I have no doubt in my mind that my mother is at the heart of it. Taking a breath, the sage let his feet touch the ground, coming to stand just before Naruto and gazing directly into the teen's ocean blue eyes. Be wary, Uzumaki Naruto. You are truly now the last shinobi and the only one capable of stopping my mother and righting the wrongs myself and your ancestors created. Already you've begun walking the path to do just that. I believe in you, just as so many others have and still do. As I am sadly unable to give you your birthright as a child of my blood, but I will say this: the bond between you and Kurama has yielded amazing things, however there is still more you two are capable of. Just as I told my son so long ago, you are right, the path to true peace is one of love and understanding. Do not be afraid to stand in the face of adversity for it. Taking a deep breath, one much needed, Naruto bowed to his forefather. Arigato. I will not fail you, I swear it. Allowing a fond smile to cross his wizened face, the sage turned his gaze to Kurama. He will need your help. Scoffing, the Biju mocked. What's new? Nodding, Hagoromo placed a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. Now I think I've kept you long enough, your friends seem to be very worried. I'll leave you with this though, Konoha still holds to its name. Before Naruto could ask more, just now realizing that he was no longer in that cave filled with chakra crystals, a blinding light engulfed him, the last thing he saw being the fading visage of a smiling sage. The next thing the whiskered teen knew, he was waking up with a gasp. Blinking away the after effects of whatever had hit him, Naruto was surprised to find himself on the floor, his head resting on Pira's lap as a clearly concerned redhead combed her finger through his hair, gazing at him with worry-filled emeralds. Seeing a pair of familiar blues staring back at her, Pira inhaled. Naruto! You're all right. Turning, Naruto saw Nora and Rin rushing to his side as well, equal parts curious and concerned. Captain Whiskers! What happened there? Nora questioned. Shaking off the cobwebs, Naruto slowly rose to his feet, aided by a helping hand from Pira. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Frowning at the casual way he brushed off whatever had happened, Pira inquired. Are you sure you're all right? After that barrier eventually fell, we rushed in to find you and Kurama just passed out on the floor. You've been out for a while actually. And why wouldn't we? What could have happened that tops you being a child soldier from thousands of years ago? Ren inquired with a raised brow. The blonde captain chuckled. Well, let me start with it actually being the first Jinchuriki who called me here, a man thought to have been a myth by even my people. Nudging her childhood friend in the ribs, Nora teased. Come on, you should know better by now than to question Captain Whiskers. Sighing, Rin acknowledged the truth in the hammer wielder's words. I really should by now. Although beyond curious to know what had happened, Pyrrha was more relieved than anything else. We can talk about this later. Right now we should probably head back, before John figures out what's going on. Nodding his head, Naruto agreed. Yeah, Pyrrha's right. Besides, I could use some fresh air and sunlight right about now. Putting a finger to her chin, Nora wondered aloud. Does anyone know how we get out of here? Slowly, all heads turned to their whiskered captain, whose own eyes widened. Shit! Later that night, a blank-faced blonde found himself laid out atop the roof of the building the mission group were staying in, staring at the endless blanket of the night sky, the light of the stars and fractured moon illuminating the otherwise dark night. Kurama? Feeling the sleeping Biju grunt in acknowledgement, Naruto continued, Has the moon always been broken like that? With a start, the Biju leapt to its feet, staring into the sky with wide eyes as it gazed at the clearly fragmented satellite. How had we never noticed? You don't think it has anything to do with Kagaya, do you? The moon was created by the sage as a prison for her. Of course, it being shattered like that has something to do with her. Kurama barked. The pair were interrupted by the appearance of a certain redhead joining them. How are you holding up? Chuckling, Naruto shrugged. Bah, it's nothing new for me. Laughing quietly at her partner's usual joke cockiness, Pyrrha sat herself at his side. Are you ready for tomorrow? As ready as I can be. Finding Konoha is still gonna be pretty tough, even with the old sage's hint. Naruto huffed. Nothing is ever that easy with you, Naruto, we all know this by now. Pyrrha giggled. Laying back with his hands folded behind his head, the Jinchuriki sighed. Yeah, you're right. Have ever thought about what would have happened if you weren't sent here? Pyrrha suddenly asked. Naruto took a moment to think before answering. When I first realized that this was the future, yeah. It was almost all I thought about. But like I told the old sage, what's done is done. I can't waste my time thinking about all the what-ifs. Brooding was always Sasuke's thing anyways. Grinning, the blue-eyed teen turned his attention from the night sky to the red-haired beauty. Besides, if it hadn't happened, I would have never met you, Team RWBY, or anyone really. I would have never gotten the chance to be on a team with you, Nora and Ren. I probably would have still had a cruddy relationship with Fuzzbutt here. Like I said when I told you guys the truth, I'm happy here with all of you. In turn, Pyrrha smiled warmly. I'm glad to hear that. What about you? Well, have you ever thought about what it'd be like if I wasn't here? Naruto asked, turning the question back to the emerald-eyed teen. For a moment, Pyrrha seemed to struggle with the answer. I don't think I could. You're my first true friend, the first person who made me feel like, well, me. I don't ever have to feel like I have to pretend to be someone I'm not around you. I really can't think of my life without you in it, Naruto. Surprised by the genuine honesty in Pyrrha's words, Naruto was, not for the first time, made aware of how much of an impact he had on the lives of the people around him. Sure, he had always been told he had the uncanny ability to bring out the best in others and even make friends out of enemies, or make people believe in him, but it was only here in Remnant that it was actually being shown to his face. Sure, Konoha had prospered in its relationships with other villages and countries like Yuki/Haru no Kuni, Land of Snow/Spring, Takigakure, village hidden by a waterfall, Hashigakure, village hidden among the stars, Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, Oni no Kuni, Land of Demons, and countless other territories due in no small part to Naruto and his actions. But seeing as how he was never directly involved in the day-to-day politics of those dealings, he was never able to see for himself just how much he had impacted those places and its people. For goodness sake, it wasn't until after his trip with Jiraiya that he had learned that Nami had named the massive bridge that connected it to the mainland after him. He had a freaking bridge named after him, and he didn't find out until years later. Really, no one could blame Naruto for being surprised. Although the celebration he had received after defeating Pain/Nagato had been eye-opening and beyond joyous, what made him happy was knowing that even here in the far future, with a more mature mindset and in different situation altogether, he was still able to really leave a mark on the people around him. It also meant that striving for the peace and ideals so many had entrusted to him wasn't such a far-fetched dream, even if it meant starting out small again. Chapter 24. You know, seeing as how this is a forest and all, I don't get how your ancestor thought his hint was helpful, Ren remarked tiredly. And rightly so. The now joined-up team and NPR had spent the better part of their morning scouring the wilds in search of Konoha with no more success than they had in previous days. Luckily for them, they were able to wander around in relative peace thanks to the others of their group being otherwise occupied. John had been tasked with helping some of the local farmers with their crops and such while the professors were attempting to narrow the search area by investigating local rumors and such. Meanwhile, Neo had been put on guard duty with Arya, something that was clearly not as enjoyable for the shorter of the two as it was for the elder huntress. Well, it kind of is. The forests around Konoha were a lot more dense than this, and we had plenty of waterfalls and stuff around, Naruto explained, though a hint of frustration was beginning to creep into his voice. Pyrrha frowned worriedly, deciding to voice her own concerns. But Naruto, that was during your time. A lot has happened between then and now. There's no way the terrain could be the same as it was. Sighing, Naruto agreed. I know, but there has to be a reason the old sage said that. He wouldn't just throw it out there for no reason. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, Pyrrha offered what comfort she could. And you're right about that. From what you said, he doesn't seem like the type of person to just casually throw something like that out there for no reason. We'll figure it out together. Smiling warmly at the redhead, Naruto nodded. Yeah, you're right, Pyrrha-chan. What if the hint means that the trees are supposed to tell us where to go? Nora suddenly asked out of the blue. Naruto seemed ready to turn down the idea, when suddenly, something hit him. Kurama? Old man Sage knew I could use senjutsu, right? The Biju frowned in thought. More than likely. He was a sage himself, and I have no doubt that even his echo, with as limited of an awareness as it had, would still be more than capable of sensing such a thing. Plus, you are of his blood, it'd be expected of you. Frowning in thought, Naruto decided to follow his hunch. Placing a hand on a nearby tree, the blonde Uzumaki closed his eyes, and became eerily still. At first, Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha were content and curious enough to simply watch and wonder what their captain was doing. However, when his breathing seemed to all but come to a stop, coming in nearly imperceptible shifts, they began to grow slightly worried. They'd seen Naruto meditate before. He did it often enough to properly control the apparently massive reserves of chakra he had, but they had never seen him so at peace and so still. If he wasn't still standing, they might have begun to worry that he'd died. Suddenly, without any sort of warning, Naruto was gone in a blur of motion, almost literally disappearing in the blink of an eye. Caught completely off guard by the burst of speed, the rest of Team NPR could only stand and stare in shock. Knew he would do something dumb like this, Kurama groused. Stretching, the Kyuubi turned his crimson gaze to the teens and nodded his head in the direction Naruto had gone in. Try and keep up. Shaking off their stupor, the teens broke into a dead sprint, trailing behind the speedy little Biju in disguise. For a few grueling minutes, the three teens were yet again forced to test the limits of their speed and stamina, Kurama, despite his small size, easily keeping ahead of them with zero effort despite their best efforts to catch up. Trees, boulders, small bodies of water, and even Grim were sped past as the group of four traversed the wilds of uncharted land, following after the trail of their blonde captain. With Naruto being their main concern, the three were oblivious to how much ground they were covering and how far into the forests they were heading. Thankfully for them, they eventually spotted the bright sunny blonde locks of their captain, said blonde seated atop what looked to be some sort of stone surface. Pushing that thought to the back of their mind, Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha rushed to join Naruto. None of them were prepared for what lay before them. As the three set foot on the same stone surface that Naruto was seated on, they found themselves at a loss for words. Stretching far out below them were the dilapidated buildings, vine-covered monuments, and remains of what could only be the home of their friend, Kanahigaku no Sato, the famed village hidden in the leaves. As devastated as Yuzushio was, it had been preserved thanks to its isolated location as well as the numerous barriers and such that kept it safe. Konoha was not so lucky. The shifting of the land as well as the grips of time and age had devastated the once great Shinobi village. Where once stood homes and shops were now great trees of a verdant green. Towering warehouses and such were split and twined by the very earth itself. At the heart of the village a once great tower stood, now covered in sprouting trees and vines, chunks of the structure missing, exposing its insides to the elements. Even with nature having moved to bring Konoha back into its fold, it was painful to see that not all of the damage done to the village had been wrought by the hand of time and the elements. Millennia had passed, and even then, it was easy to see that a great battle had scarred not just the village, but the very earth itself. Patches of land where not a single piece of greenery grew, where only barren earth and rubble lay. Something, or more accurately, someone had brought true devastation down upon Konoha and her people. It was an odd mixture of beauty and horror, a vestige of the past, no doubt capable of revealing a great many secrets, or yielding years of historical knowledge and such. And yet it was also a grave reminder of just what that time in human history had been like. Yuzushio had been destroyed long before Naruto was even born, making it that much harder to grasp the pain and strife that were the end result of its siege. Konoha, however, was ground zero for what was almost the apocalypse, the great blank spot in Remnant's history books, the near end of humanity, and the very real end of the Shinobi, a people who had been gifted with a power that allowed them to defy the very laws of nature and do the impossible. Most importantly, though, Konoha was Naruto's home. He had been born in this very village. He had made friendships, and even deeper bonds of love within the walls of this place. The teachings of Konoha and its Hokage had been so ingrained in him that they had become his personal creed and moral compass. So it was with understanding that Pyrrha watched her captain, her partner, her friend, silently shed tears of untold grief. There was no word she could possibly say that would or could possibly make him feel better. So, she settled for the next best thing. Without a word, the redhead got to her knees behind the grief-stricken blonde, draped her arms around his neck, and rested her chin on his shoulder. Naruto made no move to argue with the gesture, instead allowing the tears to come even more freely. Knowing just how much this hurt his container, Kurama just as silently offered his own solace, seating himself on Naruto's lap and curling into a ball. Nora and Rin tried to do what they could as well, each taking up either side of their friend and captain, hoping their silent way of conveying their support for him came across as strongly as they wanted it to. Minutes passed, none of the five making so much as a sound or a move, their eyes surveying the remains of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. As the sun reached the apex of its journey across the sky, the group and the village were bathed in its bright rays. While Team and NPR didn't exactly take notice of the sun's position, they were able to see what the effects of it were. All at once, the shell of a village and the forest seemed to come to life, a cooling breeze rushing through the area, gently ruffling the greenery and stirring a wave of emotions within Naruto. Drying his eyes, the shinobi-turned-huntsman smiled ruefully. "This was my favorite spot in the entire village. I used to spend hours just sitting here, thinking about whatever was on my mind or just watching the sunset. Sometimes I'd feel like the past Hokage were here too, helping me out in their own way." Remembering when Naruto had told her about his favorite spot, Pyrrha suddenly realized just what they were on top of. "This is the Hokage monument. This is the thing you painted graffiti on?" Nora questioned, now understanding just why Naruto had been particularly proud of that escapade. They were seated on what appeared to be a literal mountain. Chuckling, Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, this is it." Turning somewhat somber, he rose to his feet slowly and walked to the edge, using chakra to stick to the surface. It was with a genuine frown that he saw that the once proud and strong visages of the Leaf's past leaders had suffered just as their village had, hardly even resembling what they once were. "Well, at least it used to be," Naruto added, touching the spot where he knew his father's likeness had been. He had spent literal hours atop this mountain, so of course he knew it pretty well. Even now, in its fallen state, he could still see the ghostly image of what it once was as clear as day. It really drove home just how much damage had been done to the village. Even when pain had attacked and literally erased the village, the Hokage rock had stood, a show of the village's unyielding fire. Not even Kurama had managed to damage the mountain in his brief rampage. And now it lay in shambles, mirroring the state of his home. Walking back to stand with his team, Naruto sighed. I'll send a clone back to the village and have it lead the others here. It'll take them a while to get here, so in the meantime I want to see if something's made it. Anything in particular we should keep an eye out for? Ren asked, knowing that this entire place held a very special place in his friend's heart and memories. Not really. Other than a few sentimental things, the only thing I want to keep away from anyone is the Fuin no Sho. I doubt anyone could do anything with the jutsu in it, but I'd rather not take the chance, Naruto answered. The knowledge of jutsu like the hack no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style, Kage Bunshin, and the countless others in it is not something that this day and age need knowledge of. Kurama agreed. While the demise of the Shinobi era was a hard pill to swallow, there was some good to have come from it. Namely the lost such things as the Sharingan and the Dojutsu's curse of hatred, the everyday bloodshed between shinobi over petty matters, the need for Jinchuriki, and especially that foul Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world resurrection. A technique that defiled the souls of the deceased by forcibly bringing them back to the living world through the sacrifice of another living human was vile, and should have never been made in Kurama's opinion. Thankfully its only known users, Tobirama Senju the Naidame Hokage, second Hokage, and the jutsu's creator and that foul snake, Orochimaru, were long dead, leaving the Scroll of Seals as the only way to access any kind of knowledge about the jutsu. If the scroll had made it through the ages, then it would be best for the entire world if it was kept under lock and key by his Jinchuriki, hopefully to never see the light of day again. That said, there might still be some useful techniques kept in the Fuin no Sho that would be useful to add to Naruto's arsenal. Wordlessly and without need for the hand seal, Naruto created a shadow clone. Already knowing its orders, the clone sped off back in the direction of the village. With that done, Team NNPR began their descent down the mountainside, using the various outcroppings as footholds. Well, Nora, Pira, and Ren did. Naruto used chakra to casually walk down the monument. Regrouping at the foot of the monument, the group set out, Naruto leading the way. Even with the village now in shambles, the blonde was still able to easily navigate the broken streets with practiced ease, having spent near his entire life exploring every nook and cranny of his home out of both necessity and boredom. Arriving at what had once been the main marketplace, Naruto made a beeline for a very specific shop. Blue Orb sadly looked upon the broken building that had once been among his most visited spots in the village, a place where a certain father and daughter had offered him free food and shelter an innumerable amount of times. Aside from the elderly Sandaime, the two had been among the very few whom he knew had been in his corner from day one. While most of the eateries around the village had shown him disdain for what he was, the father and daughter duo had been the only ones to welcome him into their restaurant with a smile and a warmth he had been unfamiliar with at that time. Tucci and Ichiraku had welcomed him not only into their ramen stand, but their family as well. Ayam had been the sweet, caring elder sister figure in his life, always pushing him to better himself and never shying away from displays of affection. Tucci was one of his earliest male role models, offering advice where he could and never afraid to stand up for Naruto when he had to. Many a shinobi and villager alike had been threatened with the ramen chef's impressive set of knives when they made the dumb decision and bad-mouthed the blonde anywhere in the vicinity of his ramen stand. Stepping over the fallen rubble, Naruto trailed his hand along the broken and rusted counter, a wave of memories washing over him. Arigato Tuchiajizen, I am Michin, for all that you did for me. No place could ever make ramen like you guys did. I'll miss you, Naruto murmured to himself, a single tear sliding down his cheek. Despite the quiet way it was said, the others still managed to make it out perfectly clear. Pira mentally resolved to ask about it later, holding her tongue for now as she realized that Naruto was saying his goodbyes, something he had never been able to do till now. Wiping away the tear, Naruto continued on, heading straight for the Hokage Tower. Arriving at the base of the tower, The blonde led the group up the winding staircase, or what remained of it. Rotted wood, a result of being exposed to the elements, had caused the stairwell to collapse in on itself in most places. Even some of the still standing sections were in much the same state, falling away under the slightest movement. Still, the group managed to make their way to their goal, the Hokage's office. Stepping over the fallen doors, the teens were greeted by the branches of a tree that had sprouted several floors below. What was left of the office were scattered books and scrolls, most in very poor condition. No doubt they would fade to dust if touched. Something, however, caught Nora's eye. Stepping over some rubble, the orange-haired hammer wielder picked up the interesting item, blowing layers of dust off of it. "What's this?" Seeing what Nora held in her hands, Naruto smiled sadly, gently taking the torn and heavily damaged accessory. This was the Hokage's hat. Tsunade-bachan never really liked wearing it or the robes, but it was pretty much all Gigi wore. I always told him and Tsunade-bachan that one day I'd be the one wearing it instead of them. Struck by a sudden realization, Naruto began to laugh, throwing the others off. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Pira asked unsurely. Realizing that he was probably freaking his teammates out, the whiskered teen explained. "I just realized I never made it past Genin." Seeing the confused looks, Kurama explained. In the Shinobi system, there were 3 main ranks. Genin was the lowest rank. "What?" The rest of Team NNPR collectively shouted. No one could blame them for their surprise either. They had seen firsthand just how powerful Naruto was and had heard the stories of the amazingly strong opponents he had defeated. While they knew he obviously hadn't achieved his dream of leading his village, they figured he had at least been pretty high up in the ranks. But to be the lowest rank possible? That just didn't add up. Understanding why they were shocked, Naruto shrugged. "Well, the first time I took the Chunin exams, I wasn't exactly the smartest or anything. Plus, I left pretty quickly after the whole invasion thing to find Tsunade-bachan so she could become the Godame. Then I left on a 3-year training trip with Ero-senin to train and explore the world. Because we were always on the move, I missed the following Chunin exams. When I got back, Akatsuki became more active. Then I left again to get my sage training. Pretty much, there was just so much going on, it kind of slipped everyone's mind that I was the only one from my graduating class that was still a genin." Pira shook her head with a quiet laugh, Ren simply sighed, and Nora cracked a grin as she giggled. At this point in their friendship with the temporarily displaced shinobi, none of them could find it in themselves to do much else, having learned to accept the fact that the whiskered teen was one surprise after another. "So if it were here, where would the scroll be?" Ren asked, deciding it was best to move on to their goal. Scratching his chin, Naruto thought aloud. "Well, after I stole it, Gigi thought it'd be best he kept it in here with him, and knowing Tsunade-bachan dash." "Hold on, you stole the scroll?" Ren asked, halfway between incredulity and exasperation. Realizing that he had never told his team just how he had become a genin, Naruto chuckled uneasily. "Heh, never told you guys that story, huh?" Chuckling, Pira shook her head. "No, but you may as well now. Well, I actually failed my genin exam, a 3rd time. My sensei at the time, some team who hated me for being Kurama's Jinchuriki, tricked me into thinking that if I stole the scroll and learned a jutsu from it, I'd be able to graduate anyways. Dumb me listened to him, and well, I did it," Naruto explained. Deciding to ask about the whole failing for a 3rd time thing at a later time, Pira inquired. "Wait, if he used you to steal it, wouldn't he have tried to take it from you or something?" Sighing, the blonde nodded. "He was going to kill me and then leave the village with the scroll." Before the others could voice their opinions on his traitorous sensei, Naruto continued. "But lucky for me, my other sensei, Ichiraku, got to me first. Long story short, Ichiraku defended me, and when Mizuki threatened to kill him, I jumped in and used the jutsu I had learned from the scroll to kick his ass. Ichiraku-sensei and Sarutobi Gigi decided that my helping to stop the attempted theft of one of the village's most treasured items, as well as helping to apprehend the traitor, was reason enough to make me a genin." Furrowing his brow in thought, Ren asked. "Wait, isn't the scroll supposed to contain a bunch of dangerous and forbidden jutsu?" What jutsu did you learn from it? Grinning cheekily, Naruto answered. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. What? The three exclaimed in shock. Having used and abused the technique since literally day one of his shinobi career, Naruto shrugged. Well, yeah? The reason the clones are solid and can move and act on their own is because I'm actually dividing up my chakra to create them. Plus, when they pop, I get any information they learned. If you make too many, you could accidentally use up all your chakra and die. Or if you dispel too many at once, the huge rush of info could turn your brain to mush. And you use it so carelessly? Pira cried in worry. While Naruto had previously explained the benefits of the jutsu, she had thought there had to be some sort of catch to it, otherwise it would far too broken of a technique. Now, finding out just what those repercussions and dangers were, the redhead was extremely worried about the fine line the blonde seemed to be dancing when he used the jutsu. Realizing how bad he had made his signature jutsu sound, Naruto quickly explained. But I don't have to worry about any of that. Seeing the incredulous stares, the Jinchuriki explained. Since I'm part Uzumaki, I inherited my clan's naturally potent chakra. Plus I constantly have Kurama's chakra being filtered into me. Even as a kid, I had way more chakra than most adults. I've made hundreds of clones before and felt barely a drop in my chakra. As for the danger of information overload, Brat also has me to thank for that. If he passes a certain threshold, I can and have helped to organize the information and block out anything unnecessary. Kurama groused. After a moment of silence, Rin sighed. I can see why people called you the most surprising shinobi. Naruto could only grin cheekily. Shaking her head in exasperation, Pira decided to refocus on their task. After you stole it, do you know where the scroll was moved to? Naruto scratched at his chin in thought. Well, like I was saying, I doubt Tsunade-ba-chan would have bothered to move it since I was the only person who ever really tried to take it. And knowing Gigi, there's only one place where he would hide stuff he didn't want me to find. Moving over to the right side of the room, the blonde moved away the remains of a couch. Knocking on the floor in a few spots, the whiskered teen grinned as he pulled up a loose floorboard. However, instead of there being some hidden space, there was just the support materials that crossed under each floor of the building. Still grinning, Naruto flipped the board over to reveal what the group had come to recognize as a ceiling array. I'm afraid to ask how you knew about that, Ren sighed. I spent a lot of time snooping in this office. It's how I knew Tsunade-ba-chan would stash her alcohol in a seal underneath the top right drawer of her desk and that Gigi would hide his copies of Ika Ika in a seal on the left drawer. What's Ika Ika? Nora asked, just as confused as the others. Remembering he had only told Blake about Jiraiya's novels, Naruto nervously began to chuckle. I'll tell you guys some other time. Peering at the seal, the half-blood Uzumaki began to decode the intricate array. He doubted the Sandaime would seal away the village's prize scroll with a seal that could be unlocked by simply funneling chakra through it. But he also wouldn't have used a blood seal, as that would mean only members of the Sarutobi clan would be able to unlock it, barring any future Hokage from getting to it should the need arise. Frowning in thought, Naruto began to remember why the old Kage had been hailed as the professor. The student of both the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokage, titans in their own right, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a force to be reckoned with, both on and off the battlefield. He had been the one to lead Konoha through not one, but two of the three great shinobi wars as its Hokage. Heck, it had been during the First Shinobi World War that he had been made Sandaime by the Nidaime. After the untimely death of his father as the Yandaime, the reason Hiruzen had been able to reclaim his seat as Hokage was because there was no one in the village aside from Jiraiya capable of filling that role. Even in his old age, the Sandaime was still far stronger than most any shinobi in Konoha, a vast library of jutsu at his hands and the wisdom and knowledge to put those techniques to devastating use. Despite not being as versed in the arts of Fuinjutsu as his student, Jiraiya, or having the proclivity to them like an Uzumaki, Hiruzen had managed to make an elegant and airtight sealing array. The seal not only had a specific key needed to unlock it, but it also had a fail-safe designed into it. If anyone tried to overload it by flooding it with chakra, the seal would disintegrate, taking its contents with it. Luckily for Naruto, he was the son of not one, but two renowned masters of the sealing arts, and had also studied under yet another master. Pushing chakra into his fingertip, the blonde teen traced a specific pattern into the seal, one he was all too familiar with, and in a poof of smoke, a scroll that came up to his chest popped into existence. Staring fondly at the massive scroll, Naruto chuckled. I remember when this was almost as big as me. Snickering, Nora taunted. Geez whiskers, you were a shrimp! Naruto huffed indignantly. Hey! I just hadn't hit my growth spurts yet, alright. No, you were a midget, because your diet consisted almost entirely of ramen. Kurama snarked. Whatever! Let's just get this scroll sealed up before the others show up. The blonde pouted. The others simply chuckled at the childish reaction their captain had to his previous stature. Still, it was a little hard to believe considering he now easily matched Pira's impressive 6-foot height. Those growth spurts really had hit pretty hard. Is there anything else you wanted to do before the rest of our group got here? Pira asked, slightly excited to explore the village. Despite its less than stellar condition, it was still the place her closest friend had been born and raised in. She couldn't wait to hear the no doubt countless stories Naruto had to share. The Jinchuriki hummed in thought. There's a few places I'd like to see one more time, but nothing that we have to be cautious about. Besides, Professor Oblek would probably appreciate me explaining some of it to him. Raising a brow, Ren asked. You're not worried about John or Professor Panathenia getting suspicious and asking questions? Naruto shook his head. Nah, I already got a believable enough backstory for why I would know about Konoha. Parents' diary? Ren asked, recalling the lie the blonde had used to fool the suspicious language and strategy professor before. Worked before, it'll probably work again. Naruto shrugged. Nodding, Team NNPR began to make their way out of the tower, cautiously retracing their steps to avoid falling the rest of the way down. This is astounding! An entire village left over from before recorded history. Their exiting the tower was apparently perfectly timed as the team of 4 was met by the astounded faces of the rest of their group. Oblek, who had been the one to shout, was racing around the village, frantically typing away at the digital scroll in his hands and taking several snapshots as well. I have to agree with Professor Oblek, this is a monumental historical find. We already knew about Uzushio and were simply working on decoding its secrets. But this is a completely new and never-before-touched territory. I wonder what this village was called? Panathenia wondered, her inner history buff itching to be released. Kanahigaku no Sato, Naruto answered. The village hidden in the leaves, fitting. If this was truly one of the long-lost shinobi villages, they would have no doubt relied on the thick forestry as a natural defense. The brunette professor agreed. Turning her focus to the teen who had answered her question, the bespectacled woman asked, May I ask how you know this was Konoha? Naruto shrugged. My mom's family was from Uzushio. My fathers were all native to Konoha. Olive frowned in thought. Then it is safe to say that you can easily trace your heritage back to the people of this time, the shinobi. Naruto simply nodded. Why then have none of your family ever come forth with this knowledge? It would have no doubt made them extremely wealthy and well known, as well as helping the historic community learn more about the time before Huntsman and Grimm. Olive questioned. We all thought it was just a bunch of fairy tales and myths. None of us could have guessed it was real. Heck, I never thought I'd get to step foot on Uzushio, let alone find out that Konoha is real as well. Naruto argued back. Olive seemed ready to continue her interrogation, but after a moment, dropped it altogether and accepted the answer. If those stories are true after all, you no doubt have some very intimate knowledge about this place and its history, correct? Oblek asked, suddenly invading the whiskered blonde's personal space bubble. Caught off guard, Naruto nervously backed up and answered. Yeah, I do. This tower here was home to the village's leader, the Hokage. The blonde former shinobi went on to explain some of Konoha's most prominent features, such as Hokage Rock, the academy, the clan district, as well as the various compounds in it, and even the market district. Oblek and Olive were all too happy to jot down the given information as well as taking any sample they could get their hands on. Neo, while somewhat intrigued by the relic of a village, was more apathetic. Cinder would more than likely want to know as much as she could about this village as well, but her boss would no doubt have some way to get that information out of Naruto herself. John was actually stunned by Konoha and all its wonder, but was just as interested in the info his fellow blonde seemed to have on the apparent home of his ancestors, mentally filing away what he could to report to Ironwood when he got back. Having learned what they could, and with the sun still high in the sky, the group splintered apart to do their own exploration with a promise to meet back at the tower at sunset. Taking the chance given to them, Team NNPR followed after their captain who had one last spot he wanted to visit, a place Naruto's Jounin sensei, Kakashi, had spent a lot of time at, the Memorial Stone. Naruto was surprised to find it still standing, somewhat. A large chunk of the kunai-shaped structure was missing, but considering the literal war that was being waged during Naruto's forced departure, it was shocking to see it still standing at all. Tracing his fingers across the numerous names carved into the black stone memorial, the Konoha native had to use all of his willpower to not let even more tears spill. The number of names had increased since the last time he had seen it. What made it even harder on him was that he recognized some of the names that had been added. "This is a memorial, isn't it?" Pira asked softly. Naruto nodded, unable to form the proper words. Gathering himself as best he could, the blonde rose to his feet. "We should get going now if we want to get back to the village before dark." Silently nodding, the solemn team followed after their friend, finding no words to say yet again. "Today was a monumental day for the historical community, and it is only the tip of the iceberg," Olive informed, speaking to the teens gathered before her. "Yes. We were but a recon team. Our success here is simply the beginning, as more excursions to Konoha and its surroundings will no doubt follow in the coming months as we discover more and more of our bloody past," Oblek added. "I'm surprised you lot managed to find anything out there in the first place," Gray interjected. "I just hope we don't become some sort of tourist attraction," Marcus groused. Arya was having none of it. "Oh, come on, Mr. Grumpy Pants. Even you have to admit this is pretty cool. A whole village from the time before even Grimm." While the others had their moment of celebration, Team NNPR couldn't find it in themselves to join them. Without a word to anyone, Naruto suddenly up and left, Pira quickly following after him. "Want to talk about it?" Pira asked, joining Naruto on a tree branch high enough up in the canopy to get a great view of the surrounding forests illuminated by the moon. I don't know if I can," Naruto admitted. "It's a lot to take in, I know," Pira consoled. After a few moments of silence, the red-headed beauty spoke up. "Do you remember initiation?" Raising a brow, Naruto answered. "Well, yeah, it hasn't been that long." Smiling, Pira nodded as she gazed out at the moonlit forest. "I know. Do you remember when I asked about your home?" Still slightly ashamed for having partially lied to the person who was now one of his closest friends, the blonde Jinchuriki nodded. "Yeah, I told you that Konoha had been overrun by Grimm." "You did," Pira agreed, still smiling. Turning her gaze to her confused friend, the young teen continued. "And do you remember what I told you after?" Realizing what she was getting at, Naruto genuinely smiled. "Yeah, you said you'd be there for me whenever I needed you." Laying her head on her not-so-secret crush's shoulder, Pira closed her eyes and hummed in agreement. "And I always will be. But I'm not the only one. Ren, Nora, Ruby, Jan, Blake, and even Weiss care about you. We all do. And just like you go out of your way to help us, we're going to try our best to help you." Again Naruto was reminded of how different the relationships he had now were from the ones he had during his younger years. The friendship and sense of closeness he shared with his team and Team RWBY were the sort of things he had yearned for as a lonely child and even as a teenager. While he had a special sort of bond with Sasuke and Sakura, they had never been so ready to openly admit just how close they were. It was a sort of unspoken thing. His friendship with the rest of his graduating class was even less intimate than that. Here, though, no one, aside from Weiss, really had any issue with showing or even telling him just how much they cared for him. It was a pretty stark contrast, but one that he wasn't really complaining about. "Thanks, Pira-chan," Naruto softly responded, feeling for once like he had found where he truly belonged, and he'd be damned before he let anything threaten that. "You think Beacon is still standing?" "I hope so." Chapter 25. RWBY awoke with a yawn, stretching her limbs and shaking off the vestiges of a good night's sleep. Blearily blinking her silver orbs, the young teen happily realized that it was a Saturday, meaning that she didn't have any classes to attend. Even better, she had already finished any homework that needed to be done. Perfect. More sleep for me, the captain of Team RWBY mentally cheered. Turning over and snuggling back into her blankets, RWBY was more than ready to fall back into the realm of Morphus. The world would not give her that pleasure, though. "RWBY! Wakey, wakey!" a boisterous voice called out. Recognizing the voice, RWBY groaned. "Young! I was just about to go back to sleep." Mischievously grinning, the older sibling quickly yanked away her younger sister's blanket, exposing the pajama-clad teen to the chill of the early morning. "But guess who's on his way back?" Grumpily rising from her comfortable bed and slipping off of it to the floor, RWBY scratched at her messy head of red and black hair. "Who?" "Naruto is on his way back," another voice softly intoned. Blake, dressed in her usual clothing, turned her gaze from her young captain to the busted blonde of the team. "But he won't be here for another hour or so, which is why I told Young to let you sleep." Crossing her arms underneath her bust, the lilac-eyed teen shrugged. "I told you, Blake, it's fine. We used to do this all the time back home." RWBY sighed. "She's right. Thankfully this time she didn't use a bucket of ice water, though. I for one think it's a good thing Yang woke you up," Weiss interjected from her spot on her bed. "See? Someone gets it." Yang grinned. Ignoring her partner, Blake gave the Schnee heiress a deadpan stare. "You just want to see what condition Naruto is in so you can find out if he won our bet." Huffing, the white-haired heiress attempted to cover herself. What? "No. I'm just concerned for the well-being of a fellow student is all." "Right." RWBY nodded, clearly not at all buying into Weiss' poorly attempted lie. In fact, Yang and Blake were mirroring their younger captain's actions, just as easily able to see through the Schnee heiress ploy. "So, that blonde idiot is coming back today?" Emerald groused. The mint-haired teen just couldn't fathom why Cinder was so wrapped up in her attempts to recruit a certain whiskered blonde. To her, he was just like the rest of the kids that attended Beacon, blind to the harsh realities of the world, too naive for his own good, and far too annoying for what Cinder was attempting. It was baffling, really. Mercury merely shrugged. Apparently. Seeing the irritated frown on his partner's face, the silver-haired teen grinned. Are you jealous Cinder's been paying more attention to him? Feeling left out?" Snarling, the mocha-skinned teen lashed out with a swing, Mercury just dodging out of the way. "Oh, would you shut your stupid trap? You're starting to irritate the crap out of me already." Still smirking, Mercury chuckled. "Someone's got anger issues." Before the two could further their spat, they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of their boss. "Enough. We have the things we need to take care of before Naruto arrives." Frowning, Emerald asked. "What do you mean? We're not throwing some party for him, are we?" Cinder raised a brow at the hostile tone, but decided to ignore it. "No. But I would like to have certain items ready for our chat later, items I'll need you two to retrieve for me." "Whatever you need," Emerald quickly replied. Mercury went with a simple nod. Cinder smirked. "Don't disappoint me." On a bullhead flying through the clear skies, Naruto suddenly felt a shiver run through his body, seemingly for no reason. Feeling the slight twitch from her position, her head comfortably laid on Naruto's shoulder, Pira turned a curious set of emeralds to her friend. "Something wrong?" Scratching his cheek as he stared into space, Naruto admitted. "No, but for some reason I feel like I'm not going to get any sort of rest when we get back to Beacon." Across from the pair, Nora was happily snoring away on an unfazed Rin who quirked a brow. "I feel like that shouldn't be anything unusual for you." Naruto sighed sadly. Yeah, I know. I should probably just be used to it by now. On the other side of Pira, John decided to throw in his 2 cents. I've only known you guys for a couple of weeks and it definitely seems like you guys are usually getting into some pretty crazy stuff. Says the guy who was practically hounded by Grimm the whole time we were on our mission. Naruto shot back childishly. Giggling softly, Pira lightly slapped Naruto on the arm. Hey, be nice, it's not like he could help it. Yeah. There was something seriously weird going on there, John said, attempting to defend himself. Both Neo and Naruto shared a quick look, both having to resist the urge to laugh or smirk. While it was somewhat cruel to have messed with the blonde at lesion the way they had, neither felt any sort of remorse. Nobody had been hurt at all, and it had kept the snooping teen off his case, so Naruto wasn't at all sorry, seeing it as a good use of a prank. Neo had simply enjoyed messing with the guy, no two ways about it. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, John continued. Seeing he had the attention of the conscious members of Team NNPR, the blonde gestured at Naruto and Pira. Are you two a couple or something? It took a moment for everyone to register the question, but when it finally clicked, Pira was quick to sit up straight with a blush staining her cheek. What? No. Not at all. Naruto was meanwhile blushing up his own storm. Ren, however, cracked a grin. Call him biased, but he sincerely wished to see his two teammates end up together. Despite his usually indifferent attitude to such things, just like everyone else, he could clearly see the strong bond between the two. These days it was rather rare to see one without the other. Don't get him wrong, he thought Blake was a wonderful girl and Yang was unique and great in her own way, but he personally agreed with Nora. Naruto and Pira seemed to just click in all the right ways. The two were immensely strong, beyond that of most of their peers, standing head and shoulders above the crowd. They were also extremely selfless, placing the happiness of their loved ones and friends above even their own. In addition, the redhead and blonde teens seemed to have the uncanny ability to bring out the best in those around them, even willing to nurture those qualities. That wasn't to say that they didn't have their differences. Pira was the near definition of patience, Naruto was not. The Jinchuriki was also loud and outgoing. The invincible girl, while not at all shy, much more preferred her quiet time away from the eyes of the public. Strong, charismatic, and always willing to help those in need, Naruto and Pira were so alike, and yet drastically different as well, and that was exactly why Ren hoped to see the two together, as a couple. Individually they were great, but together, they would be even better. Oh, you're not? It just seemed like it, with how close you guys are. John shrugged. Far too embarrassed now, the two seemed reluctant to meet the other's gaze. Luckily for them, the voice of their pilot came from the cockpit. All right, guys. We're all of a few minutes out from Beacon. Thanks for flying Air Nate, have a safe trip home. Chuckling at the man's sense of humor, the group got ready to depart, most of them eager to return to Beacon Academy and all its comforts. Oh. Feels good to be home, Naruto cheered. As the rest of the group stepped off the grounded bullhead, Naruto was suddenly tackled to the ground by a yellow blur. Welcome back, Foxy. Damn it, Yang. Let me go. Don't you want to play? I'll show you playing. The others could only sweat drop as the two blondes rolled around on the ground, attempting to subdue the other in a grapple. Are they always like this? John's sweat dropped. Ruby shrugged. It's how they show affection. That's healthy? John replied, unsure of his own answer. Deciding to ignore the blonde pair, Ruby turned and smiled at the rest of Team NNPR. So, how'd the mission go? Take down some super strong Grimm? Find some buried treasure? Pira chuckled at the exuberant teen. Not too many Grimm this time. John grumbled to himself. I disagree. But we did find a lost village and got some other answers as well. The redhead continued. Speaking of, I have to go report to General Ironwood. I'll see you guys around. With a casual wave, the Atlesian jogged off. Yes. We must report back to Professor Ojpin as well. Good day, children. And like that, The spastic green-haired history professor was off in blur of movement. Olive approached the group, visibly making an effort to avoid the rolling dust ball of a still-fighting Yang and Naruto, and turned to Pira. Remember, Professor Ashbin will want to see you for your own mission report as well. Without a word more, the brunette was off. The group was quiet for a moment, staring in the direction that the others had gone off in. Eventually, though, Blake turned her gaze to the 3 members of Team NNPR and asked, "So how did the mission really go?" Ren crossed his arms. "We managed to find Naruto's home village, Konoha, hidden deep in uncharted territory. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly in the best of shape." "How'd he take it?" a very concerned Ruby asked. She and her team had of course been told about how the whiskered teen had reacted to finding his ancestral home in the deplorable state it was in. She could only imagine how much more it would hurt to see his actual home in a similar state. Pira frowned. "It wasn't easy for him. You should ask him yourself if you want to really know." Blake and Ruby nodded, understanding that whatever had happened was extremely personal and wasn't something Pira was comfortable with sharing without Naruto's consent. Nora suddenly interjected, breaking up the somewhat somber mood. "But he also got to meet his great dash. He got to meet his ancestor." Ben interrupted, putting his hand over Nora's mouth. "What? How is that even possible?" a highly skeptical Weiss asked. Blake and Ruby were just as curious to know the answer as well. Naruto himself was from a time that was, to them, countless ages old. Naruto's ancestor would logically be even older than that, which would be astonishing. There should be no possible way to meet someone as ancient as that. "Chakra and seals," Naruto interjected casually while holding a struggling Yang in a full Nelson. Everyone's sweat dropped at the sight. Due to their height and strength difference, the busty blonde brawler was forced to concede. "All right, Foxy, I give." Grinning cheekily, Naruto released his hold on his fellow blonde. Ruby, having been the unfortunate target of her sister's games when they were younger, cheered. "Ha! Finally someone put you in your place, you bully!" Cracking her knuckles, Yang turned on her younger sibling. "What was that, Ruby?" Realizing what she had said, the younger of the two was quick to dash and hide behind her fellow team captain. "Protect me, Naruto!" Shaking his head, the whiskered teen ignored the two in favor of explaining himself. "Well, I actually didn't know he was my ancestor until he told me himself. Thing is, he was actually one of the first natural-born chakra user. He was also the one to give chakra as a gift to other people. Like the old man in the story of the 4 maidens," Blake interjected suddenly. Pira snapped her fingers. "That's why I thought I had heard this story before." Quirking a brow, Naruto asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The raven-haired faunus of Team RWBY answered. "Right, you wouldn't know about the story seeing as how you weren't born in this time." Pira nodded. "The story of the 4 maidens is an old children's story that tells of how an old man, a wizard, who lived alone in the forest was visited by 4 maidens. Winter, spring, summer, and fall," Blake added. "Each brought with them something to help the old wizard, doing so out of the kindness of their hearts. At the end of their stay, happier than he had been in ages and moved by the kindness of the maidens, the old wizard used his magic to gift the 4 with the very powers of nature, giving them the powers to help even more people on their journey." Pira finished. Scratching his chin, Naruto turned to Kurama. "You don't think? It's possible. But then, this is just a story. It could just as easily be the story of Tusama, changed and altered due to the thousands of years that it has been retold." Kurama frowned in thought. "Well, anyways, I was able to meet the sage, because he had a seal created that would hold a piece of his soul until I showed up to activate it." Naruto continued. "Wait, how is that even possible? He would have been long dead by the time you were even born, let alone this far into the future," Blake pointed out. Kurama was the one to answer. "Tusama was not an ordinary existence. He was far beyond what any human could ever hope to achieve. He created myself and my siblings by splitting the power of a primordial god, then created the moon to seal away the body of that same god. His chakra and soul were immensely powerful, so much so that even after death, he lingered, observing the world. What? Team RWBY cried in unison. Knowing they'd want an explanation, Naruto told them the tale of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, including the details on Kaguya and her story, while walking back to his team's dorm. By the end of it, a stunned Team RWBY sat with jaws on the floor. They had seen how strong Naruto was, and at one time they had thought that was unbelievable. To learn that there were what amounted to literal gods whom actually walked the earth at some point in time was beyond even that, leaving them dumbfounded. Of course, following that, Naruto told them why the sage had created the seal and why he had needed to talk to him. So this Kaguya chick is still around causing problems? Yan asked, her arms crossed under her chest. Sighing, Naruto shrugged. We don't really know. It's been so long that there shouldn't be any way that she could still be alive. Even the old sage had to eventually pass on, and he was almost as strong as her. I don't think any sort of normal logic works here. After all, we're talking about someone who single-handedly brought an end to all wars with the threat of her power alone. Ren added. True, but from what we know, that Sasuke guy managed to weaken her to some extent. There's no way that in a weakened state she would be able to live this long. Weiss countered. Weakened is a relative term here. Even after she was technically dead, her power split into 9 beings, and her body sealed in the moon, she was still able to orchestrate her own revival. Pira answered back. Gah! This is such a huge pain to think about. Naruto complained. While he had an appreciation for planning ahead, he just wasn't the type to sit and do nothing. He was a man of action, and as far as he was concerned, sitting around and talking about the what-ifs was getting them no closer to any sort of end plan. Pira sighed. Naruto is right. Unfortunately, we all know far too little to even begin to form any semblance of a plan. Besides that, we just got back from our mission and could use some rest. The 4 members of Team RWBY nodded, realizing just how tired their fellow team looked. See you guys in class tomorrow. Ruby waved goodbye. I'll get you next time, Foxy. Yang grinned as she left. Weiss simply left without a word, a seemingly contemplative look on her face. Before making her own exit, Blake told Naruto softly. When you get time, come find me. The whiskered blonde nodded, assuming the teen faunus wanted to know more about what all had gone on during the mission. Bed! Nora cheered, collapsing onto her mattress. Chuckling, Naruto called out to the orange-haired teen. Nora! You still have to shower! To the rest of Team NPR's amusement, a snore was the only reply the blonde got, Nora having apparently already gone off to dreamland. Wasn't she asleep the whole ride back? Naruto asked aloud. You learn to not question much with Nora after a while. And shrugged, already making his way to the bathroom. Opening the door, the raven-haired teen frowned at the face that greeted him on the other side before calling out. Naruto, you have a guest. Naruto raised a brow and turned to see a familiar set of amber of eyes gazing at him from the doorway. Cinder? The raven-haired woman smirked. Neo seems to have had fun on your mission. Understanding the underlying meaning of the otherwise casual statement, Naruto frowned. She was a huge help on it, thanks for sending her. Not a problem. I was just here to ask if you were free to talk for a bit. Cinder asked, although it came off more like a statement than her asking for anything. Although, considering it was Cinder, a woman with looks straight out of a wet dream, a voice that was almost like sex itself, and a smoldering gaze that could stop most anyone with a heartbeat, she was more than likely used to getting her way without much issue. After a quick glance to a frowning Pira, Naruto sighed before getting up. Yeah, I got some time, I guess. After the two left the room, Rin quietly muttered. I have a bad feeling about her. Pira nodded with a frown. I do as well. Naruto followed Cinder, his mind running a mile a minute as he tried to figure out just where she was taking him. While the mysterious woman hadn't exactly done anything outright to earn his ire, she had done enough to warrant his suspicions. Although she had told him her supposed end goal was someone like her, there was no way he could even be sure that was the truth. With the interlocking webs upon webs she had surrounding her, Naruto just had no way to gauge where he stood with her. "I thought all you wanted was some questions answered?" Naruto asked, finally breaking up the silence. Cinder glanced at the blonde out of the corner of her eye. "I do. Why not start asking then?" the blonde asked, frustrated with the curt reply he had got. This, of course, only seemed to amuse his raven-haired companion. "I will, but first I figured we should have a little privacy considering the sensitive topic." Naruto simply grumbled to himself. The last couple of weeks had been rather slow with little to no action outside of a few small grim here and there, and he was frankly getting bored. Don't get him wrong, he wasn't a huge fan of having his or any of his friends' lives put in danger, but he would admit that he was a bit of a thrill seeker. He enjoyed fighting a good opponent and letting actions speak for themselves. Then again, knowing his rotten/great luck, this little respite was sure to come to an end sometime soon. Thankfully, Cinder came to a stop, though Naruto had to raise a brow at the choice of venue. It was an empty classroom. Pretty sure this is how one of Erosenen's books started, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Cinder's smoky voice simultaneously brought him back to the situation at hand while also serving to further his concern about what the raven-haired woman had planned for him. "Perfect, don't you think?" Sure," Naruto answered, somewhat nervous now. His demeanor did a complete turnaround when the amber-eyed woman revealed an all-too-familiar ring. "The last of the rings belonging to the infamous terrorist group known simply as Akatsuki," Cinder intoned. "You've been doing some research," Naruto answered tersely. While he had been gifted 8 of the 9 rings he now had, Cinder had made no mention that she knew what they were for or why they were important. She of course knew there was some significance to them due to his reaction towards the items, but he had thought that was all she knew. That was apparently no longer the case. A pit formed in Naruto's stomach as Cinder continued. 10 rings. 10 powerful rogue shinobi. 9 monstrous forces of nature. 1 all-powerful primordial being known simply as the RWBY. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Naruto bit out. "What do you want, Cinder? What are you getting at?" Cinder smirked. "I assume that you know the story of the 4 maidens and the old wizard, yes?" This did nothing to calm Naruto's growing nerves. "What of it?" Cinder's next move threw even Naruto. The most surprising ninja. For a loop. In a fluid and seductive flow of motions, the raven-haired woman casually tossed the ring to the Jinchuriki and seated herself atop a nearby desk, one creamy leg crossed over the other. Nothing at all. It was an interesting story, especially when we know so little about our own history in this day and age. Yet you possess knowledge of a time even before such myths. Pocketing the final Akatsuki ring, Naruto crossed his arms and gazed at Cinder, questions bouncing around his head. "Why do all of this? Finding these rings was probably not all that easy, and then you let me borrow Neo for that mission. I know you want me to help you, but I've already told you I won't, so why? What's it like?" Cinder asked, completely dodging the question like she had the rest of them. Growing progressively more irritated, Naruto growled. "What are you talking about? Chakra. What's it feel like to use and have a power that allowed the shinobi of old to perform almost godlike feats?" Cinder clarified. Raising a brow, the whiskered Uzumaki seemed to ponder the question before answering. "It's warm and really gets you pumped. It makes you feel almost invincible, and when you use it to do a really powerful jutsu it's almost relieving, I guess." Cinder took in the answer, her amber eyes scanning Naruto like she was seeing him for the very first time. "Who trained you to use your chakra?" Naruto was suddenly unsure of how he should answer that. If he told her the truth, even without telling her the details of the academy and such, the fact that several people were able to teach him would raise more questions that would lead to Cinder quickly being able to piece together even more of his story. Quickly, the blonde decided to go the route he had with his teammates and friends upon first meeting them. "My godfather did. He took me under his wing and taught me almost all I know. Everything else I learned by myself." Cinder tilted her head and gazed directly into his eyes as if she were about to call him on his slight bluff. A few tense moments later, and she seemed satisfied by the answer. Interesting. Without a word more, Cinder smoothly stood to her feet and began making her way to the exit. Naruto, completely caught off guard, could do little more than watch as she left, leaving him in a classroom lit by the dim light of a sunset. What the hell just happened? This is different for you, Blake calmly observed. Laid out on the grassy cliff they had been launched from during initiation, using his jacket as a pillow, Naruto peered at the standing faunus. Gotta keep things fresh. Smiling at the ball of sunshine, the teen faunus took a seat next to him. So, how was the mission really? Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Naruto replied. It was eye-opening. I finally know what happened after I was sent here and even managed to find Konoha. That was difficult, but I'm thankful that Pira, Nora, and Ren were there with me. Blake hummed. If you ever need someone, you know that we're all here for you, right? Naruto smiled. Yeah, I do, and I couldn't thank you guys enough for that. So, reincarnation? The raven-haired teen asked, having recalled what her friend had told her and the others earlier in the day. The way it had been described had reminded her of one of her favorite books, A Man with Two Souls. Naruto chuckled at the less than subtle question. Well, I don't have memories of a past life or anything like that, so I don't think it counts as reincarnation. A small smile appeared on Blake's face. Then what is it? Far as the old sage said, it was called transmigration. Something about how strong chakras remain after their owner dies and finds a new host. In this case, I got one of his sons, Azura's chakra, Naruto explained as best he could. I assume that comes with some kind of perk? Naruto shrugged. Not that I know of. The old sage mentioned not being able to give me my birthright as a child of my blood, but he did say that me and Kurama still have some power or something to unlock. Blake hummed, not at all surprised to learn that her blonde friend still had room to grow even stronger. In her mind, Naruto just didn't have the limits most people seem to have, even if you took chakra and everything else out of the equation. The blonde was someone who pushed himself to the brink and then went further than that, all in the name of wanting to make sure his friends and loved ones were safe and happy. It was that force of will and sheer stubbornness that let him smash through the walls and plateaus others would have been stopped by. Her thoughts turning to her blonde friend, the young fauna soon found herself wondering how different her life would have been if she had met Naruto at a younger age. A lot had happened to her in her younger years to shape her into the person she is today, and yet Naruto had so easily changed a lot of that, bringing down the walls she surrounded herself with after leaving a group she had thought of as family. That train of thought brought up the question, would she have even thought of joining the White Fang if Naruto had been in her life? That was the million-dollar question that kept nagging her. However, thinking about the White Fang brought up her most recent memories of the activist group turned terrorists, and they were less than pleasant. Naruto didn't need any sort of extra sense to know that Blake was frustrated and worried about something. Something wrong? Knowing it was pointless to try and lie to the blonde, Blake sighed. It's just the White Fang. I still don't get why they're working with someone like Torchwick. They're clearly up to something big, and it bothers me that no one is doing anything about it. We're just sitting around acting like nothing's wrong. Naruto nodded before rising to his feet and offering a hand to the still-seated team. Despite being highly confused, Blake still took the offered hand. Where are we going? Simple. You said it bothers you that no one's doing anything about this whole White Fang thing, so we're going to go do something about it. Naruto grinned. Watching the taller team begin to walk off, Blake raced to catch up. Naruto! It's not that simple. We have no idea what they're planning or even how to go about digging up any info. Besides, what are just me and you going to do? Not in the least bit deterred by her logic, Naruto kept on casually walking back to Beacon. Well, it doesn't have to be just me and you. We both have teammates who'd be more than happy to help, and you're forgetting. Super awesome ninja here. This will be a cakewalk. Blake sighed and shook her head. I don't even know why I try arguing with you. Naruto offered a cheeky grin in reply. Chapter 28. Couldn't resist, could you? Ren asked as he finished getting ready for the self-imposed mission ahead. Taking the jab at his thrill-seeking ways, Naruto grinned. I was getting pretty bored. So you consider finding lost villages and trekking into uncharted, grim-filled territory boring? Pyrrha asked with a chuckle. Naruto only laughed, somewhat abashed, in response. I'm just excited we get to try out our new outfits. Nora cried in her usual exuberance. The orange-haired teen proceeded to prance around the room, showing off her new set of clothes. While she had kept her pink skirt, a pair of black leggings now covered her legs, ending in a pair of all-pink ankle boots. The boots had sections of white outlining them and bore her signature hammer symbol on either side of the ankles. Gone was her white top with a heart-shaped hole, replaced by a light gray, long-sleeved, V-neck shirt with a heart split by a lightning bolt and pink emblazoned over her chest. Over top that she wore a sleeveless white vest, her hammer and lightning bolt symbol etched into the back of it in her usual shade of pink. Stretching out an arm and buttoning up his new coat, Ren examined the cloth. Achievement Hunter did do a really good job on these. While Nora had opted for covering more skin, Ren had taken the opposite direction, his emerald tail coat replaced by a sleeveless and thinner one of a similar color. However, the black portion was now a simple stripe that stretched from his abdomen to his collar. The coat didn't button up all the way and exposed the tight black shirt he wore underneath the much longer coat. Etched into the back of the emerald overcoat was Ren's lotus symbol in the same shade of magenta as his eyes and hair. His pants, like his top, hadn't changed all that much except they now only reached to the top portion of his ankles and billowed out, allowing for more freedom of movement. I must admit, I do like the change, Pyrrha added, admiring her own set of clothes. Out of the three, the redhead had been the one whose change in clothing was the most drastic. The emerald-eyed teen had done away with her pieces of armor almost entirely, her torso now covered by a somewhat flowing and loose white top with gold lace embroidered in random patterns. Her mini skirt had also been swapped out for a pair of fitted brown shorts that reached to her mid-thigh. Despite having changed much of her outfit, Pyrrha had opted to keep the flowing stretch of red cloth tied around her waist, held up now by a golden plate with her shield and spear emblem etched into it. One of the most drastic changes to her look was the decision to get rid of the bronze circlet that helped to keep her hair in place. Now, her crimson locks softly framed her face. Her ponytail was now tied up by a thin length of golden-colored lace that weaved into her hair as well. While she had also kept the armlet on her upper arm, Pyrrha had decided to not wear her opera-style gloves, leaving her alabaster skin exposed. The whole change had surprised her teammates, none more so than Naruto who, upon seeing his partner with her new look, had walked straight into a wall. Speaking of the blonde, the whiskered teen had also changed his style up. His formerly all-black and rather thick jacket had been swapped out for a much thinner one with dark burnt orange sleeves, the Uzumaki spiral still present on each shoulder. He had also decided to swap out his black shirt for a simple white one with a swirl of fire that represented the will of fire. His Uzushio hideate now hung loosely around his neck, allowing his blonde spikes to fall around his face again. Flexing his arms and admiring the extremely soft and flexible material, Naruto nodded. Yeah, this even beats some of the stuff we had during my time. Surprised that Ryan and Gavin managed to not kill each other when they were making these. Ren smirked. I wouldn't be so sure, I heard Ryan plotting something as we were leaving. The team of four shared a laugh as they imagined the madhouse that the Achievement Hunter shop was right now. Foxy! Came an all too familiar and boisterous voice. Naruto shook his head as Yang barged into their room without any sort of preamble. Within a few short moments, he was being suffocated by his fellow blonde's impressive pair of assets. New clothes? You know just how to treat a girl! Yang cheered. Managing to free himself from the mounds of doom, the whiskered teen took in the sight of Team RWBY, decked out in their own set of new clothes courtesy of the Achievement Hunter crew. Yang's new set of clothes, while covering more than her usual set did, made her seem even more alluring. The busted brawler now wore a cream-colored coat over top a black top, both of which left a considerable amount of cleavage visible. A black sort of half-jacket that only covered her collarbone, and neck had sleeves that reached to just past her elbows, ending in a gold coloring. Several black and gold belts hung loosely around her hips, tied to which was a simple purple and lilac-colored piece of cloth. Covering her legs were a pair of black stockings, bearing her burning heart symbol in a vibrant gold. RWBY was now wearing a gray long-sleeved shirt, over top which was a black pinafore with red laces dangling from each side. She of course still wore her cloak/cape, though this one seemed more scarf-like as it was much more thickly bundled around her neck. Her skirt had also been swapped out for a red one, her rose emblem printed in black on it. Her legs were covered by all black stockings which were tucked into her red and black boots. Blake had donned a white zip-up, V-neck shirt with black trim that left her toned stomach visible. Barely visible on her left side was her belladonna flower symbol in a light gray that almost matched the white of her shirt. The young fauness had also swapped out her usual black and purple leggings for a pair of form-fitting black pants with a gray stripe stretching vertically down the outside of each leg. A black belt hung around her hips, around the backside of which hung a layer of black cloth over top another, longer, layer of a see-through purple cloth. Weiss had gone for a much simpler look than her usual one, swapping out her bolero and skirt combo for a single-piece dress in white that matched her snow-like hair. The insides, buttons, and frilly bottom parts of the dress were a contrasting black though, adding a little flavor to the new outfit. Her snowflake emblem was branded across the back of the outfit in a light blue. Her legs were covered by a pair of thigh-high, white high-heeled boots. Weiss rolled her eyes. "They are kind of nice." RWBY chuckled. "What Weiss is trying to say is, thank you for the new clothes. And they are really awesome." Used to Weiss' usual behavior, Naruto grinned. "Yeah, I know how Princess is." "Hey! What's that supposed to mean? I doubt these are just some new clothes for the sake of it, so what's so different about them?" Blake asked curiously, ignoring her indignant teammate. Naruto scratched his head. "I honestly wasn't paying all that much attention. Gavin and Ryan were going on about something to do with weaving some kind of lightweight steel and dust, or something. All I got was that they're way more durable and kind of like armor." That caught Weiss' interest. "I've worn clothes infused with dust and none it is near as light and comfortable as this." Naruto shrugged. "Beats me." The snow-haired heiress sighed in frustration. "Why am I not surprised?" Nora, done prancing around, jumped in to defend her captain. "Because he wouldn't be Captain Whiskers otherwise." "Thanks." Naruto's sweat dropped, not sure if the hammer-wielder knew she had just given him a rather backhanded compliment, even if it was unintentional. Deciding to move forward with their not-so-little mission, RWBY interjected. "So what's our game plan?" Pyrrha, having been one of the ones responsible for the plan, spoke up. "Weiss and RWBY, you two will head to the CCT to check the records for any recent robberies or other odd inconsistencies." Weiss smirked. "As a member of the Schnee family, that shouldn't be too hard." "You got it!" RWBY cheered. Naruto stepped up next. "Me and Blake will see if we can find and get into a White Fang rally, see if we can get any info there." Ren crossed his arms. "Nora and I will head for the docks again, see if there is anything left behind that could be useful. And I have an old friend on the shady side of town. Me and Pyrrha will head over there and see if he knows anything." Yang added. With a round of nods and cheers, the group of teens was off. "I always forget how big the tower is." RWBY practically gushed as she gazed at the several stories tall structure. Weiss smirked. "You should see the one in Atlas." RWBY snapped her fingers. "I totally forgot you're from Atlas." Weiss sighed in frustration as she rubbed her forehead. "What do you mean you forgot?" The red and black-haired team captain abashedly rubbed her head. "Kinda just slipped my mind." "Oh God, he's rubbing off on her." Weiss thought in horror. "Wait, doesn't that mean you would know General Ironwood?" RWBY asked curiously. "I do. My sister, Winter, actually works for him," the Schnee heiress admitted. Filing away the fact that her partner had a sister, the younger teen asked. "Do you know why he doesn't like Naruto?" Weiss sighed. "General Ironwood isn't exactly the most liberal person. He's very strict about certain matters and works in a very militaristic fashion. He no doubt knows about Team NNPR having been forced into active duty, but with as childish as Naruto usually is, General Ironwood wouldn't exactly be too happy with him, especially considering he's the team leader. RWBY frowned. Well, what does it matter how Naruto acts? Professor Ashbin trusts Naruto, and we know that he's a great leader. Yes, we know that, but General Ironwood doesn't, and he's in a position of power, so his words carry more weight than ours do, Weiss answered. Before the two could carry on with their conversation, a familiar shock of orange and green caught RWBY's eyes. Penny! The ginger-haired teen waved cheerily. Salutations! Hey guys! Another familiar voice called out. Turning, both RWBY and Weiss weren't at all surprised to see John jogging up to them, remembering that he was Penny's caretaker of sorts. Rolling her eyes and knowing they'd only get sidetracked, Weiss said, RWBY, we have something important to take care of, remember? Maybe I can help. Penny chimed in. A look of slight hesitation and unease crossed John's face for a second as he recalled one of the more important parts of being Penny's friend/handler. Penny, I don't think they need our help. After all, weren't there some stores you wanted to see? Before anyone could react, the blonde Elysian was dragging his charge away at a rather quick pace, garnering raised brows from RWBY and Weiss. Well, that was weird, Weiss summed up. RWBY frowned. Yeah, that was really weird. Oh well, we got other things to worry about. The Shiny heiress shrugged off, already making her way to the large structure that was the CCT. You go on. I'm going to try and figure out what's going on with those two, RWBY called back, racing away. Massaging her forehead, the snow-haired heiress began to mutter a mantra to herself. Coming to Vale was a good idea. Coming to Vale was a good idea. This is the spot, Yang called out, stepping off her personalized motorcycle in one clean and smooth movement. Pyrrha sighed as she dismounted the machine, shakily regaining her sense of gravity. Yang, who gave you your license? Threading her fingers through her hair to rid it of any helmet hair or knots, the blonde quirked a brow. My what? The redhead's sweat dropped. Never mind. Turning, the two regarded the warehouse-like building before them, Pyrrha with a small amount of trepidation and Yang with curiosity. Junior must have renovated or something, Yang remarked casually, noticing the remodeled front section. Shrugging, the blonde sauntered off to the entrance, Pyrrha following suit. To Pyrrha's curiosity, the two presumed bouncers took one look at the pair before rushing into the building with a look of fear painted across their faces, slamming the doors behind them. Instead of being shocked or even deterred, Yang grinned. Looks like we get an entrance. Without any sort of warning, the blonde team marched up to the doors and punched them into splinters with a war cry. Yang and Naruto should never have children, Pyrrha mentally decided, not out of a sense of jealousy, but out of worry and fear of what the two blondes making babies would bring upon the world. Images of small, blonde, blue and purple-eyed children running around with super strength, the power of the elements at their beck and call, and a general disregard or care for any sense of decency or normalcy raced through the redhead's mind. Pyrrha shivered. Shoving that image into the deeper levels of her memory, hopefully to be forgotten, the redhead followed after her temporary partner. Walking through the doors, or what remained of them, Pyrrha sighed and had to resist the urge to put palm to face. Guess who's back? Yang called out. The next instant, dozens of guns were all trained on the blonde who didn't even flinch. A less than pleased look slowly formed on Yang's face as she crossed her arms and frowned. Stop! Stop! Would you idiots just put the damn guns away? A voice called out. Junior forced his way through his employees and examined the pair of teens before him before turning to address Yang. Blondie, you're back, with a friend, why? Said Bustatine smirked as she marched up to the club owner, grabbing him by the arm and roughly dragging him to the bar counter. You still owe me a drink. Pyrrha frowned when the eyes of the club workers turned to her with less than savory grins on their faces. Before the inevitable catcalls and such could begin, the redhead made her way to stand with Yang. Look, I don't know anything, Blondie. Last I talked to him was months ago when he asked for some of my men. We couldn't even finish the deal before him and his damn sidekick started something with some blonde and his pet fox. Junior grit out in frustration. Both Yang and Pyrrha looked at each other in surprise at the mention of a blonde and a fox, something which sounded eerily familiar. He wouldn't have happened to have whisker marks and carry a staff, would he? Pyrrha asked. Junior frowned. Yeah. Brat had come in here and was just drinking before Torchwick had to bother him. Would have kicked them both out if I had known his pet fox was gonna blow out the whole front of this place. Naruto drinks? The two teens unknowingly thought at the same time. Pyrrha thought about it for a moment before recalling that Naruto had mentioned that during his time, most bars would allow shinobi of any age to drink, operating on the principle of old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Even still, she had never taken her partner for the type to indulge in the bottle. Seeing as they had gotten all they could out of the shady club owner, the two decided to cut their losses, making their way out. Hopefully the others are having more luck than we are, Yan lamented. Claw marks? Really? Real and conspicuous. Naruto snarked as he followed Blake. Rolling her eyes, the cat Faunus continued to follow the lead of the claw marks, knowing that it was how the White Fang led others to their recruiting meetings. You have bright blonde hair and wear orange. I don't think you can talk about being inconspicuous. Hey, I know damn well how to be sneaky when I want to. Naruto protested. Remembering the story of how he had painted a literal mountain in bright daylight wearing an even brighter shade of orange, Blake had to give this one to the whiskered teen. Peeking around a corner, the two were relieved to see that they had finally found the apparent meeting spot, Faunus of varying ages making their way into the warehouse. Wanting to make sure that no one would question him for a lack of animalistic features, Naruto funneled a small amount of Kurama's chakra through his body, thickening his whiskers, turning his eyes a crimson red, and extending his canines. A henge would have probably worked just as well, but authenticity was often the better disguise. The shinobi and huntress to be casually made their way up to the warehouse, greeted by an unassuming older gentleman who handed them each a visor that looked like the one most of the terrorist/activist group wore. Curious, Naruto had to ask. Any reason these masks look like a Grimm's? Placing hers on and pushing aside the rush of memories the familiar mask brought, Blake explained. Most people saw us as monsters, so we decided to don the masks of monsters. Naruto frowned as he placed his on. So instead of fighting against that prejudice, you gave in and became what they said you were. Being no stranger to the prejudice of humans, Naruto was familiar with the idea of giving in to the hate and becoming the beast others painted you as. There had been many a time, especially after finding out about being Kurama's Jinchuriki, that the temptation of lashing out was all too inviting. However, like Jiraiya and the Sandaime had taught him, returning hate with hate would only bring more hate, breeding pain and suffering, which would in turn lead to death and would then lead to even more hate, perpetuating the cycle that had consumed the era of chakra for generations. Blake flinched, but could not argue. After many a conversation with her blonde friend, she had come to realize why Naruto wasn't fond of the White Fang and its current actions. She also couldn't fault him for his distaste either, knowing that he was familiar with the strife the Faunus people were faced with on a daily basis. Filing those thoughts away, the pair became highly alert as they entered the open space of the warehouse, seeing a shockingly good blend of initiated White Fang members as well as what appeared to be aspiring recruits dressed in casual clothes. Walking onto the stage, a man wearing a full mask with a muscled and tattooed form spoke out. Thank you all for coming! For those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'd like to introduce to you a very special comrade of ours. I can assure you, he is the key to obtaining what we have fought for so long. Roman Torchwick's appearance on stage was not well received, some of the White Fang members just as surprised and outraged as the initiates were. Naruto peeked out of the corner of his eyes to see Blake clenching her fist tightly, barely holding herself back from lashing out at the orange-haired crime boss. Returning his attention to the stage, Naruto frowned. While he was not at all a fan of the man, Torchwick knew how to talk to people. A few words and he had already gained the trust of those gathered at the rally, as uneasy as it was. The former shinobi had to resist the urge to growl out as he was reminded of a certain snake Sannin. The vile man had been just as charismatic, his words a sweet poison that had gained him the loyalty of many a shinobi, despite the horrid way he treated them. Thankfully, Torchwick was neither as powerful or as evil as Orochimaru was. The rogue shinobi had gone as far as human experimentation and defiling the dead in his attempt to evade his own mortality, twisting his soul and body into a monstrous form that had no longer been human, or even resembled the man he had once been. Fortunately, I'm the best exterminator around, no offense to any rodents in the room, Torchwick smugly finished. With a snap of his finger, the white fan banner that had been hanging from the ceiling fell away, revealing a large mechanized behemoth armed to the teeth with various guns and explosives. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked upon the hulking machine. That can't be good. How did he get his hands on that? Blake whispered in panic. This was far more than they had originally intended to find, not only because of what they were looking at, but because it meant so much more. This wasn't simply a move to show off some muscle or to prove a point. No, this was the beginnings of all-out war. Naruto's mind was racing a mile a minute as Torchwick continued his speech, admitting that the White Fang and his group had managed to steal more of these, apparently at legion, mechs. Apparently, the White Fang itself had also relocated elsewhere, preparing for something big. What the hell are you planning, Cinder? Naruto mentally growled. She's preparing to wage a full-scale war, Kurama solemnly replied, taking in what his container saw from the seal with a grimace. Would all new recruits please move forward? The White Fang spokesman called out. Noticing that they were quickly becoming the center of attention as they weren't moving anywhere, Naruto called out. Blake! Lights! Nodding, the raven-haired teen took aim and shot out the circuit breaker, plunging the warehouse into darkness. Shouts and calls for retaliation followed, Naruto and Blake quickly making their exit through a second-story window. Following right behind them was the Elysian mech, Torchwick piloting it from the inside, as it tore through the concrete wall with ease. Without a word, the two teens took to the roofs, both jumping from building to building with a practiced ease, somewhat surprising Naruto as he had yet to meet someone who could travel in such a very shinobi way. Pushing that thought to the back of his mind, Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out his scroll, quickly calling the rest of his team and Team RWBY. Guys! We need backup! ASAP! Weiss, coming out of the CTT after having scoured through the databanks, listened. There's a huge mech thing the White Fang managed to get their hands on, and it is tearing its way through the city. Could use some help. Rolling her eyes, the Schnee heiress began to sprint off, following the sounds of destruction in the distance. Ruby grinned as Naruto continued. Holy crap, it just took out an entire building. Could really use that backup. I am so not missing out on this. The young teen cheered, disappearing in a burst of speed. No, seriously, guys. We have got to stop this thing before. Oh, well, there goes that mall. Oh. We get to fight a Gundam. Nora cheered with a sparkle in her eyes. Nora! Ren called out, already sprinting off. Coming, Ren! Where are you guys? Yang questioned, her and Pira already situated on her bike. Over here! Naruto called out as Blake, and the mech sped past the alley where Yang and Pira were waiting. Yang's sweat dropped as she revved her motorcycle. Leave it to Foxy. Naruto spared a quick glance behind himself, watching as the mech was incredibly able to follow him and Blake as they leapt onto a highway. In that same moment, he caught a flash of yellow and red quickly catching up to the rampaging machine. Looks like our backup is coming in! Naruto cried over the roar of the winds as he leapt onto the hood of another car. Turning around and planting his feet, he continued, Let's give him a hand! Blake followed his example, readying Gamble's shroud. With a poise and sense of balance gained from years of grueling training, Pira stood atop the back end of Yang's bike as it tore down the highway, Milo in rifle form. Likewise, Naruto pulled out Hi-No Ishi, aiming down the barrel at the Elysian machine rampaging towards them. Before Torchwick could do much of anything, he was being jostled within the mech as 3 sets of gunfire rained down on him. Taking note of where the gunfire was coming from, the crime boss moved the mech to grab a passing vehicle, flinging it at an extremely caught-off-guard Naruto. Naruto! Pyrrha cried, watching the vehicle as well as her teammate go sailing over the edge of the highway. She and Yang were given no respite either though, Roman purposefully moving into the traffic and knocking back several cars aimed at taking them out. Seeing one headed right for her, Pyrrha pushed off Yang's bike as the blonde swerved to move out of the way. Using a slight amount of polarity manipulation, the redhead scaled the car, sprung off it as it reached the apex of its arc, and landed on the machine, plunging Neo through it. With her hand pulsing a dark gray, Pyrrha used her semblance and began to literally bend and peel away the metal of the machine with ridiculous ease. "What the hell is she doing?" Roman cried as light began to leak into the cockpit. Realizing that he would have to quickly rid himself of the redhead lest she pop open his new weapon like a can opener, Torchwick made to jump into the quickly approaching highway above them, intent on smashing Pyrrha between the concrete structure and him. That plan was just as quickly derailed. Yahoo! With a flash of pink and a shout, Nora came flying onto the scene like she had been fired out of a cannon. Seeing her teammate, Pyrrha called out, "Nora! Magnet crush!" An even bigger grin crossed Nora's face at hearing the combo attack. Before Torchwick even had time to reevaluate his plan, Pyrrha was using her semblance to pull Manghilde towards her, greatly increasing Nora's own acceleration. With a sound similar to a clap of thunder, Manghilde met Elysian machinery with the force of a speeding train, plowing into the hulking mech and sending it rocketing through the nearby highway supports. Having leapt off the machine at the last possible moment, Pyrrha landed with a soft thud, keeping an eye on the downed machine. The rest of her team as well as the girls of Team RWBY were quick to catch up, all of them ready to rush into the fight. Naruto, having been thrown off the edge, casually walked back onto the highway using chakra. RWBY was the first to speak out, equally excited and curious about Pyrrha and Nora's attack. "What was that?" Nora grinned. "That's what I call a good smashing." Guys, it's getting back up," Blake announced with a frown. "That thing can sure as hell take a beating," Naruto remarked casually. Weiss chimed in. "My family and the Elysian R&D department have been working on the Paladin for years now. There's no way they'd send them out into the field if they couldn't sustain a lot of damage from Grimm and Huntsman alike. Any ideas on how to take it down, Princess?" Naruto asked, absent-mindedly twirling Hi-No Ishi. The Shin'i heiress sighed. "As loath as I am to say it, hit it hard and hit it fast." Nora, Naruto, and Yang grinned. "You just said the magic words, Princess." Without a word more, the three heavy hitters leapt off the highway, falling to the empty area below them. Pyrrha shrugged before following their lead, RWBY joining her with a grin on her face. Ren and Blake sighed simultaneously before joining their teammates. Weiss stood for a moment longer. "Hopefully no one back home hears about this. Doubt they'd be happy to hear I helped to destroy one of the new paladins." Down below, Roman was forcing the paladin to move, a sneer stretched across his face as blood streamed from his forehead. "Really should install some kind of seatbelts in this damn thing." A rushing Naruto, Nora, and Yang gave him no more time to make any more jokes. Before he could even begin to make an attack, Yang was on him, throwing a powerful strike at the cockpit. However, the armor of the paladin proved to be made of a tougher stuff, barely suffering a dent. With the flick of a control, Torchwick smashed a robotic arm into the blonde brawler, sending her flying. "Cannonball Nora! Whee!" Roman was again violently jostled around inside the Elysian mech as Nora's hammer smashed into the paladin. Nora quickly hopped away as the two males of Team NNPR were already speeding towards the still-stunned mech. "Run! Bold flower!" Quickly and without the need for seals, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin which Ren used as a springboard. Landing with a handstand on top of the paladin, Ren unleashed a stream of bullets straight down into the joints of the mech. Shifting his center of gravity, the long-haired teen cartwheeled, striking with a flurry of slashes from Stormflower. Gracefully landing on his feet, Ren dismounted with a quick jump and a flip, still firing bullets as he did so. He was met by Naruto, who had swiftly passed through the mech's legs, using the blade of Hi-No Ishi to let loose his own whirlwind of attacks. With a seamless and rehearsed grace, the two swapped places, Naruto hitting high while Rin hit low. Sparks flew as the two males ran circles around Roman and his machine, dealing more and more damage with each successive pass. Finally, having had enough, Roman used all of his strength to move the arms of the paladin, smashing them into the ground with enough force to crater it, and throw both Ren and Naruto off balance for a quick second, a second the flame-haired criminal took advantage of, lashing out with rapid gunfire from the paladin's mounted guns. Naruto and Ren were quick to retreat, though their spots were quickly filled by a rushing RWBY and Blake. Ladybug! Sparks flew as Crescent Rose sliced into the mech, tearing through the mech like the claw of an angry beast. Gamble's shroud carved out several of its own jagged grooves in a blur of slashes and gunfire. Roman was again put on the defensive as the fastest and most nimble members of Team RWBY ricocheted around him in blurs of crimson and black. The two young ladies were forced to retreat though as an increasingly furious Torchwick unleashed a plethora of missiles, intent on ridding himself of the bothersome teens. Seeing the missiles speeding towards her and the others, Weiss stepped forward. With her usual poise and grace, the Schnee heiress plunged Murdernaster into the ground and erected a wall of jagged ice spikes. The crystal-like structure exploded in a shower of flakes and snow, having done its job and protected those behind it from the flying explosives. Out of the cloud of smoke and ice, Yang came charging out with a war cry, eager to rejoin the fray. The blonde's fist collided with the Atlesian paladin with a crack of fire and enough power to dent the hard metal armor. However, she was not quick enough to dodge Roman's retaliation, a cold metallic fist that sent her tumbling into a concrete support pillar. Cracks in the structure formed and chunks of concrete were dislodged as Yang's body harshly collided with the pillar. Roman pushed the paladin to speed forward, intent on finishing off one of the brats that had been a rather bothersome thorn in his side. "Leave her alone!" Blake cried out, appearing between her teammate and the charging mech. "Weiss! Use it!" Naruto suddenly cried out, worried for both of his friends. Without any kind of acknowledgement, the snow-haired heiress sprung into action, waving both Murdernaster and her fingers to form a completely new and untested rune, one she was sure not even Winter had thought of, one created as a joint project between herself and Naruto. A trail of dark violet energy followed her fingers as Weiss focused on forming the intricate array, pouring both her aura and concentration into the construct. With a final wave of her fingers and her weapon, an encompassing circle of archaic and unknown symbols spun into life below the paladin, the large design glowing a vibrant and royal shade of purple. In that exact moment the hulking metal behemoth was ground to a halt, and even forced to its knees. The others looked on in awe as Weiss was visibly using all her might and power to do whatever it was she was doing to the paladin. Sweat began to dot her brow as she pushed her semblance even further, which in turn caused the sound of creaking joints and metal to ring through the air. Seeing the opportunity granted to them, Pyrrha and the others attempted to rush the downed and trapped mech only for Naruto to call out, "Stop! Don't go near that thing!" Curious eyes regarded the blonde, forcing him to answer. "This is a rune me and Weiss have been designing. Anything within its circle of influence is put under an intensified field of gravity. If you jumped in, it'd probably crush your bones and insides." As if to prove his point, sparks began to fly from the paladin as even louder groans and creaks were heard, the glowing of the rune intensifying as well. Naruto hoped that Weiss would have enough energy to crush the mech under an insane amount of pressure, but he had underestimated just how much punishment the machine could take, and Weiss was already pushing herself to her limits, this being the first time their creation was used in live combat. Despite that, he had to admit that he was rather proud to see something he had helped to make doing what it was intended to. If this was what Weiss and the gravity rune were capable of doing to a thousands of pounds armored behemoth, he could only imagine what it would do to Grimm, or even a human enemy. However, seeing the somewhat disappointed look on Yang's face, Naruto formed a new idea. "Yang! You and me?" Seeing the feral grin on her fellow blonde's face, the bustatine felt a pleasant shiver crawl down her spine, bringing one of her own grins out. "How could I say no?" The two blondes bumped fists, each letting loose their power at that exact moment. Yang's semblance flared to life, changing her lilac eyes into a light shade of crimson, while her blonde mane seemed to gain an almost ethereal glow to it, making it seem like flowing gold. While this wasn't the height of what her semblance could do for her, she had taken enough damage to give her an edge. Naruto flared his own chakra while drawing on the energy of nature, bringing on his sage mode, amber eyes and all. With as much chakra as he was letting loose, a light blue luminescent shroud had formed around him. The visible chakra flowed and danced around him like a living flame. The two blondes stepped away from their awestruck teammates, moving in such a synchronized fashion that it looked like they had been doing this for years. The similarities ended there though as Yang cocked Ember Celica with a casual flick of her wrists while Naruto held out his hand, a Rasengan whirring into existence. "Think we can hit it hard enough?" Yang asked sarcastically, knowing full well that the mass of metal and tech would not survive the two of them. Naruto grinned, creating two shadow clones. One grabbed the arm that wasn't holding the spinning ball of doom while the other grabbed Yang's. "Oh, we will." Without another word, the two clones moved as one and used their strength to begin spinning their creator and his fellow blonde. With a war cry and a feral glint to each of their eyes, Naruto and Yang were sent tearing through the air. Right as they were just about to enter the field of Weiss gravity rune, the heiress released the breath she had been holding, collapsing to her knees. Without a source of energy, the sprawling circle of runes collapsed and disappeared, releasing the paladin. However, the timing had been perfect and Roman could do nothing but watch and brace himself for impact. Fist and condensed ball of chakra met the armor of the paladin with an explosion of power and force. For a split second, the protective layer of metal held strong. However, the grinding nature of the Rasengan proved far more powerful as it began to tear through the material like it was paper. Likewise, Yang's monstrous strength forced the armor to groan and give way. Together, the two pushed all their energy into their strike and let it loose. The resulting explosion of chakra and aura sent the paladin spinning through the air like a bullet. The airborne mech collided with pillar after pillar, each collision destroying it further and further before it eventually could take no more and simply exploded in a shower of metal shrapnel. A heavily wounded and clearly bleeding Torchwick lay on the cold concrete, coughing and moaning in pain, surrounded by the remains of the now destroyed paladin. The two teams approached the downed criminal with weapons raised, ready just in case he tried anything underhanded. Looking at the man, Naruto couldn't shrug off the feeling that something was wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing. However, since he was still in Senin Moto, his ability to sense out others was heavily amplified. It was thanks to this that he was able to pick out the energy signature of a quickly moving Torchwick and Neo. Growling, the blonde surprised everyone when he viciously struck out with a slash from Hino Ishii's blade. However, instead of watching an already wounded Roman Torchwick be turned into mincemeat, they were instead treated to the sight and sound of glass breaking. Wide-eyed, the others watched as the image before them fell away, revealing that Naruto had only carved out a small trench in the concrete floor. The sound of laughing and the roar of an engine caught everyone's attention. With frowns, Team RWBY and NNPR watched as Roman was carried away by a bullhead. "What the heck was that?" RWBY cried out, completely confused. As Naruto's eyes bled back into their usual shade of blue, he answered. "An illusion, a very good one." Yang huffed. "Well, that's not fair." Regaining his usual carefree demeanor, Naruto grinned. "As fair as it would have been if we let Pyrrha handle that big hunk of metal." The members of Team RWBY quirked a brow, confused by what he meant. Sure, Pyrrha was strong, no doubt about that, but strong enough to fight that thing by herself? That was a little unbelievable. "Pyrrha can control metal!" Nora exclaimed. "Yeah, she probably would have just torn that thing apart with her bare hands," Naruto praised. A faint red hue dusted the redhead's alabaster cheeks. "Well, actually I can control polarity so dash." A giddy RWBY interrupted the older teen. "That's so cool!" Naruto watched with a grin as his friends all began to relax, returning to their normal demeanor and antics. However, he and Kurama were having a very different conversation through their link. "So what are we going to do now, brat? Cinder has made it clear that she plans to wage an all-out war to achieve her goals. We stop her, simple as that, Naruto concluded with a hint of steel to his voice. He had seen the horrors that war brought on, and he'd be damned if he sat back and watched Vale meet the same fate as Konoha. Memories of Obito and his army of white Setsu and reanimated corpses raising Konoha to the ground to get to him flashed through Naruto's mind, his fists clenching and unclenching. Then we better get started on getting even stronger. I doubt Cinder has anything that could possibly pose us a challenge, but with Kagaya still skulking around in whatever form, it'd do us well to be prepared for anything, Kurama intoned. Naruto nodded firmly. There were far too many unanswered questions and variables to simply sit back and wait. If Kagaya really was still around, then he'd be ready for her, and whatever her plan was. Chapter 27. The destruction of a local mall, a whole section of Vale's highway system shut down for repairs, infiltrating the meeting of a well-known terrorist group, and to top it off, the total dismantling of an Elysian prototype weapon. Ajpin read off casually. The various members of teams RWBY and NNPR could do nothing but look increasingly sheepish. Well, most of them did. Nora sat there with a huge grin on her face, not at all bothered by the mass amounts of destruction she had played a part in. If anything, she looked quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Glinda was doing her very best to not let loose on her students and give them an earful, one she felt they more than deserved. Peering over his glasses, Ajpin took the time to examine each of the 8 teens sat in his office. Finally his gaze landed on the whiskered captain of Team NNPR. Naruto did not shy away from the headmaster's gaze, matching the older man's stare, not out of defiance, but as a show of his convictions. While he wasn't exactly happy about all the collateral damage, Naruto knew very well that it could have been much worse. More to the point though, thanks to their actions, they had learned some incredibly crucial information, intel that could very well be the difference between life and death. For a moment, neither of the two moved, a silent conversation of sorts taking place. Without tearing his gaze away from that of the younger teens, Ajpin spoke. Glinda, please take the members of teams RWBY and NNPR back to their rooms. Naruto, stay, I wish to speak with you. What? Came the shocked cries. Although she wasn't happy about it, and just as surprised as her students, Glinda listened to the headmaster and managed to corral the other teens with her into the elevator despite their arguments. When the doors of the elevator closed, Ajpin finally tore his gaze away from Naruto's, turning his chair so it faced the bright sun of a new day. So you believe war is coming? I know it is. This isn't some way for the white fan to show a little muscle. They intend to wage a full-scale war on Vale, and Roman Torchwick has supplied them with enough dust and weapons to do it. Naruto answered with a frown. Years of peace coming to an end due to the poor treatment of a people who have no choice in what traits they are born with. It is not something I wish to ever see. Ajpin intoned, a hint of shame and sadness coloring his voice. Fear leads to hate. Hate leads to pain and death. Pain sparks the fires of revenge which only leads to more hate and death, continuing the cycle. Naruto bit out, recalling the vicious cycle of death and hatred that had consumed the Shinobi era since its birth with Indra and Ashura. Ajpin only seemed marginally surprised by the words of wisdom before recollecting his thoughts. Naruto Uzumaki, I have a very important mission for you. The blonde Jinchuriki quirked an eyebrow. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The wind gently whistled through the leaves and grass, carrying with it a cool breeze. Inhale. Exhale. A squirrel busied itself by attempting to make its treetop home even more comfortable, while searching for any food that was readily available. Inhale. Exhale. Meanwhile, on an entirely different tree, a bird sang a sweet melody, calling out to any who would listen. Inhale. Exhale. Naruto's heart thrummed, slowly and purposefully to the beat of the life around him, his senses stretched far beyond that of what most, normal, people could accomplish. However, this was as easy a task as walking to the blonde after having studied under the toads of Mt. Mayaboku. But this was not a meditative exercise meant to help his sage training, no, it was for something else entirely. Without so much as a twitch or hitch in his breathing, the blazing orange shroud of his Biju cloak sprang to life, writhing and swaying like a living fire, though it lacked its usual ferocity. Like a snake slithering along a tree, a single tail bubbled into existence, performing a slow hypnotic dance to an unheard rhythm. Following it was another tail, seamlessly syncing itself to the rhythm of the other chakra limb. Soon after a third tail followed, the energy shroud turning a darker shade of orange at the same time. Inhale. Exhale. A fourth tail sprang to life. Inhale. A fifth followed it. Exhale. Then a sixth. It was at this point that a slight frown appeared on Naruto's face. The fourth tail of Kurama's chakra was usually around the point that he was consumed by the rage and instincts of his Biju-S chakra. Even after improving his relationship with Kurama, and the Biju stating that the acidic qualities of his chakra should no longer be a problem after becoming whole once more, the memories of what he had done while under the influence of the chakra were hard to shake off. Had Jiraiya not been an extremely powerful ninja and seal master, he wouldn't have gotten away with a few scars on his chest. Sakura could very well have been fatally maimed had it not been for Yamato-sensei and his Mokutan would release jutsu. Still, this whole exercise was to prevent any of that from being a problem anymore. This was to grow even stronger so that, come whatever may, he was ready and able to protect those close to him. That wasn't to say that he didn't think they couldn't defend themselves. Far from it. Team RWBY and his own teammates had proved time and again that they could hold their own extremely well. However, they were no longer dealing with just Grim and some thugs. Even if Kaguya herself was no longer around, whatever echoes of her and her plans that still lingered would no doubt be far beyond what was normal, even for him and his friends. So, with a frown of concentration, Naruto pushed himself. For a moment, nothing seemed to change. There was no explosion of power or anything. Not even so much as a shift in the wind, or a change in the still swaying chakra cloak. Inhale. The cloak flickered, parts of it shifting and changing in small, almost imperceptible ways. The most noticeable change was its color. Instead of a burning shade of orange, it began to glow in hues of gold. Exhale. Ugh! We're not even halfway through the semester, and I'm already over all these classes, Yang complained, throwing herself into a nearby chair. Pira giggled at the blonde. Unfortunately, we all can't make clones and send them to class like Naruto does. He's been playing hooky without us, Yang exclaimed. Considering he learns everything his clones do, I don't think it can technically be considered hooky, Ren commented offhandedly. Blake, ever the curious one, asked. Any reason he's been doing it? Pira shrugged. He said that he and Kurama were training. Isn't he already super strong? Ruby asked aloud. Naruto isn't someone who is satisfied with good enough. We've seen his training regimen, and he pushes himself to the point of exhaustion most times, Ren remarked with a tint of admiration to his voice. Despite his childish tendencies, Naruto took his responsibilities as team captain very seriously and did all he could to improve, which was something Ren could admire. Nora nodded and spoke around the mouthful of food in her mouth. Yeah, he even beat me in a push-up contest. Hopefully he isn't pushing himself too far, Blake commented, a hint of concern coloring her voice. After the last time, Whiskers knows better, Yang grinned, putting a fist to her open palm. Ruby recalled how terrified the older teen had been of her sister and Pira after that whole episode and giggled to herself. Well, I'm just glad that with the dance coming up soon, we'll all have some time to relax after everything that's happened this past year, Weiss added. Oh yeah! Isn't Team CFVY in charge of it this year? Yang added. In charge of what? A familiar voice interrupted. Smiling, Pira happily made room for Naruto as he slid into the seat next to her and answered. Coco and her team are in charge of setting up this year's dance. Naruto quirked a brow. Dance? What dance? The one that's happening in a few weeks, Weiss quipped sarcastically. Naruto could only blankly stare at the heiress, still completely lost. What? Did you not have dances during your time? Pira questioned. The whiskered Jinchuriki shrugged and joked. Not that I can remember. Was a little more busy with the whole people after the Biju in me thing. The other's sweat dropped. Fair point. Situating herself next to her fellow blonde, Yang cheekily grinned. Well, Whiskers, let me educate you on what all the hubbub is about. Maybe we should let someone else do that, Blake commented, her voice carrying a slightly worried tone to it. Wrapping an arm around Team NPR's captain, Yang teased. What? It's not like I'd dare corrupt Whiskers or anything. Sorry, Yang, Ero-Senin already beat you to that, Naruto mentally lamented. Kurama snickered, recalling that particular incident. Prior to their coming to Remnant, it was probably the only time that the Biju had happily lent out his chakra to his host. I think I can handle it. Kurama spoke up, a light blush dusting her cheeks. However, Naruto didn't hear his friend's declaration, instead distracted by something he had seen from the corner of his eye. With a frown on his face, the blonde stood up. I'll see you guys later. I have something I have to do. Without a word more, the Jinchuriki was racing out of the lunch hall, leaving behind some very confused and worried teens. My, sneaking up on a helpless maiden? How bold of you! Naruto snarled. Cut the crap, Cinder. The amber-eyed woman smirked and turned to address the blonde standing just behind her. Why so hostile? Because I know what you have planned and I'll be damned if I just sit back and watch it all go to hell. The blonde bit out, blue orbs glaring into amber ones. Cinder didn't seem at all put out by his declaration. If anything, she seemed almost happy. The raven-haired seductress moved to stand inches away from Naruto, looking up into his ever-expressive eyes filled with equal parts anger and confusion. Oh Naruto, I've told you what my plans are, why I'm doing all of this. This only served to infuriate Naruto even more. Don't you dare lie to me. You told me you wanted peace, that you wanted to expose the dark secrets being kept from everyone. What I saw was you gearing up for a war. And that is still my plan, but this is only to ensure that it succeeds. Suddenly, an uncharacteristically serious look crossed Cinder's face. Do you think those who hold all of the power will just let it go quietly? No, they will fight tooth and nail to keep their game of chess a secret. I may be getting ready for a war, but I won't be the one who starts it. Naruto clenched his fists. He had come prepared to confront Cinder, and hopefully come to a solid conclusion on how to proceed with his dealings with her. Instead, he found himself just as unsure as he'd been previously, if not more so. The blonde grit his teeth in frustration. Mind games and subterfuge were just not his strong suit. I promise you, Naruto, you'll soon see my plans come to fruition. With that as her final words, Cinder sauntered away, a confident smirk on her face, leaving a frustrated Naruto behind. Any advice, Kurama? Naruto mentally exhaled. Continue to prepare for the worst. We both know she's up to something more here. We just don't know exactly what it is, and until we do, discretion will be the smarter plan, the ancient chakra mass answered. I hate just waiting around for stuff to happen though. It's so boring. Naruto moaned, folding his hands behind his head. The Biju rolled its eyes. Yeah, well, go complain to someone who cares. I'm going back to sleep. Lazy furball, Naruto groused. Blake winced, feeling her entire body scream in agony with every move she made. Despite the pain though, she bore a determined grimace, her amber eyes glaring straight ahead at her sparring partner. With a grunt of pain, she stood to her feet and aimed the twin blades of Gamble's shroud at Naruto. Again! Seeing the raven-haired teen's breath coming in ragged gasps and the obvious pain she was in, the blonde frowned. Blake, I think we're done for today. No! I know you can keep going and dash. Blake! Crossing the clearing to stand before the barely standing Faunus, Naruto took both parts of Gamble's shroud despite Blake's weak protests. I know why you're doing this, but driving yourself into the ground isn't the right way to go about this. Slightly bitter, Blake glared at the blonde. But it's okay for you to do it? The whiskered teen frowned before turning around and stepping away from her. Realizing just how harsh that had come out, Blake made to apologize only to have her breath catch in her throat as the fiery cloak of Kurama's chakra blanketed Naruto's form. Expecting to feel the usual suffocating pressure of malice and hatred, Blake was shocked when she instead felt warm. She was also feeling extremely relaxed, so much so that she was honestly having to fight down the urge to purr. She was further surprised when 2 more tails of chakra sprung from Naruto's backside. Watching the 3 chakra limbs sway, slightly mesmerized by their hypnotic dance, Blake's eyes widened when they converged to form a cone of sorts. At the point where they all joined, a small, extremely condensed ball of chakra began to form. What she saw next had her jaw on the floor. Naruto grabbed the ball of chakra and swallowed it whole. Silence engulfed the clearing for a moment, the world seemingly just as surprised as Blake was by what had just happened. Looking unnaturally calm considering what he just did, the Uzumaki Jinchuriki proceeded to open his mouth wide. The former white fan member was then nearly thrown onto her ass when a gargantuan beam of pure chakra was shot from Naruto's open maw. The surrounding area was practically laid to waste from the backlash of the attack alone, the ground around Naruto collapsing in on itself under the pressure, while the air began to sizzle from the heat of it. Even the sky itself was seemingly parted by the technique, a vast swath of clouds being vaporized by the beam. Letting the attack peter out, Naruto turned around, looking just as relaxed and energized as he usually did. "That was barely a drop in my reserves," the blonde stated, the Biju cloak receding. "Why?" Blake asked simply, still reeling from the display of raw power she had just seen. Naruto answered calmly. "To prove a point. Like I've told you before, the Uzumaki clan was known for our insane stamina and huge chakra reserves. Plus I have Kurama's chakra to draw on. I can train myself into the ground because my body can, and will just heal from it, and keep me going after a nap. You can't say the same. But we can't just sit around doing nothing. We both saw what the White Fand are planning. The others don't realize it, but we both know better," Blake exclaimed, a frenzied look in her eyes. Looking down, the raven-haired teen clenched her fists. They don't know what it's like out there, what it's like to have blood on your hands." Naruto engulfed Blake's smaller form in a tight hug. "You're right, the others don't know what war looks like, what it means to take another's life," Naruto softly intoned. Pulling away enough to see the watering amber eyes of his friend, the blonde continued. "But that doesn't mean they're ignorant to it, that they don't know the kind of world we live in." Taking a deep breath, Blake collected herself and began to wipe away the few tears that had slipped. "I guess you're right." Grinning smugly, Naruto poked the faunus in the side, earning a yelp of surprise. "What was that?" Blake rolled her eyes. "You were right, and I'll try and take it a little easier." Naruto gave an over-the-top laugh, gloating about his supposed victory. All the while Blake giggled at the blonde's dramatics. Opening her slightly teary eyes, the young teen stared deeply into the bright ocean pools of her friend, someone she honestly cared for deeply. Don't get her wrong, she cared for and even loved her teammates like sisters, but with Naruto, it was a little different. He understood her and her troubles, because he had gone through similar hardships. But he didn't just let her vent her problems, nor did he simply solve her problems for her. He gave her the tools and words she needed to do it herself, to stand on her own 2 feet, and that was something she found invaluable. Amber gazed into Sapphire with no small amount of happiness and gratitude. That had to have been Naruto. But why would he have used such a powerful attack? Pira's mind raced. While the others had attempted to soothe her worries, the redhead just couldn't help but to worry about her blue-eyed partner, which was the reason for her currently racing through the emerald forest. Hearing the sound of familiar laughter caused her to slow her pace and eased her mind. Walking at a much more sedate pace, Pira allowed a smile to cross her face as she saw a familiar shock of blonde hair peeking through the foliage. As she was about to call out to her friend and partner, a much more feminine laugh caused her to pause. Pira's smile dropped slightly when she saw the raven-haired faunus of Team RWBY locked in an embrace with her partner. That foreign feeling of jealousy tugged on her heart, but the invincible girl was quick to bury the proverbial green beast. Then the two began to stare into the other's eyes, the remnants of their laughter still lingering on their features. A pit of dread filled her suddenly, and that ugly green beast was back with a vengeance. Then she saw it. Blake stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and began to lean in. That's all Pyrrha could stand to see. Without another glance back, she was racing back to the dorms. Which one looks better? Weiss near demanded, presenting two similarly colored sheets of paper. Naruto scratched his cheek. They both look the same? The Shiny heiress rolled her eyes. Ugh, boys. Turning, she addressed RWBY and posed the same question. RWBY, having been busy cramming cookies into her mouth, looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Weiss huffed. I don't know why I even bother. The two team captains shared a look before bursting into laughter. Still chuckling, Naruto turned to look at the small army of his clones being ordered around by both Weiss and Yang as the two teens ran around attempting to prepare the hall for the coming dance. Originally their friends in Team CFVY had been the ones in charge of the whole affair, but the older team had yet to return from their latest mission, which had the wheels of the rumor mill turning. Part of Naruto had been slightly worried, but he had seen firsthand just how skilled each member of CFVY was, so those were quickly laid to rest. Then came the satisfaction of him not being the one involved in a mission being bumped up in danger. Felt good to be on the outside looking in. But with the older teens still out, there was no one left to prepare for the big dance, which meant it could very well be cancelled, something Yang and Weiss were vehemently against. As such, the two had taken it upon themselves to organize the event. Of course, this also meant that Naruto had been persuaded to help as well. The blonde was quick to shunt that work onto an army of Kaiga Bunshin though. So, any idea who you're going to ask to the dance? RWBY asked, genuinely curious. While she wasn't the type to get involved in the love lives of her friends or anything, even she could clearly see that her fellow captain had plenty of girls vying for his attention. How he himself failed to realize this was a mystery. Not like Pyrrha, Blake, and Yan hide it well, RWBY giggled to herself. The whiskered teen shrugged. I don't think anyone would be all that interested in going with me. Figured I'd just spend it hanging out with everybody. Really? Not gonna ask Blake or Pyrrha? RWBY's sweat dropped, amazed by just how dense Naruto was. The blue-eyed Jinchuriki gave another shrug. Nah, they've both kinda been avoiding me cause of their dates. Now that sparked the younger teen's curiosity. It was clear as day to almost the entirety of Beacon and even some of the visiting students from the other three academies that the raven-haired Faunus and red-haired Invincible Girl were infatuated with the spiky-haired captain of Team NPR. Who else could they possibly be going with, and why would they both be avoiding Naruto? That's surprising. RWBY half mumbled to herself. Why? Blake and Pyrrha are great. I'm just surprised it didn't happen sooner. Naruto grinned. The cloak-wearing captain laughed. Leave it to Naruto to be so bluntly honest. Well, I don't have a date either. Why don't we go together? You know, as friends? RWBY offered with a slight blush. As platonic as it was meant to sound, she was still asking a boy on a technical date, even if he was her best friend. Naruto grinned. Sure. Sounds like fun. The shinobi turned huntsman then began to chuckle sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. But I don't exactly know what to do at a dance or anything. The silver-eyed huntress-to-be gave a bright smile. Neither do I. The two shared another laugh. Off to the side, Yang spared the pair a glance and smiled. Weiss did the same, though she gave one of her signature eye rolls. Despite that, a small smile could still be seen on the heiress' face. Chapter 28. Naruto took the time to look himself over in the mirror, scanning the suit he had donned for any imperfections. Sure, he and RWBY weren't going as couple, but Yang had made it very clear that he was to be on his best behavior and show her little sister the time of her life. The blonde teen shivered remembering those frightening red eyes as they bore into his soul. And people thought his Biju cloak's red eyes were scary. Regardless of Yang's advice, he genuinely wanted to make sure RWBY had as much fun as was possible. After all, she was his first real friend at Beacon and was someone he cared for and was proud to call one of his precious people. He'd do almost anything for her. With a grin of determination, the blonde team captain gave himself one last glance over. Black suit all pressed out and spotless? Check. Dark orange tie straightened and tied properly? Done. Mop of blonde spikes he could never control? Well, that was as good as he was getting it, so check. With that done, he turned to address the only other person with him. Ready to go, Rin? The long-haired teen checked his maroon bow tie one last time before giving a nod. Good to go. The two bumped fists and strode out into the well-lit courtyard, waiting for their respective dates. Looking around at the decorative lights and streamers hanging from the light posts and bushes, Naruto whistled. Yang and Weiss really outdid themselves. Ren nodded. They did an excellent job, though it helped having an army of your clones to order around. The whiskered teen chuckled, recalling some of the memories he had gotten from said wicker clones. However, before the two could continue their admiration of Yang and Weiss' decorative skills, their eyes were drawn to the two young women now standing a few feet from them. Ren smiled when he laid eyes on Nora. The outgoing teen had stuck with her usual colors and themes, donning a simple yet elegant pink, strapless dress. The top half was a darker shade of pink and formed into a heart shape, while the lower half was an almost white coloring and ended just above her knees. Her heels clicked on the concrete as she walked up to Rin with a wide grin and grabbed a hold of his arm, already dragging him along. Come on, run! We gotta show everyone our sweet moves! Naruto chuckled at the pair before turning his gaze to his own date for the night. To say he was stunned was an understatement. Dense he may be, but even he knew that Ruby was a very attractive girl. While she was 2 years younger than everyone at Beacon, she didn't exactly look it. In fact, she was just as developed in curves as her teammates, and the dress she was wearing made that all very clear. Like Nora, Ruby's dress was a simple one-piece that ended above her knees, but in a much darker red color. The younger teen had also tied a sizable piece of black fabric around her waist. The ends of it dangling off to her made Naruto blush slightly. Was the split in the dress that revealed a tasteful amount of cleavage, though the split was criss-crossed by black thread. Her upper chest and collar were covered by black mesh that seemed to be a part of the dress. Fiddling with her fingers, Ruby blushed as Naruto gave her a once-over. This was far from being what she would normally wear, but considering tonight was a special night, she figured it was time to try something new. That and Yan had practically begged her to. You look great, Ruby, Naruto admitted with a grin. The younger teen smiled and gained back some of her usual confidence. You clean up pretty good too, Naruto. The two captains shared a laugh before Ruby walked up to Naruto and grabbed his arm. Well, that was the plan. Instead, the scythe wielder stumbled a little, though Naruto was quick to steady her. You okay? The older of the two asked, genuinely concerned. Ruby huffed. It's these stupid clown shoes. Naruto chuckled when he realized that Ruby apparently could not walk in the heels she was wearing. So you can balance yourself on Blake's ribbon using crescent rows, but can't walk in heels? Ruby pouted. I'll show you, mister. With another laugh, the two began the walk to the hall where the dance was being held. Oh my gosh! You two look so adorable together! Yang gushed as Naruto and Ruby walked into the hall, arm in arm. Noticing that her younger sister was actually clutching onto her date, Yang barely stifled a giggle. Having some trouble there, Rubes? Ruby glared at her sister. It's your fault I'm wearing these stupid things. Not able to hold it in anymore, Yang scooped her sister into a hug. Oh, but you just look so beautiful. Putting her sputtering sister down, the blonde brawler turned and gave Naruto an approving once-over. And you don't look too bad either, Foxy. Rolling his eyes at his fellow blonde's usual flirting, Naruto replied, You look pretty good yourself, firecracker. And he was being honest. Although Yang's simple all-white dress wasn't as flashy or revealing as her usual clothes, it did nothing but accentuate her natural beauty. Ruby gave the Jinchuriki a playful punch to his shoulder. Hey! You're supposed to be my date, mister! Yang sidled up to the taller blonde and snuggled into his side while giving her sister a conspiratory look. I don't know, sis, I might have to take him for myself. Ruby childishly blew a raspberry at her sister as she began to guide Naruto towards the crowd, the two blondes laughing all the while. As the two made their way through the already dancing crowd, a familiar voice called out, Ruby! Recognizing the voice, Ruby's face was instantly lit up by a bright smile as she turned and ran to hug her friend. Penny! Naruto stood off to the side and smiled as he watched the two interact. Still don't know why Penny seems a little odd, but Ruby likes her, so I guess it's not a big deal. The whiskered Uzumaki was pulled from his thoughts when he sensed someone take up a spot to his side. On bodyguard duty tonight too? Chuckling, Naruto shook his head and sheepishly admitted. No, Ruby's actually my date. John was somewhat surprised. Really? I thought you and Pira were dating or something? Leveling a flat stare at his fellow blonde, Naruto replied. We told you we weren't back on that mission. The Atlesian chuckled nervously. Right. The group of four were interrupted when Nora blazed past, dragging Rin behind her and asking/demanding him to dance with her. Struck by the idea, Naruto reached out and grabbed Ruby, surprising her. Seeing where she was gently being led, the young team captain began to blush and stutter. Naruto! I don't know how to dance, said Blonde, only looked back and grinned. It's fine, just trust me. Settling themselves near a slowly swaying Nora and Ren, Naruto placed his hands on Ruby's waist while the black and red-haired teen unsurely wrapped her arms around her date's neck. To Ruby's surprise, Naruto began to lead her in a slow two-step dance, subtly holding her up and making sure she didn't make an absolute fool of herself. After a few minutes of accidentally stepping on his feet, the two captains settled into a steady rhythm. Genuinely enjoying herself, Ruby curiously looked up at her date and asked, I thought you hadn't been to a dance before? Naruto chuckled. When I went on a 3-year training trip with Ero-Sennin, he tried to turn me into a super pervert like him. Of course I didn't want to end up like him, or my other teachers, so I refused any and all of his attempts. He eventually gave up, but insisted I at least know how to show a woman a good time. Dancing was one of the things he taught me. Was he really that much of a pervert? Ruby giggled. Naruto gave her a flat stare. He was known more for Ika than his ninja career. Really? Ruby squeaked. Chuckling, Naruto shook his head. No, but it was close. Her job done as the receptionist, Yang smiled as she looked around at all the people laughing and smiling, students and teachers alike. Turning to her side, Yang wrapped an arm around her teammate. You know, we did a pretty damn good job, didn't we, Weiss? The Schnee heiress took in the sight of students from the 4 academies all mingling and genuinely enjoying themselves before nodding with a small smile. We really did. Spotting Naruto and Ruby sitting at a table with Rin and Nora, the blonde brawler grabbed the Schnee heiress and began to drag her to the table despite her protests. Come on. Let's go enjoy ourselves. Naruto nearly spilled his drink when Yang clapped him on the back before taking a seat next to him. Whiskers. Weiss rolled her eyes but seated herself next to Ruby, who cheered. Weiss. Come to join your BFF? No. Your barbarian of a sister dragged me here. The Schnee heiress huffed. Well, that's just rude. Yang pouted. While he was still laughing, Naruto caught sight of a familiar flash of red out of the corner of his eye. Not having seen his red-haired partner or really spent any meaningful amount of time with her recently, he was quick to excuse himself. I think I saw Pira, I'll be right back. At the mention of the emerald-eyed warrior, Yang thought aloud. I'm honestly surprised those two didn't come together. Realizing what she said, Yang was quick to turn to her sister and apologize. No offense to you, Rubes. The younger teen simply shrugged. While she was extremely happy that she had come to the dance as Naruto's date, Ruby also knew that there was no romantic feelings between them, and she was okay with that. Wasn't to say she didn't find the older blonde attractive or anything, but he was just more like the older brother she had never had. Thinking about it, Ruby giggled as she realized that Naruto could very well pass as her legitimate brother, considering just how much he had in common with both her father and sister. She had no doubt that both her father and uncle would love the goofball if they ever met. Meanwhile, Weiss threw her own 2 cents into the conversation. If he hadn't come with Pira, I would have thought he would at least come with Blake. Ruby was the one to shed some light on the situation. Naruto said that they had both been avoiding him the last few days, so he thought it was because they had gotten their own dates. Everyone at the table face-palmed. Idiot! The group of friends unanimously muttered. Gazing at the star-filled sky above, Pyrrha gave a heavy sigh, her mind and heart lost in an ocean of turmoil. Can't say I blame you for wanting some fresh air. So lost in her thoughts, the redhead couldn't help but jump in surprise at the sudden noise. Turning to see a familiar whiskered face, one she had gone out of her way to avoid these last few days, Pyrrha offered a small smile, though it lacked any sort of real warmth. Oh yes, it was getting kind of stuffy in there. Spotting the strained smile a mile away, Naruto frowned before moving to join his partner at stargazing. Someone bothering you? Pyrrha's heart fluttered seeing the threatening look on her captain's face. It was a reminder of just how much he genuinely cared for her, and showed that he was ready to squash anything that so much as bothered her. Still, recalling what she had seen that night in the forest, she was quick to clamp down on those feelings. No one is bothering me. Grinning ferally, Naruto crossed his arms. Well, your date better be treating you right or he'll have to deal with me, Nora, and Rin. Try as she might, the emerald-eyed teen couldn't resist giggling at the cheesy bravado her friend was putting on. Collecting herself, Pyrrha shook her head. Well, that won't be a problem, because I don't have a date. All of Naruto's joking vanished as he was left dumbfounded by Pyrrha's confession. What do you mean? How do you not have a date? Simple, no one asked me, Pyrrha answered with a sad smile. There's no way someone didn't ask you. I've seen the fan mail, plenty of people would sell a limb to even get you to smile at them, Naruto insisted. Recalling some of her more enthusiastic fans and their letters, Pyrrha agreed. True, but even still, no one actually had the courage to approach me. They never really do. And even if they had, I would have turned them down. Because they're not asking you, Pyrrha, they're asking the invincible girl, Naruto added with a solemn look, remembering just how much his partner disliked the pedestal she had been placed on. Pyrrha gave a beatific smile to the blonde. I've told you before, but Naruto, you really are one of the first and only people who I've felt so comfortable around. Ever since we were first partnered back during our initiation, you never once treated me like I was better than you, that I was above you. You treated me like I was just me. Smiling by now, Naruto was ready to interject, but Pyrrha continued, the dam holding back her feelings having sprung a leak. You're always encouraging me to better myself, you're there when I need you to be, you never judge me, or ask me to be anyone but who I really am. There hasn't been a moment since we've met that I don't cherish in some way. Even small talks about classes and homework means so much more if it's with you. Placing his hands on a near-frantic Pyrrha's shoulders, Naruto smiled as the redhead started to collect herself. Sorry, I shouldn't have said all of that. Your date would probably be upset. Why would RWBY be upset? Naruto asked, completely lost. Pyrrha blinked. RWBY? You're not here with Blake? The blonde half-Uzumaki raised a brow, now extremely confused. No. Why would I be? Aren't you and Blake dating now? Pyrrha asked, just as confused as her partner. Naruto blushed. What? No. Why would you think that? I saw her kiss you that day you two were training in the forest together. Pyrrha stuttered out, now highly confused. Had she seen some kind of illusion? Or had Naruto rejected the cat faunus feelings? Blake! Yang cheered, elated to see her raven-haired partner walking up to join them. About time you joined us! Blake rolled her eyes and took a seat with the rest of her team, and some of the people they had befriended. Taking a brief glance at around the table, the amber-eyed youth smiled as she saw all of her friends enjoying themselves and relaxing. RWBY was animatedly chatting with an equally enthusiastic Penny, Nora was trying to convince Rin to do something with her, and Weiss was surprisingly having a nice chat with John of all people. Well, I figured I'd either come by choice or you and Naruto would probably hunt me down and drag me here, Blake quipped. Yang just grinned. Ah, you know us so well! Blake! RWBY cheered, taking notice of the last member of her team having joined them. Can I ask you a question? Quirking a delicate brow, Blake shrugged. Sure. With her usual innocence, the young captain asked. How come you've been avoiding Naruto? It took a moment for the question to fully register in her brain, and when it did, the teen faunus was quick to blush and avoid any and all eye contact. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yang couldn't help herself and teased. Another failed attempt to flirt with Foxy? Told you, you're gonna have to just walk up to him and give him a good one right on the lips. Blake's cheeks turned an even darker shade of red as she mumbled to herself. At this point, everyone at their table was completely invested in the conversation and was pointedly staring at the faunus. Come again? They all asked. Mumbling just loud enough to be heard over the music, Blake admitted. I tried. Everyone at the table was blown away by the normally introverted book lover's admission. Wide-eyed, Yang grabbed her friend's hands in her own and nearly yelled. What do you mean you tried? Growing increasingly embarrassed with all the attention, Blake smacked Yang's hands away and huffed. The day he was helping me train in the forest. Naruto set me straight and helped me sort some stuff out. We ended up hugging and, well, I couldn't help myself and went in for a kiss. But I tripped. Silence. Had it not been for the pulsing bass of the music and the sounds of the other attendees enjoying themselves, you could have very well heard a pin drop. As far as Team RWBY and their friends were concerned, though, the rest of the hall had faded into non-existence. Weiss, completely dumbfounded, managed to ask the one question everyone was attempting to get out. What? Her brow drooping, Blake confessed. I heard someone coming, got surprised, and ended up tripping. After that, I couldn't face Naruto. Her explanation was met with equal amounts of barely repressed giggling and sympathy. Pira blinked in disbelief. So, Blake tripped, and then ran away? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yup. Was really weird, honestly. The absurdity of the situation finally sinking in, Pira couldn't help herself, her whole body shaking as she laughed. Not at all understanding why his partner was suddenly laughing so hard that her eyes were actually starting to water, Naruto could only chuckle unsurely. You okay there, Pira? Wiping away the tears, the red-haired beauty nodded. Sorry, it's just I was being extremely silly these last few days and worrying about nothing. I'm so sorry for avoiding you for no real reason. Not one to hold a grudge, the whiskered teen shrugged before holding his hand out and smiling. Well, I think you can make it up to me with a dance. Pira gave a bright smile as she slipped her own hand into her captain's. I would love to. Naruto blushed as he finally took the time to take in the sight of Pira against the dim glow of the night. Dressed in a form-fitting red gown that matched her hair perfectly while contrasting with her alabaster skin, a light hint of her usual eye shadow to accentuate her deep emerald green orbs, and her crimson tresses flowing in cascading waves down her back and around her face, Pira was absolutely stunning. You look gorgeous. Naruto breathed out without even realizing it. Pira colored prettily at the compliment. Shine by Jeff and Casey Williams. Walking arm in arm, the pair caught the eye of almost the entirety of the hall as they walked onto the dance floor, matching the slow groove and melodious female vocals of the music almost perfectly. Ignoring everyone and everything around them, the two began to sway to the soothing call of the vocals accompanied by the soft piano chords. Lost in the other's eyes, the pair found themselves in their own little world. As the beat began to build, the rest of the students followed suit and began to dance with their own dates, flooding the dance floor once more. Suddenly, an electronic drum fill kicked the song into full swing. In a surprising move, Naruto grinned as he twirled Pira around, the bottom part of her dress flaring out in a shock of red. The emerald-eyed teen laughed as she and the blonde abandoned their slow two-step and began to move in sync with the now pulsing beat of the song. Since when could you dance like this? Pira managed to say over the roar of music and sounds of joy. Naruto chuckled. You pick up some weird things when you spend 2 years with an old pervert. Elsewhere, Nora couldn't contain herself anymore. This is happening. As Rin was about to ask his eccentric friend what she meant, he got his answer when he was pulled to his feet and dragged onto the dance floor, joining their smiling teammates. There's no way we're missing this! Yang shouted, grabbing both Blake and RWBY by the hand and dragging them along. Unprepared and caught off guard by her sister's actions, RWBY, in a panic, grabbed the closest thing to her. Unfortunately for Weiss, she just so happened to be sitting next to her partner, and was thusly dragged along with the rest of her team. Penny and John shared a look before shrugging, deciding to join the two teams. Pira and Naruto were forced out of their own little world when they realized that all of their friends had joined them, smiles plastered across all of their faces, even Weiss. Forming a sort of loose circle, the group of friends was all laughs and smiles as they danced like fools, trading partners at random times. Even still, it was hard to miss the way Naruto and Pira gravitated towards each other. As the song crescendoed into its final movement, the pair found each other again, once more lost in their own world. Taking the time to really listen to the lyrics, Pira couldn't help but laugh at how perfect the song matched her own thoughts and feelings for a certain whiskered captain. As the song came to a resounding and rhythmic end, the entire dance hall exploded into cheers of laughter and happiness. Ignoring the explosion of noise, Sapphire stared into Emerald, untold amounts of genuine happiness and love conveyed in a way that could never be properly put into words. A bond built from mutual respect, unconditional trust, and a belief in the other. Pira. Naruto. While earlier the dam holding back her feelings had sprung a leak, that same dam had now collapsed in a rush of emotions. No longer able to hold herself back, Pira placed her hands on whiskered cheeks, closed her eyes, and threw caution to the wind. Gasps echoed throughout the now deathly quiet hall. The feeling of a soft and luscious pair of lips gently, yet firmly, placed on his took Naruto by complete surprise, his eyes wide and his mind shutting down. However, as his mind caught up to the moment and took in all that was happening, a single moment of clarity struck the Jinchuriki, the pieces all falling into place. Kami, I'm a moron. Without another thought, Naruto wrapped his arms around Pira's waist and pulled her closer, losing himself in the moment. After a few seconds of enjoying the other's touch, the pair separated, emotion clear in their eyes. The moment was broken when the previously silent crowd erupted into thunderous amounts of cheering. About damn time you two! Yan exclaimed, wrapping an arm around the owlishly blinking couple. We were almost ready to lock you in a closet until you guys actually confessed. Yeah, and I would have won our betting pool too if we did, Weiss grumbled, handing over a fair bit of lean to Yan, who was wearing a Cheshire grin. Darn it! Thought it would have been sooner, Nora complained as she also forked over some money. You guys were betting on us, Naruto and Pira exclaimed. It was just a fun game of guessing between friends, Ren explained in his usual calm demeanor. However, any sort of levity that his answer may have had was completely shattered when Yang took a portion of her apparent winnings and split them with the long-haired teen. Run! Oh ho! My congratulations to you two young lovebirds! Came the boisterous call of Professor Port. Yes! Truly a wonderful way to celebrate this evening, Dr. Oblek added. Naruto and Pira's jaws dropped when Yang took a portion of the money and passed it to the two teachers. Was everyone in on this? Naruto cried out in exasperation. Those who had been a part of the When are Naruto and Pira finally going to confess? Betting pool began to look in random directions, some attempting to whistle innocently. Unfortunately, seeing as how most of Beacon's faculty and student body had partook in the betting, it only made the situation that much worse. You're all getting pranked for this, Naruto huffed. Well, that was interesting, Mercury scoffed. Raising a delicate brow as she adjusted one of her gloves, Cinder asked. Oh? What was? Arms crossed and hiding the fact that he was talking to his boss through a hidden headset, the silver-haired youth grinned. Blondie and Ms. Invincible swapped saliva in front of everyone. Rising from her crouched position atop a roof, the amber-eyed seductress set her sights on her target. You're right, that is interesting, though not unexpected. We'll deal with that later, though. How much time do I have? You should try and be home by midnight. Cinder smirked. I'll keep an eye on the clock. With an almost unnatural elegance, the raven-haired woman began to make her way across the rooftops, careful not to make a sound. Although she was having the time of her life with her friends, Ruby felt the need to step outside for some much-needed air, all the dancing having caused her to work up a bit of a sweat. Taking in the crisp night air with a small smile, the young teen quirked an eyebrow when she caught sight of something moving across the rooftops at a surprisingly quick pace. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ruby went to investigate. Gathering her courage, Blake strode up to a laughing Naruto and tapped him on the shoulder, quietly asking, "Do you mind if we dance?" Naruto grinned. "I'd be happy to." Matches, Acoustic, by Aaron Richards and Brett Paddock. As the first few soft piano notes were played, Blake wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, Naruto putting his own hands on the raven-haired teen's waist. Without any words said, the two began to smoothly sway in place, slowly gliding across the dance floor and staring into the other's eyes. By the time the mellow vocals joined the piano, the two had been joined by several others on the dance floor, moving in much the same manner. Subconsciously moving to the pace of the song, Blake stared searchingly into Naruto's sapphire orbs, looking for something, a hint or a clue that could help put the hurricane that was her heart at ease. She needed something to tell her to either keep pursuing the blonde or to concede to Pyrrha after their display of affection. Completely unaware of his current dance partner's plight, his mind on other things, the blonde Uzumaki was content enough to enjoy the moment, and stared into Blake's eyes with all his usual warmth. While she was focused on her search for answers, Blake couldn't help but listen to the deeply emotional lyrics that were being sung. Both the words themselves as well the melody of them struck a chord in the teen faunus. Internalizing the lyrics and sorting through the storm of her emotions, Blake was struck by something as both the piano and vocals began to grow in volume and passion. Looking into Naruto's blue orbs, she realized that she was too late. While he clearly cared deeply for her, someone had done what she had failed to. In one heartfelt and completely revealing moment, Pyrrha had thrown Naruto into the sea of her heart. And he hadn't drowned. No, he had embraced the gesture and returned it. While she had seen the two kiss, and it had been obvious, even from afar, just how much pure emotion had been in the otherwise simple kiss, only now, as she looked into the Jinchuriki's eyes, did Blake see just how much the two had shared in that brief moment. A feeling of jealousy began to roil in her. However, as she continued to look into Naruto's expressive eyes, she quickly came to another realization. Sure, Pyrrha had done what she had tried to and happily taken the blonde's heart into her hands, but that didn't mean the redhead was completely taking the goofy ball of sunshine from anyone. It didn't mean that Naruto suddenly cared any less for her or that he cared any more for his partner, now girlfriend. So, while Pyrrha now had a very special place in the blonde's big heart, Blake still had her own as well. It hurt to know that Pyrrha would get to enjoy all of the romantic gestures she longed to. Frankly, it stung quite a bit. But that didn't mean that her late-night talks with Blue-Eyed Teen would stop. It didn't mean that they would no longer be able to sit and enjoy a nice cup of tea every once in a while. It was those thoughts that eased the hurt. Her heartache somewhat soothed and content to enjoy the moment, Blake closed her eyes and leaned into the taller blonde, resting her head on his chest and letting the thrum of his heartbeat lull her. Shifting his hold to embrace her, Naruto smiled and closed his own eyes, happy to share the dance with someone so dear to him. As the song softly came to a close, the two separated. Sharing one last hug, Blake gave a somewhat strained smile and gestured to a waiting Pyrrha. "Probably shouldn't keep your girlfriend waiting." Naruto blushed but nodded, making his way over to the redhead. Blake jumped a little when she felt an arm wrap around her. Glancing out of her peripherals and seeing a familiar mane of blonde waves, the cat faunus leaned into the embrace. "You gonna be okay?" Yang asked in concern. Looking on as Naruto and Pyrrha shared another short kiss, Blake sighed. "Eventually. Don't want to go by Nigel Goodfoot go Periscope." As the DJ changed the mood of the dance floor by throwing on an upbeat and light-hearted track, Yang grinned and tugged Blake with her. "Come on. Nothing a good dance party couldn't help." With the lights flashing and pulsing along to the beat of the song, the dance floor erupted into laughter as students from each of the academies flooded the floor and began to move to the beat, smiles on each face. Many began to laugh even harder as some of Beacon's professors joined in the fray, attempting to dance like their young charges, most failing to do so in a spectacular fashion. Standing off to the side, Ashbin smiled as he looked on. This was the reason he did all that he did, to see so many cheerful faces simply enjoying themselves, ignoring things like who came from what kingdom, or if you were a faunus or not. It brought an immense warmth to his heart to see so much happiness being shared. The silver-haired headmaster was torn from his thoughts when a familiar voice spoke up. "Well, I think I've had enough fun for one night." Taking a sip from his cup, Ashbin asked, "Not going to enjoy the rest of this?" James Ironwood smirked but shook his head. "No, I think Professors Port and Panathenia are having enough fun for the rest of us." Chuckling as he too watched as the husky professor attempted to do some popular dance move or another, the bespectacled headmaster nodded. "Yes, well, I hope your dance with Glinda went well. Have a good night, James." Shaking his head at the enigmatic headmaster's antics, the Atlesian general offered a casual wave. "Thank you and have a good rest of the night." Watching the usually gruff general leave the party, Mercury frowned before whispering, "A party guest is leaving." Sighing in exasperation, Cinder continued to tap away at the keyboard, her eyes scanning the screen as she did. "Who is it?" Mercury's voice came through her earpiece in response. "Looks like the general has had enough fun for the night. Should we intervene?" Wearing a satisfied smirk, Cinder replied, "No. We're done here." That smirk quickly fell off her face though when the nearby elevator gave off a ding signifying that someone had arrived on the floor. Quickly ducking behind a desk, the raven-haired woman couldn't help but roll her eyes as she saw the young captain of Team RWBY wander in, her massive scythe at the ready. Cinder's legs tensed, ready to reveal herself and combat the young teen, confident that she could easily subdue the younger woman. However, a flash of blonde through her mind's eye brought back an all-too-recent memory. While she had managed to coerce and trick Naruto into leaving her and her plans alone, if he found out that she had so much as looked at RWBY the wrong way, he would bring down the full might of him and his Biju. Remembering the pure malice that had almost drowned her the day she sparred with Piram months ago was enough to stay her hand. Powerful as she was no match for a Jinchuriki, let alone the jailer of the most powerful of the Biju. At least not yet. Grabbing one of the cartridges clipped to her belt, Cinder tossed it at a random corner. Using her power, she ignited the cartridge, causing an explosion that rocked the room and blasted a hole into both the wall and floor. RWBY, having heard the sound of the cartridge hitting the ground, turned to investigate, but was met with a concussive blast of hot air and rubble. Using the distraction granted to her, Cinder made a quick and silent escape, leaving behind a deeply confused RWBY. A pair of laughs echoed throughout the otherwise silent and chilly night. "Not so fast, Naruto!" Pira cried out, though her laughs made it clear that she was actually enjoying herself. Naruto, carrying said redhead on his back, only laughed louder. Loving the sound of his partner's melodious laughs, the whiskered teen really began to pour on the speed as he leapt from tree branch to tree branch. After a few minutes of making his way through the forest, Naruto spotted a particularly tall tree. Seeing the perfect opportunity for what he wanted to do, the blonde began to make his way up the large tree using chakra. Reaching one of the topmost branches, Naruto settled both himself and Pira on the outstretched tree limb. Knowing he didn't have to worry about being cold thanks to Kurama, he shrugged off his blazer and draped over the redhead's bare shoulders. Grateful for the gesture, Pira snuggled into the blonde's side, further warming herself up. Wrapping an arm around her, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Here he was amongst the quiet tranquility of a moonlit forest, a beautiful and amazing girl who saw him in a way he was honestly not used to wrapped in his arms. It was all so new, but in the best of ways. That in mind, Naruto mustered up his courage and moved his arm away. Feeling the loss of comfort, Pira curiously gazed at her captain. "Pira?" Sensing the unease, the redhead assured the blue-eyed Uzumaki. "What's wrong? You know you can tell me anything." Taking a deep breath, Naruto stared straight into Pira's eyes. "When I first came to Remnant I was hurt badly. But more than anything, I was angry and depressed that I had failed to protect my home and friends. I came to Beacon hoping I could find some answers and maybe even find a way back home. Eventually figuring out that, That was pretty much impossible. I was devastated. But then I remembered the great people I had met here, people who actually gave a damn about me. Placing a hand on one of Pira's smooth alabaster cheeks, Naruto cracked a grin. And then there was you. From day one, you were on my side, there when I needed you to knock some sense into me or when I needed a shoulder to lean on. I guess what I'm trying to say is dash. Seeing the amount of trepidation in the former shinobi's eyes, Pira shook her head before moving to capture his lips with her own, stopping him from rambling any further. Pulling away from the lip lock, the redhead gave a small smile. I feel the same way, Naruto. Naruto could only don a dopey grin and blush. Pira giggled at the dumb look on her captain, now boyfriend's, face, before snuggling back into his side, content to gaze out at the moonlit forest below, eager to face the future and whatever it brought together. Chapter 29. Ruby twiddled with her fingers as she stared down the angry/disappointed glare of her sister and fellow captain who had just found out about her little solo mission the night before. Rubbing his temples, Naruto sighed out. And you didn't call any of us, why? 'Cause I thought I could handle it, Ruby muttered. And what if you couldn't? Yang questioned, her worry for her baby sister spurring her on. As much as she knew that Ruby was not at all the same little girl from their younger years and that their uncle had groomed the partial redhead into a force to be reckoned with, Ruby was still naive and prone to making dumb decisions. Watching as his fellow blonde grilled her younger sister, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, is this what Kaka-sensei and Ero-senin felt like when I made a stupid mistake? Ha! You say that like you don't still make dumbass decisions. Kurama barked in laughter. No one asked you, you stupid ball of fur. Naruto childishly retorted. Getting only mocking laughter as a response, the blonde came back to the current situation to see a sheepishly cowed Ruby. Unable to deal with seeing the younger teen sad, Naruto caved and hugged the silver-eyed captain before asking. So what did you tell Ojban and Ironwood? I may have told them that I fought the person and that they hinted that there was something going on in the southeast, Ruby sheepishly admitted. A surprised Blake was the one to speak up next. Why would you do that? Well, I know how much this whole thing with the White Fang and Torchwick has been bothering you, so I figured that if I mentioned it, they would send us out to investigate, Ruby answered with a smile. Her raven-haired teammate was rightfully surprised by the answer. You didn't have to do that for me, Ruby. Weiss nodded, joining in. And it was pretty risky considering you just lied to our own headmaster and Ironwood as well. Ruby chuckled. Funny, 'cause he actually congratulated me on recognizing a threat, taking action, and doing the best you could. Having come to know what kind of leader and man the general was through his own brief interactions with him, Naruto could only sigh. Sounds like something he'd say. Guy's all about action. From her spot of leaning on her boyfriend, Pira giggled, garnering everyone's attention. Sorry, I just thought it was funny coming from you of all people. Everyone shared a laugh at the blonde's expense, realizing how hypocritical the Jinchuriki's statement had been. Pira! You're supposed to be on my side, Naruto whined, causing everyone to laugh even more. Rolling her eyes at her fellow blonde, Yang moved to the desk against the wall, retrieving a canister of some sort. Well, I was going to give you this package that Dad sent, but now that you lied to our headmaster, I don't think you deserve it. Yang! Don't be like that! Ruby cried, attempting to reach for the canister while Yang easily kept her younger sister at bay. As the two siblings fought, Naruto had to quirk an eyebrow when he saw Kurama actually get up from his position on Pira's lap. What's up, fuzzbutt? As if to answer his question, Yang and Ruby's little quarrel caused the canister to open, releasing a rolled-up thing of fur. To everyone's utter surprise, the roll of fur popped open, revealing that it was actually a gray and white-colored corgi who was happily wagging its tail. Before anyone could question how bizarre it was for a dog to pop out of a small metal cylinder, Ruby happily cried out. Zwei! Ren, completely flabbergasted, asked. Your dad sent a dog through the mail? Yang shrugged. He's always doing wacky stuff like this. Blake, currently cowering behind Naruto, fearfully peeked out over his shoulder. Your father or the dog? It was one thing dealing with Kurama, but now this mangy mutt is going to... Y's tirade slowed to a crawl as she found herself lost in the wide gray eyes of the painting corgi. After a brief staring contest, the Schnee heiress continued in a much happier tone. Live with us forever? Yes, he is! Oh, yes, he is! It wasn't long until Nora joined the fray, happily playing with the little corgi. Run! We need to get a dog! The hammer wielder cried, holding Zwei in her arms with a pleading look. Kurama rolled his eyes. PFT, don't see why everyone's so worked up over a dog. Naruto, sensing his partner's jealousy, laughed. It's alright, Kurama, you're still special to me. The QB scoffed. Like I need your validation. The whiskered teen shrugged before moving to greet the new furry guest. Neither Yang or RWBY were surprised at how quickly Zwei was to take a liking to Naruto, both realizing how well the former shinobi would have fit into their family. The group's playtime was interrupted when the voice of Glinda came over the speakers in the hallway. Would all first-year students please report to the amphitheater? Please tell me he's housebroken, Blake asked, still eyeing the energetic corgi warily. RWBY nodded enthusiastically. Definitely. Zwei is a super smart dog. Arms slung behind his head, Naruto grinned. Well, if anything, Kurama can watch him. The kitsune was quick to oppose the idea. There is no way in hell you are making me babysit this, mongrel. Pretty please, Kurama? RWBY pleaded, her eyes watering and her lip quivering with her hands clasped together. The mighty nine-tailed fox lasted all of 3 seconds against the adorableness of RWBY's pout. Fine. I'll watch the mutt. Naruto had a mini-celebration at seeing someone else on the other side of RWBY's cuteness. The group of teens began to make their way out of the room, though Blake had to hitch a ride on her laughing partner, leaving the two quadrupeds alone. Kurama glared at the panting corgi. I already hate you. Zwei barked in response. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen the school this packed before, RWBY noted, seeing the intermixing of students from the visiting academies. Yeah, kinda reminds me of the Chunin exams back home, you know, without all the death and killing intent. Naruto commented, remembering his first and only experience with the exams. We've said it before, but Foxy, your time was crazy, Yang added, the others quickly agreeing. The temporarily displaced shinobi pouted. It wasn't that bad. Pira was quick to counter. How many teams actually made it through those exams? Recalling just how few had managed to make it out of the forest of death, Naruto's sweat dropped. I still don't see your point. The redhead gave her captain a flat stare. Before anyone else could chime in, their deputy headmistress called out. Quiet. Quiet, please. Seeing she had everyone's attention, the blonde continued. Professor Ashbin would like to share a few words before we begin. Aforementioned headmaster calmly strode up to the mic. Today we stand together united. Mistral. Atlas. Vacuo. Vale. The 4 kingdoms of Remnant. On this day nearly 80 years ago, the largest war in recorded history came to an end. It was a war of ignorance, of greed, and of oppression. A war that was about much more than where borders fell or who traded with who, but about the very idea of individualism itself. The silver-haired headmaster paused, taking in the look of the students gathered before him before continuing in a slightly more weary tone. We fought for countless reasons, one of which being the destruction of all forms of art and self-expression, and, as you are well aware, that was something many could not stand for. Naruto, who had only recently begun delving into Remnant's past, tightened his fists at the idea of such a war. During his short, but extremely well-traveled, shinobi career, he had personally fought against many tyrannical leaders who wished to shove the common man under their greedy thumbs. Gato, the disgusting shipping magnate, drug dealer, and smuggler who had drained Nami no Kuni to near desolation and broken its people down until they were too poor, weak, and hungry to fight back. Doto Kazuhana, the greedy man who had not only staged a rebellion and killed his brother, but also kidnapped and attempted to murder his own niece, all in the pursuit of a treasure he knew nothing about. And that was just the tip of the iceberg with Naruto. Come to think of it, he had gotten tangled up in several rebellions and wars throughout his career. Not to mention fighting literal demons like Morio. Maybe Pira had a point after all. As a result, those who opposed this tyranny began naming their children after one of the core aspects of art itself, color. It was their way to demonstrate that, not only would they refuse to tolerate this oppression, but neither would the generations to come. Ashbin continued with a certain firmness to his voice. And it was a trend that is held to this very day. We encourage individuality, expressionism, and unity through diversity. A feeling of pride and happiness began to reverberate throughout the hall as many of the young students realized just how much their names really meant. Reminds me of how Erosenin and Gigi would talk about the will of fire, Naruto recalled with a certain fondness. After all, it was those same teachings that had guided him through his life, serving as his moral compass and eventually becoming a foundation to his Nindo. As I have said, today we stand together united. But this bond cannot exist without effort. Which is why today, while the rest of the world celebrates peace, huntsmen and huntresses will work to uphold it, the headmaster concluded. As he continued, the students' eyes were drawn to the holograms that began to materialize to the sides. As first-year students, you will be tasked with shadowing a professional huntsman or huntress on a mission. Some of you may be taken out of the kingdom for several days, others may work within the walls for the rest of the week. It was at this point that many of the younger students began to grow giddy with excitement, eager for the opportunity to show off what they were made of out in the field. But Ashbin was not done, his eyes scanning across the many eager faces before him. But no matter which path you choose, remember to be safe, remember your training, and remember to do your very best. Applause met the conclusion of Ashbin's lengthy speech, though many were far more eager to check out the variety of missions displayed before them. This is perfect. All we gotta do is shadow a huntsman who will be heading out to the southeast and then ditch them to go exploring. Ruby cheered. While she got a round of agreements from her team, she was surprised to see a much more laid-back team and NPR casually chatting with each other. Of course, this piqued her interest, as she would have thought that Naruto of all people would be as excited as her and her team. Why aren't you guys as pumped as we are? We're finally getting to do some real huntsman work. Pira chuckled at the young captain's enthusiasm. Well, this may be your first official mission. We've been doing them for months now, remember? Yan grinned and attempted to goad her fellow blonde. What? Not up for kicking bad guy-ass Foxy? In an odd change of character, Naruto didn't rise to the challenge, folding his arms behind his head. Not really. The last few days of getting to actually relax and train properly have been pretty great, so we decided to take a break, which Ashbin okayed. Knowing that Team NPR had been going on a near constant stream of missions the last month or so and sympathizing with a want for R&R time, Blake offered a smile. Well, you guys do deserve a little bit more rest, enjoy it. We won't be resting for long though, Ren commented. Yup, Nora cheered. We got some serious training to do. Good luck out there. And if you ever need backup, you know who to call, Naruto called with a grin and a casual wave. With that, the two teams split, Team RWBY off to find a suitable mission while the members of Team NPR headed to the nearest training room, eager to improve in any way they could. Suetun, Tepidama, water release, liquid bullets. Pira grimaced as she could feel her left arm shake violently as the pressurized ball of water slammed into Akuo. Thankfully, she had also had the foresight to use her semblance to keep her anchored to the floor as well, otherwise the force behind the jutsu alone would have likely sent her careening into a wall. Taking the opportunity, Nora leapt over her red-haired teammate and made a dash towards Naruto, Manghilde trailing behind her. However, before the hammer-wielder was able to get even remotely close to her captain, two more copies of the blonde burst out from the ground below, ready to put a stop to her advance. However, as quickly as they appeared, they were dispelled. One receiving a spinning storm flower to the head while the other was shot point-blank by Rin, who had appeared to aid his childhood friend. In usual Naruto fashion, the Jinchuriki was quick to replace the fallen clones, easily creating a handful more. Those were just as quick to fall though, Ako cleanly cutting through each of the doppelgangers like a buzz saw before returning to its owner's hand. With a triumphant grin, Nora continued her charge, intent on finally scoring a hit on Naruto, who had so far managed to keep them at arm's length thanks to an unending sea of clones and a bevy of jutsu. But now that was all gonna come to an end dash. Nora choked on her spit, unable to comprehend her current situation. Magnhild had not only been stopped dead, a feat she had never seen or thought anyone capable of, but Naruto had done it with his bare hands. Even Pira, who was able to control polarity, had never tried to stop the massive hammer/grenade launcher with her bare hands, seeing it only as a one-way trip to the infirmary with every bone in her hands broken. Still completely dumbfounded, Nora switched her gaze to meet her captain's, hoping to find some answers to the conundrum before her. Seeing the twin pools of liquid amber staring at her answered all of her questions. OCRA-. Nora's thought process was violently interrupted when she was sent sailing through the air thanks to a powerful palm strike to the abdomen. Neither Rin nor Pira were given much time to process what they had seen, the blonde moving on them in a blur of movement. In the span of a few seconds, Pira and Rin had joined Nora in a heap on the floor, all three groaning in pain. Unsurprisingly, though, Pira was the only one to get back to her feet, grimacing as she did so. With a determined fire in her eyes, she charged forward with a jab from Milo. Naruto was easily able to swerve to the side of the jab, ducking under the follow-up swing, then flipping away in time to avoid having a ko smashed into his face. But Pira wasn't about to give Naruto any time to collect himself, already sprinting towards him with Milo held high above her head. Naruto's eyes widened as he was forced to quickly bring his hand up to bat aside the incoming spear. Seeing Pira rushing forward with a ko as a battering ram, the blonde pulled his fist back. A shock of air exploded outwards as fist met metal. Her arms shaking under Naruto's superior strength, Pira quickly used her semblance to call Milo back to her, using its short sword form and going for a wide slash. The Jinchuriki met the slash with a kunai, using the small knife to easily hold back the transforming weapon. Having spent so much time around her blonde boyfriend, Pira couldn't help it when a mischievous smirk crossed her face. Alarm bells were instantly blaring in Naruto's head when he saw the redhead's devious look. Suddenly feeling every single piece of metal on his person grow exponentially heavier, he realized too late what his red-haired partner was up to. With a mighty pulse of her aura, Pira used her control over all things metal and pushed the whiskered Uzumaki away with enough force to send him careening into a nearby wall. Groaning as he extricated himself from the crater he had made, Naruto couldn't help but let his mind draw similarities between what Pira had just done and Nagato's Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Though Naruto doubted the invincible girl would ever be able to wipe out an entire village with one fell use of the attack, it was still an impressive and ingenious use of her semblance. Shaking off the daze, Naruto chained together a set of hand seals, then cupped his mouth. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Pira spun out of the way of the first fireball, but quickly had to bring a ko up to defend herself from the several others that followed it. Lowering her shield, the emerald-eyed teen was prepared to launch her own offensive but was stopped from doing so when a shock of blonde suddenly appeared in her field of view. Rasengan! Any plans she had were forcibly expelled along with the air in her lungs as the spinning ball of chakra was slammed into her abdomen before it unraveled and exploded, sending her flying across the arena. Taking a deep breath and allowing his eyes to bleed back into their normal blue, Naruto moved to check on his team. You guys wanna end it here? Nora and Rin only offered a flat stare while Pira let out a groan of pain. Naruto's sweat dropped. May have gone a bit overboard. You think? Nora childishly retorted, using Manghao like a makeshift cane. I'd rather be sore and bruised here than seriously injured out in the field, though, Ren remarked, pointing out the reason for their training. Feeling what was left of her aura already numbing the pain and slowly healing her body, Pira questioned. But why did you not use your weapon? It was then Naruto grew slightly sheepish. I'm still not all that great with using it. It'd be more like a handicap than anything. That piqued Pira's interest. After all, she had spent quite a bit of time helping the blonde better his huntsman's skills. But when we last sparred, you'd made huge improvements in using it. Can't you also use your jutsu with it? Ren added. Naruto gave a shrug. Yes and no. I can use some pretty basic jutsu like the one I used back during initiation, but I still need to use hand seals to perform a lot of my more powerful ones. And while I'm pretty good at using high no ishi by itself, I'm still trying to figure out a way to really incorporate it with how I usually fight. So you're trying to essentially combine your shinobi and huntsman training into one fluid style. Pira concluded. The whiskered teen nodded. Easier said than done, though. Well, we're always happy to help where needed, Ren offered. Yeah. I'd be happy to help whip you into shape, Nora shouted with fires raging in her eyes. Seeing the hammer wielder so enthusiastic about training gave Naruto flashes of horrid green jumpsuits, blinding smiles, and sunsets. Pira frowned in concern seeing her boyfriend shiver in what looked like a mix of fear and disgust. Something wrong? Naruto forced a smile. All good. And thanks, Nora, but I think me and my clones can handle it. Nora shrugged, completely oblivious to her captain's unease. Naruto frowned in thought as he gazed at the shattered moon that hung almost ominously in the sky above. Kurama? The chakra beast grunted. Is it just me, or does it feel like something big is about to happen? Naruto wondered. The Kyuubi gave it a moment's thought before rousing from his resting, staring out into the horizon with a look of angry confusion. No, it's not just you. A few moments ago I felt something. I have no idea what in the world it could be, but it was almost as if a huge gathering of pure negativity awakened. You're right, Naruto concluded, his eyes now a liquid amber. But now it's gone. You think it could be her? Kurama shook his head. No. Kaguya was just like Tusama and had an unmistakable aura to her. That, and while whatever it was felt old, it was nowhere near as old as myself or even you. Naruto pouted. Hey! I thought you said I'm still technically only 17? Resuming his previous position as a coiled-up ball of fur, Chakra Monster shrugged. You are. But you are also technically several hundred years old considering we're now in the future. Alright, now you've lost me, Naruto admitted. Kurama rolled his eyes. Another day of rest and relaxation. Just what the doctor ordered, Naruto exclaimed with a grin. As much as he loved training and being active, Jiraiya and Tsunade had made sure he also knew how to take a break and enjoy himself. Peering up from the copy of The Utterly Gutsy Shinobi that Naruto had lent to her, Pira smiled. I must admit, getting some time to lay back and relax is quite nice. Taking a sip from his cup of tea, Ren wholeheartedly agreed. And it's a much-deserved one as well. Though you two look really comfy there. Nora grinned, winking at Naruto and Pira, the later of the two curled up against the former's side. The red-haired beauty blushed prettily and hid behind the book while Naruto scratched the back of his head, his own whiskered cheeks heating up. As Naruto was about to retort, Kurama jumped up, surprising the four teens. Massive amounts of Grimm are heading towards the city. What? As if to confirm what Kurama had said, the entire school was filled with the blaring sound of the kingdom's defense system going into high alert. Alert, incoming Grimm attack. Threat level 6. Without wasting a single second, Team NNPR had leapt to their feet and were racing to don their battle gear. As one they sprinted out of their room, quickly making their way to a waiting bullhead. They were only marginally surprised to see several other teams already doing the same, several professors following suit. As Team NNPR was lifted into the air, Naruto stared into the namesake of the academy, somewhat surprised to see Ashbin standing there, readily matching the younger teen's stare. The silver-haired headmaster simply gave a nod to the Jinchuriki, Naruto's features settling into a resolute and cold mask before returning the gesture, understanding exactly what had just been asked of him. Ashbin trusted him and had given him a mission, one Naruto would not fail. Chapter 30. With a serious frown on her face, ruby-spun crescent rose around, the large blade cleaving through several Beowulf in one smooth rotation. Rolling with the momentum of the massive scythe, the young teen ducked under a claw swipe, the bladed end of Crescent Rose's pole piercing through the skull of a creep Grim while another of its brother's heads was blown to pieces by one of the sniper scythe's bullets. Shifting her weight so that she and her weapon spun with each other, RWBY fired off a shot that sent her plowing feet first into the sternum of an approaching Ursa with enough force to collapse the bear-like creature's ribcage. Using the Ursa's fading corpse as a springboard, the young captain launched herself into the air. Pouring her aura into crescent rows and using the weight of the weapon to spin her, RWBY unleashed a circular red energy blade that tore a swath through the grim surrounding her. Landing in a crouch, the silver-eyed teen allowed herself a quick breath of air before disappearing in a burst of rose petals, continuing to cut a bloody path through the invading Grim. Nearby, her older sister was also busy taking out Grim by the handfuls. Her eyes glowing their light crimson and her hair flowing like literal flames, Yang plowed her fist straight through the skull of a Beowulf. Her arm still lodged in the fading essence of the Grim, the blonde brawler fired off a shot from Ember Silica. The several Grim that had been behind their fallen brother were engulfed in a consuming storm of flames. Ducking low, Yang narrowly dodged a paw swipe from a massive Ursa Major. Firing off a shot from her gauntlets, the blonde teen used the momentum to send her elbow plowing into the bear-like Grim's abdomen. Quickly pivoting on her foot, the teen let a number of lightning-fast jabs fly, each hitting with a shock of fire, causing the lumbering Grim to cry out in pain as its insides were pulverized. Invading the still-stunned Ursa's guard, Yang reared her fist back and unleashed a devastating uppercut that sent the creature into the air with a flash of fire. Leaping into the air, a grin stretching across her face, Yang finished her combo off with a vicious haymaker. The now dead Grim's body was sent rocketing into the street below with enough force to send rubble flying into other nearby Grim, stunning them. Letting out a war cry, Yang came falling back down to the earth in an explosion of flames. Just like her partner and captain, Blake was just as easily cleaving a bloody path through the swarming Grim. The raven-haired fauness gave out a grunt as she used Gamble's shroud in its singular form to lop off the head of a young Beowulf. In a smooth flow of movement, Blake unsheathed the small blade of her weapon and brought up the sheath portion to hold back the claws of an attacking Beowulf. With a grunt of effort, the amber-eyed fauness used the smaller blade of Gamble's shroud to pierce through her attacker's skull. Before she could even remove the blade, Blake was forced to use her semblance to dodge a spinning ball of bone spikes. Now perched on the shoulders of the fading Beowulf, Blake proceeded to viciously tear her weapon from the corpse's skull and paused, waiting for her opening. As the Borbutusk came out of its death ball to reorient itself, Blake launched the half of Gamble's shroud attached to her elastic ribbon and lassoed the unsuspecting Grim around the tusks. Pushing off her quickly fading platform, Blake pulled on her ribbon. Still not quite grasping its situation, the quadruped Grim was pulled towards and over the teen. The large blade-slash-sheath of Gamble's shroud easily cleaved into the underbelly of the squealing Grim. Panting as exhaustion was quickly catching up to her, Blake gathered herself before brandishing Gamble's shroud. Briefly, she allowed her eyes to scan the rest of the town square, seeing both Yang and RWBY doing their absolute best to cut down the number of Grim. Catching a shock of white, Blake allowed herself to refocus on her own battle, knowing her teammates could handle themselves. And Weiss was proving that just as well as the sisters. Stabbing Murdernaster into the ground, massive crystals of ice rose from the ground around the heiress, skewering quite a number of Grim. Sprinting up one of her ice formations, Weiss leapt into the air, spun the barrel of her dust-powered rapier and let loose a volley of flames, an attack she had copied from a certain whiskered teen. Like meteors, the dust-borne orbs crashed to the earth and bathed the ground in a sea of flames, the conflagration eating several handfuls of Grim. Landing atop one of her ice spires with all the poise of a noblewoman, Weiss took a deep breath, feeling her already low reserves of aura drop even lower after that combo. Seeing the almost unending sea of black and white continue to march forward, the Schnee heiress steeled herself. Perfect time to field test some of the runes she and Naruto had been working on. Naruto frowned as his nose was assaulted by an all too familiar smell. The smell of blood. The smell of death. The once calm streets of Vale had been filled with the stench of battle, and he had to use all of his willpower to hold himself back from leaping out of the bullhead right then and there, knowing that they had to stop this at the source. That didn't stop him from sending out several dozen clones though, all of which were created with the sole purpose of ferrying any civilians to safety, and eliminating the dark blight that had invaded his new home. His worries were also somewhat assuaged as he saw several of Beacon's students, professors, and vetted huntsmen doing just the same. Hell, he was sure he had even seen Carden and his team taking down some of the invading force. Even more comforting, though, was the sight of several of the other academy's students helping out as well. Seeing the source of the Grim attack coming up, Naruto nodded to his teammates. "Let's show these Grim why you don't mess with our home!" Naruto cried out. Pira, Nora, and Rin readied their weapons and gave a shout of agreement. Using chakra, Naruto climbed his way to the roof of the bullhead, his hair whipping in the winds. Pira, using her own semblance, joined her boyfriend atop the flying transport, Rin and Nora not too far behind. With a feral grin, Naruto called out to Nora. "Meteor?" Nora matched her captain's grin and brandished Manhild. "Locked and loaded!" Giving herself enough room for a running start, Naruto took up a spot at the head of the bullhead. As Nora began to sprint towards him, the blonde captain summoned a clone that launched him into the air. Nora followed after her captain. At the apex of their flight, Naruto grabbed Nora's arm, spun, and launched the hammer wielder straight at the ground. Back to back, the four girls of Team RWBY tried their best to keep up a strong front, though each of them was definitely feeling the effects of having fought for almost 2 days straight with such little rest. Even still, they were damn ready to do their best to defend Vale. Ah, smosh! Wide-eyed, the four girls watched as a pink blur slammed into the ground not too far from them with enough force to cause a miniature earthquake. "Odama Raisingan!" Came another battle cry from the air, this one accompanied by a blur of yellow and blue and an explosion that nearly knocked the girls off their feet. Smiles of relief washed over the members of Team RWBY's faces as the rest of Team NNPR appeared on the battlefield. "Katon, Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb!" Naruto called out, unleashing a gargantuan dragon of flames upon the mass of Grim, incinerating a huge chunk of them as well as taking care of one of the King Taijutsu in one fell swoop. The blonde wasn't done there though, summoning up an army of Kagebunshin, each clone wielding their own copy of Hai no Ishi. As one, the army of blue-eyed teens met the Grim head-on. Pira was meanwhile a graceful storm of red death, as she wielded her two weapons with all the skill she had trained for, mercilessly cutting down handfuls of Grim with ease. Throwing a ko, the shield liberated many Grim of their limbs and other body parts as it spun like a deadly buzzsaw, continuing to wreak havoc as it was called back to its master. Milo was likewise responsible for felling many Grim, Pira shifting the weapon to suit her needs as she cut, pierced, and shot through the horde of Grim, her normally gentle and kind disposition replaced by the persona of the invincible girl. Extending Milo in its spear form, the redhead skewered two creep through the skull. Retracting the spear, Pira cartwheeled out of the way of Alpha's massive paw. Catching a ko midway through a spin dodge, she redirected the deadly shield at the attacking Alpha. While the older Grim was able to bat aside the shield, it left itself open, which Pira was quick to capitalize on, stabbing the Alpha through the underside of its jaw with Milo's short sword form. Moving like water, Pira proceeded to tear her weapon out of the Alpha, take a knee, and unleash a volley of piercing dust bullets into the incoming crowd of Grim. Nora was also making quick work of the Grim, each swing of Manhild crushing several at a time. Shifting the massive warhammer into its grenade launcher form, Nora grinned ferally as she unleashed several rounds into the horde of Grim. Explosions of pink rocked the town square, taking out handfuls of the invading Grim. Rin was just as quickly disposing of the invading blight, showing that, while he wasn't as much of a front-lines fighter as his teammates, he was just as easily capable of holding his own. The twin pistols of Stormflower unleashed a hail of bullets upon a crowd of weaker and younger Grim, the bullets easily piercing through the various creep and Beowulfs. Without missing a beat, the emerald-clothed teen batted aside the paw of an Ursa that had tried to sneak up on him. Backflipping over the slightly stunned Grim, Rin looped the twin blades of his pistols around the beast's neck before pushing off its back, Stormflower's blades cleanly slicing through the Ursa's neck and spine. Team RWBY allowed themselves a breather as they watched their friends decimate the horde of Grim, already having cut down the number of them by a third or more. Some of the smarter and older Grimm quickly realized they were now on the losing side and were trying to make their escape, their survival instinct taking precedence over anything else. However, more reinforcements arrived on the scene in the form of Teams CFVY and Professors Port and Panathenia. The two professors and the older team were just as easily able to cut through the plague of black and white, and even managed to stop most of the Grimm from escaping further into the city. What really got everyone's attention, though, was the arrival of the Elysian Air Fleet, the massive airships bringing with them a veritable army of the kingdom's newly unveiled Elysian Knights. Working together, the gathered forces of Atlas and Vale were able to quickly subdue the threat, Glinda arriving on the battlefield and using her semblance to cover up the hole that had allowed the Grimm in, acting as the final nail in the coffin. Well, that was fun? Yang allowed herself to collapse back onto the floor, her legs restlessly kicking back and forth as they hung over the edge of Beacon's airfield. Weiss rolled her eyes. An army of Grimm invaded downtown Vale, many people were harmed and killed, and most of the market district is nothing but rubble. Not exactly what I'd call fun. True, but thanks to the timely response of both active duty huntsmen and students from all 4 of the academies, many more people were saved, the Grimm were eradicated, and the ones responsible for all of this were put behind bars. And while some buildings were destroyed, they can be rebuilt, Pyrrha replied. While his teammates and friends continued to go over the events of the last few days, Naruto was having a very different conversation with his Biju partner. I can't just sit back anymore, Kurama. Innocent people were killed today, because we haven't handled her. And many more will be murdered if we jump the gun, dumbass. Kurama scolded. We have no idea how far this rabbit hole goes, and if we just go in there guns blazing, we may force something we're not prepared to handle. Naruto gave out a grunt. I can't just sit on my ass and do nothing while Cinder keeps moving whatever plan she has forward. And I'm not saying to. But you have to realize that we can handle this like we're still in our time, and just confront her head on. It's not just us against them anymore, it's us against them and the creatures of Grimm. Kurama was quick to remind his container of the unknown variable. The minute we start something with her, you can bet your ass that the Grimm will be quick to get in on the action, and even with all of your clones, there's no way you'll be able to split yourself between protecting Vale from Cinder and the Grimm. A low growl rumbled through Naruto's chest as he was forced to realize his furry partner was right, though he was still far too stubborn to just give up like that. You say that like it's just you and me. There's Dash, Ajban, Glinda, and Ironwood. Outside of us, they are the only other ones who are truly ready to fight a war, Kurama interrupted. Your friends may be strong, and I have no doubt that, one day, they will be ready. But that day is not today, nor is it in a month. As it stands, they are still far too inexperienced to fight a war, let alone win one with enemies as ruthless as Grimm and Cinder's group. Cinder's 2 brats have spilled blood, and they will not be afraid to do so again. The same cannot be said for your friends. Naruto frowned and clenched his fists, stubbornly trying to think of a rebuttal of some kind. But Kurama knew his Jinchuriki all too well. That's not even taking into account that we still have no idea what is going on with Kagaya. For all we know, she could be tracking us now and simply waiting for her chance to strike. If we know anything about her, it's that she has patience in spades. She waited for generations for her plan to free herself from the moon. I doubt she has any problems waiting a few more for us to slip. Naruto was pulled from the mental conversation by Yang tapping on his head with her fist. All right, cut it out, would ya? Sorry, the lights were on, but I was checking to see if anyone was home, Yang quipped. Blake rolled her eyes. Something wrong? Naruto shook his head. No, just thinking about this mess of a day. I have to agree with Pyrrha though, I think we did pretty good today. Roman's locked up, the city is being rebuilt, and we managed to keep the casualty count pretty low. Ruby chimed in with a hopeful smile. Naruto offered a grin. Yeah, I guess that's true. But we still got a tournament to prepare for. The 4 members of Team RWBY groaned. Before that though, sleep, Yang cried. While the girls of Team RWBY celebrated, Pyrrha was busy gazing at her blonde partner in curiosity. He's still worried about that Kagaya woman, isn't he? But he's trying not to worry us. The redhead looked at her hand pensively and clenched her fist. We have to get stronger. Kurama spared a glance at his partner's significant other, and was slightly surprised to see a fire ignite in her eyes. Not able to help it, the QB laughed to himself. I knew there was a reason I liked her. You and the brat really are perfect for each other. Kushina would definitely approve. Ajpin! What is the meaning of this? The silver-haired headmaster merely quirked a brow. Forgive me, counselor, but what do you mean? The boy Ajpin. There are reports of identical copies of him saving countless citizens and helping to repel the Grim. The voice of an irate counselor bellowed through the video chat. I failed to see how this is a bad thing, Ajpin queried. Before the same shadowed counselor could reply, another one, this one far more collected, interrupted. We will talk about the boy later. Right now, I believe the most pressing matter is the fact that a small army of Grim invaded our city in broad daylight, injuring dozens and thankfully only killing few. How was this allowed to happen? Another of the shadowy figures cut in. I agree. Had it not been for the timely response of our huntsmen, students from the other kingdoms, and General Ironwood's forethought, the end result may have been much more grievous. Ajpin took a sip from his ever-present mug before replying. Unfortunately, I lack the ability to see into the future, and was not able to fully prepare our kingdom for today. However, I am thankful that my contingency plans were well placed. Contingency plans? A stunned Ironwood asked, his shock mirrored audibly by Vale's councilman. Yes, plans I had placed to prepare for the worst, the bespectacled headmaster replied. One of which was young Naruto Uzumaki. I was more than aware of his ability to copy himself an innumerable amount of times. That, along with the experience and skill of his teammates, meant they would be a great boon to our forces here, which is why they were kept here at the school instead of being sent out like their fellow students. But Ajpin continued. Furthermore, the young women of Team RWBY along with Dr. Oblek were more than capable of acting as a scouting party and helping to stem the flow of the Grim into the city, cushioning the blow as it were. The stunned counselors took a moment to gather themselves, never having expected Ajpin to be so prepared, especially since the reports from Ironwood had led them to believe the exact opposite. They had made the video call with every intention of putting Beacon's headmaster on the spot, and even putting him in a bind he couldn't escape. Now here they were, caught flat-footed, and no way to regain their footing with any semblance of poise. Yes, well, it seems that your forethought was well called for. It is good to know that our kingdom and her citizens are in good hands. Without a word more, the counselors ended the call on their end, leaving Beacon and Atlas headmasters alone. I'm sorry I doubted you, Ironwood said, finally breaking the silence between the two. Ajpin sighed. You were only trying to do what you thought was right, James, and for that, I can't fault you. The Atlesian general nodded. Thank you. I'll leave you be, I have to talk with a certain someone. Knowing exactly who his friend was talking about, Ajpin nodded. Find out what you can, James. There are still far too many things we don't know. Ironwood nodded before ending the call. Turning his chair to face the setting sun, Ajpin steepled his fingers in front of him. The first move has been made. What will you do now, Salem? Make number 7, the afterlife of the party. Oh! I'm so proud of you, Sochi! She's a keeper for sure, Tebane! A woman with long light red hair that trailed to her knees cheered. A man with a wild mane of golden spikes laughed at his wife's antics. Guess he got more than just my hair and eyes. I can't wait to see the beautiful grandbabies they'll give me. The woman cheered again, her violet eyes sparkling at the thought of several babies with either blonde or red hair and a mix of blue and emerald green eyes. Or maybe one of them would inherit her violet eyes. I still say that the Nico girl would have been better for him. After all, the quiet ones are always the kinkiest. A man with wild gray hair giggled perversely. The older man was quickly shut down when the crimson-haired woman slammed her fist into the top of his head. You keep my son out of your dirty fantasies, Ero-senin! The blonde-haired man chuckled nervously as he tried to calm his wife. Calm down, Kushi-chan. You know Jiraiya-sensei was only kidding, right? While he may be an unashamed and self-proclaimed super pervert, even he had some preservation instincts left, even in death. Yeah? Only kidding! Kushina huffed, but allowed herself to fall into the embrace of her husband. I'll believe you this time. Jiraiya, believing that he was in the clear, heaved a sigh of relief, only to receive a kick to the ass. TCH, idiot! The old toad sage cried crocodile tears as he cradled his no doubt bruised behind. Suheim, why are you so cruel? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Because someone has to keep your idiotic ass in line. But I agree with Kushina-chan, that Pira girl will do good for the Gaki. He needs someone just as strong-willed as him to keep him in line. The two women high-fived. An elderly voice chuckled, joining the group. While Jiraiya's reasoning may be off, I have to agree that the young Faunus girl fit him just as well as Ms. Nikos, if not better. Jiraiya, suddenly healed of all wounds, leapt to his feet and wrapped an arm around his sensei's shoulders. I knew I wasn't the only one who saw it! While the older crowd went back and forth, arguing about the love life of a certain whiskered blonde, said Blonde's former teammates and friends chatted amongst themselves. Man, what a drag! Even in the future that damn blonde can't help but get into trouble. A young teen with a cigarette dangling from his lips drawled out. Really, Shikamaru? We're dead and you're still complaining? A blonde dressed in purple replied. Giggling at the antics of her friends, a pink-haired teen turned to her teammate. Anything to add, Sasuke-kun? The aforementioned raven-haired teen grunted. I'm just surprised the dobe is even in a relationship. But I guess he could have done better. Ma, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of a certain white-haired descendant of yours, would you? A teasing voice cut in. Sasuke grunted and turned away, not even bothering to answer the question, prompting his sensei and Sakura to laugh. As the various cliques of Konoha shinobi chatted amongst themselves, a certain lavender-eyed heiress fondly looked into the puddle of water that showed a whiskered teen smiling widely as he wrapped an arm around his red-haired partner, who wore an equally bright smile. Hinata-sama? Are you all right? A concerned Niji Hyuga asked, knowing just how much his cousin had admired and loved the blonde Uzumaki. A gentle smile crossed her face as the Hyuga heiress glanced at her cousin. I'm more than okay, Niji-kun. I'm glad that Naruto-kun has found people who make him happy and someone to share his heart with. It's clear that Pira cares just as much for him as he does her. Hinata jumped when she suddenly found herself trapped in a tight hug courtesy of Kushina. Oh! You would have been a wonderful stepdaughter too, Hinata-chan! Managing to free herself from the death grip, the pale-eyed beauty blushed and twiddled her fingers. Thank you, Kushina-sama. Altogether, the group of Konoha's finest laughed at the Hyuga heiress' always apparent shyness. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Remnant's Maelstrom Shinobi, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to MothBallz, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.